3, 2, 1. Boom.
I'm obviously not going to jump straight into the intro. I'm going to give it a second for the stream to hit YouTube, and then once the live stream starts, that's when I can say, "Welcome to Diceborn stream, Secrets in Stained Glass stream, post game." I should have planned that. You can see how much planning goes into
the pre-show either. Went great.
That's cool. Welcome to our Secrets in Stained Glass post-show stream, where we're going to be discussing our characters, the events that happened, the thoughts that we had, and just a lot of things. I'm Ben. I play Lucius Lacal, and I'm joined by Veronica.
Hello, I play Elian Venture.
I'm also.
You'll know me as Chance on Discord and forums.
I'm also joined by Ian.
Hey, I'm Weird Writer, and I played Sylvain and Addison.
Oh yeah, it's now in the past tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sad. I'm also joined by Eric.
Hey, you know me as Chaos, and I am always Jenna Techiel.
Yes.
That's concerning.
It's concerning.
It is concerning, very much.
Yes.
And last but not least, I'm joined by Matt, our lovely DM for Secrets in Stained Glass.
Hey everyone, Matt. I'm the narrator, and I played a bunch of characters in this.
You did. And now you're on the right microphone, so that's good.
And now I'm on the right microphone. Sorry to our pre-show watchers for my audio quality.
I should have messaged you. So just few housekeeping business. Veronica's had some tech difficulties. That's been fun, but it's fine.
Fine.
And Alex will hopefully be here later. She had a extremely critical house emergency that she absolutely had to deal with immediately.
Yes.
So, like, this stream will go on for a while. They'll probably be done.
It's gonna be long.
So,
show must go on.
Yes, because we can't reschedule this. This is hard to get all 6 of us ever. So it's just like we must plow along. And look, if we have to do the DR stream to get DR stuff and answer DR questions, she kind of already wants to do that. So that's fine.
Yeah.
The Dear stream proponents sabotaged Alex's house. So that
in particular, yes.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, and full spoilers for Secrets in Stained Glass. That's the other thing.
That's important.
Yes.
So yes, welcome to the stream in Stained Glass. One final housekeeping thing to just mention before we get going is the winner of the Crafty Games giveaway from the last episode. That person is TJ Mallinger. If you could send us an email at 70shot@gmail.com and we can get you some Crafty Games dice. Thank you to Crafty Games for giving us the dice to give away, and also for the Mistborn Adventure game, the Golden Mandate early content for us to use. There has actually been an announcement of the Golden Mandate coming later this year. I think they showed it off at a convention. I can't remember
Gen
which
Con,
one.
I believe.
Gen Con, thank you. And there's some fun stuff in there, so keep an eye out for that.
Awesome.
Okay.
But if you do get that book and you're watching Secrets in Stained Glass later, don't yell at us if we're doing things differently or wrong, because we did not have the full book.
And you also changed things, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The materials we got were kind of longer term abilities. Like some of them were like summons. So that didn't really work for an enclosed weekend. And I had planned that before. Like I didn't have the materials early in the planning process, so we did our best. They got used a couple times.
Yeah.
Lucius missed an opportunity. It's fine.
I was so upset I didn't use it on Addison. It was in retrospect, it was very obvious that's where I should have gone with that. But yes, you.
Oh, I was just, because we didn't have Ben and Ian on the talkback, and we hadn't even released all the episodes. In fact, all the episodes hadn't even been edited. Alex had edited through episode 3 when we filmed that talkback. So maybe I want to just hear what you all think now that the show's been out and ended.
Ooh,
I know.
I am so happy with everything. I think Alex did an incredible job editing it all together. I think the audience, you guys have been incredible. Like, people have been getting so into these characters and getting so into the stories, like theories on what was going on. Some people, right on the money with their theories, in the first minute of any content being released, had guessed the final twist of the show.
They're instantly getting it.
Instantly. We've had fan art done, which we cannot. It was so appreciative of.
Yes.
We had fan art commissioned. Like Evgeny commissioned Ellie to for some artwork.
No.
There you go.
I didn't open the tabs ahead of time to show the stream. Disaster. That's actually kind of annoying. But yeah, that's fine. So I guess I can't show them on screen. But go to Ellie's Instagram, because it's incredible. Please support our Patreon so we can commission more Secrets and Staples.
And Lady of Scars also commissioned the Sylvain Addison piece. And then Ellie also did a bunch of bonus sketches that we featured with our written content. And then Ellie also did the Sylvain pinning Dear against the wall scene.
Oh yeah, that one wasn't commissioned. And she drew the shark scene, which was our thumbnail for the talkback. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Like,
so good.
That one is probably my favorite. Like, she just nails every single character. You know what I mean? Like, not just how they look, but like facial expression.
Yeah.
With the exception that it makes Lucius look way more competent then I think I'm like, man, he's striking an imposing figure, and I'm like, do you know what? Sure, he can.
You know what? And what I headcanon is Lucius is good at like appearances, right? So he kind of has his hand on his chin, right?
Yeah.
So my theory is he's like, I feel like I'm gonna throw up, and I'm just.
It's like it's just saying it being like he's just waiting his turn to talk. He's not listening. He just looks like he's listening.
I think Lucius. No, see, Ben, I almost think I disagree. I think him demeaning people beneath him is actually the one thing he's good at, and so he does feel in his element. So he's competent specifically at this.
Yeah, this is his speciality.
Yes.
Cool. Ian, did you want to talk a bit? Because I've spoken a lot, and you weren't on the talkback.
Oh God, where do I start?
How do you feel about how things went? How do you feel now that it's all out?
That's the question we're answering. I'm quite pleased with how everything went. I am sad it's over, but I'm also excited to get back to Royce and a very different, very complicated sad boy.
Yeah.
And also, I really I do miss Sylvain. I want to come back to Sylvain someday.
Beach prequel, Matt? Beach prequel?
Well, I kind of really, like, probably not for public, sorry, audience. Mm-hmm. I'd be into doing, like, a D&D AU one-shot with these characters.
Hell yeah.
Would be, like, kind of fun someday.
Yes.
But,
yeah, I enjoy playing Lucius. You can tell how much fun I'm having playing Lucius. He's by far the most fun, but God, he is exhausting to play. You have to be sharp. You have to be on point the whole time. And like by the end, you can see. Like, I think pretty much you put it in the. I think Alex put it in the outtakes where there's so many times where I'm like, guys, I'm flagging. It's getting late, and I'm like, oh boy, I don't know if I can keep going.
Every time you said you were having fun, Ben, I was so glad because I always felt I was feeling so guilty about how late overtime I went every single time for you specifically, because I knew it was so late, and I was always like, oh, I think just another half hour, and then it's like 2 hours later.
Yes, there's the so there's the one outtake where we have the discussion where it's just before the essentially what became episode 3, basically the second half of our session 2, where I'm like, guys, I'm feeling a bit tired. It was like 11:30, and we're like, cool, let's get these 2 or 3 conversations out of the way. Then we've got headphones off. That should be half an hour. And I'm like, cool, that should be an hour. And it's like we went on for like another 2.5 hours. And I'm like,
to be fair, us needing to redo 20 minutes of the headphones off scene
didn't
because
help.
I'm an idiot and deafened you didn't help. You can go and see the talk back where we talked about that.
Yeah,
but I think what worked quite well. Oh, you at?
I was just gonna say the outtakes are another patron exclusive.
Yes.
So
yeah, go be a patron and go see those.
$1.
Yeah, it ended up working quite well, because then when I was role playing a slightly high Lucius, I was like, my brain was not in the best place.
You're ready to go.
And so when he makes the mistake where Mavis is telling him about her old lover, and Lucius thinks he's talking about him, that was me legitimately making that mistake, because my sleep-addled mind was like, she said we, so she wants to know if it was real between us. And I was like, she's talking about me? Me? No.
so perfect.
We really needed the comedy of Lucius, even though he's horrible, but he's also awful. Like the comic relief, you know, for the show, and it's so important for us to like get some laughs because this gets stressful.
Yeah. I think I said after we spoke after the last episode, I'm like, the broken Jenna scene before we all go to bed in the last episode, and she leaves, and I turn to Dear and I'm like, oh, you got a mess to pick, haven't you? I'm like, we needed that. Oh boy, did we need that. As the players, we needed a break.
Yeah, episode 5 was heavy. Watching it back, I was like, this episode has no chill. Like, it is like...
It's so funny, right? Because, like, once I saw the finished episode 3, I'm like, this episode is incredible, especially, like, everything at the entire second half of that. But then, like, episode 4 is also completely stressful the entire time. Just so much that's happening, and, like, even Lucius is like, oh, let's just get the entire fire thing, and Matt narrating it. Okay, we're just gonna move on from that. Okay, and everything with Mavis and the challenge. But then 5, though, I think 5 might actually be the actual most stressful one, because
absolutely most stressful episode for me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just for the confession scene.
Yeah.
And Ian, you nailed the Sylvain confession scene. I love it. I did not remember that it was literally right after the awful Jenna scene. That was right before it. It's like, oh, we're just going right into this. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I remember, like, when Alex gave us the proofs, I was like, okay, it's gonna be later, like, because it's such a big moment, and I had like the Mary reveal in mind. I was like, oh, it's later in the episode, and then it cuts, and I was like, wait a second, it's now, it's early.
Yeah,
I had completely forgotten it. It's so good. It's one of my favorite scenes.
Yep.
Yeah. And like since like we started doing premieres partway through and like putting in like a 5-minute break, the way it landed right before the break is just so perfect.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Everett saying that Sylvain confession caused me actual emotional damage. Yes. I watched the I'm married part 40 times before the episode came out. Like, I keep rewatching it. That reaction is just 10 out of 10 from all of us. I love that so much.
Yeah.
And Alex's like soundtracking too of the moment, like Ian, like incredible performance, I think. But yeah, the soundtracking. The other moment I've watched a bazillion times is how Alex soundtracked Mavis asking Sylvain about Julian's parentage.
Yes.
And how she has that like music drop, and it's just like,
well, Matt, because that's the music drop when Jenna's on the dock about to like find Vasha, and like right before Vasha goes to attack Mavis there, and it's that same dramatic music. We did post the soundtrack. You can go look. I think almost every single song's on Spotify. I think there's like 3 that aren't. But Alex did such a great job.
Isn't.
Yeah. She did so good soundtracking.
Incredible.
Just incredible.
I like that. I had, when I was rewatching the episodes before they came out, after they'd been edited, I was like, I had them on in the background while I was like doing chores. And then when Sylvain's the confession scene started, I had to sit down and stop what I was doing. I was like, I need to watch, because oh my god, I'm like, there was that moment and the Dear and Mavis kind of when Alex explains how their relationship actually that was good. But I was like, but the confession scene, I'll say that I'm like,
so good.
Oh boy.
My wife cried. It's good.
Yeah, it's because like Alex and I like joked back and forth like through like the season where like she prepped a whole bunch of like conversations and I didn't. The confession scene I practiced. Like the week between recording episode 4 and episode 5, a lot of it was spent listening to Fight Song on repeat and running through the confession scene, which like I didn't write it out, but like I had like lines that I kept hitting, just like, which is how I practice public speaking anyway. So which is why like in the final, like there's one point where I make a joke about how long it's been since Solace gave Sylvain the mission. It's like, oh, it was this morning, but it feels much longer. Alex edited that very carefully to cut out me completely breaking my entire flow. And I'm like, because I didn't practice that part. But like there were like a few like recurring lines like, I'm not well suited for mysteries.
Beautiful line.
Perfect line.
I thought I could be happy with the dream that maybe, just maybe, you felt the same. And then the final line, it's yours if you want it.
Yeah. It was...
Which,
you're gonna make me cry all over again.
Yeah. Like another behind the scenes. Because like I knew like I was going to be pausing a lot, that where like Sylvain probably wouldn't be. I gave Matt that final line. It's like, okay, when you hear this, I'm done.
That's good. I like to imagine there's a bit of parallel there. Well, Sylvain's been practicing it for the last week in the mirror as well.
No, it would have been decided.
Oh, that's
because like as we're leaving the boxing to boxing scene,
yeah,
like, I call it out that like Sylvain looks back at Mavis. That's when he decides.
Because it's Mavis's. He sees the heartache and grief and like pain that has been caused by Mavis not knowing Chess's true feelings, and which was Ian. That was such an insightful decision to make that your motivation, because it just works so well thematically.
You nailed that scene, Ian. I prepped Jenna's confession to Dear, like finally doing that. I prepped that entire week, and I don't remember what triggered in my brain that I'm like, oh, Jenna's gonna be like unhinged in episode 5, but I got in that mode as well, and that's how I thought this was gonna go. But I'd figured out that Chess was Straffs. I knew that the whole time. It didn't really click that with Julian, but hey.
The only bit that I prepped was like zingers for Lucius to say. And because I'm like, I don't know if I can be this witty on demand, so I prepped a few of them. And I got to use all of them because except a couple. So I got to use that your dress is my favorite of last season. That was one. I also had a very similar one, which is like that was my favorite color. Like that's my favorite color on someone else. There's the classic. I didn't get to use that one. Another one I didn't get to use was it's just the classic. Oh, that's a really bold choice with your hair. Wow, that looks so interesting. And then one that I'm so sad I didn't get to put in there was if Straff had come up naturally in conversation early on. I had one that was like, oh, did you hear about his child as well? He had to get him beaten for the 4th time. He's so desperate for him to be a misting. It's kind of pathetic, don't you think? And I had that prepped, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah,
I loved the one where you were like, oh, like I've seen that look so good on someone else.
Yeah, that looks good.
So awful.
And I loved when it comes to taking a break from people, you two are the first ones on my mind. Like,
yeah,
trailer line.
Because it's such a like Penn and Rianne take that as like, oh, he's like
good.
we're the people he wants to hang out with, but Lucius is thinking you're the people I most want to break from.
Yeah. There was that one. That one wasn't planned. Couldn't put that one on the fly. The one that I'm like, it's so petty, but it's so small. But when it's mentioned that Cecily's not going to be there and she's fallen ill, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's just old people though.
Yeah.
That one I'm like that's one of my personal little favorites. But yeah.
So before we get too far past our beginning,
yes.
I feel like I'd like to hear from you two your kind of character creation story. Like, how did you develop Lucius and Sylvain? So if one of you wants to go first.
I'll let you go.
Okay. So truthfully, this has passed into time immemorial in my brain. Because Matt had mentioned wanting to do a one-shot or like one-shot, two-shot thing, like to like the OG Diceborn crew ages ago.
Yeah.
And so like that was always like kicking in back in my mind, like, okay, like what sort of character would I want to play? So like that whole period, I don't know where I got how anything happened. Then like last August, because like I have gone back and checked my DMs with Matt. Matt had decided like, yes, I'm gonna go forward with my two-shot. It's gonna be like nobles in the Final Empire. And I sent the picture like, okay, himbo named Sylvain Hadriel. That was the extent of the character I had so far.
It's all you need, really.
Yeah. And it's like, and then like over time developing things, because like the main cultural touch points were Bridgerton and Dimension 20's A Court of Fae and Flowers, which are both excellent media properties everyone should watch.
Very different though, actually, than Secrets and Stake. Like I think I gave you guys those touchstones a little as a smoke screen. But you definitely see the influences though, for sure, especially in the character creation.
Yes, and you can see why I may have create a character not exactly designed for a murder mystery, because I was focused on other things. And then like later on, like before we had opened it up to like the wider like 17th Shard staff, like to fill out the cast, like Grace messaged me wanting to do like a pair of characters that had a prior connection, like inspired by like the Lords of the Wings from Dimension 20's Court of Fae and Flowers, but also Exandria Unlimited Calamity with Sam and Abria's characters, who played a divorced couple. And it's like, I had already had like the idea for Sylvain, like I told her that, and then like she had the idea for Cecily. It's like, okay, like maybe we can do like an aunt-nephew thing. And then when we got the entire crew, like I wanted to keep all of my secrets for the session 0. And like Alex was going around saying like, oh, like I want to like conspire with people, like I want to like do things. And then like
Alex also unloaded like Dear's entire backstory. She I feel like from like moment one, like with everyone who would listen.
Yeah. And then it's like somehow she got from like, oh, I don't want to share anything, I'm not colluding with anyone. So it's like she was always like, I'm so impressed, like you're not sharing with anybody. Well, like I was sharing with Grace the entire time. Just nobody knew. And so like Grace and I had a lot of fun with that. I did have everybody play Wordle to get his name.
You did.
Which was Alex's idea.
Yep. Okay. Yes.
But it was Alex's idea to get you to tell us, because you just weren't even telling us his name, and we're like,
I'd given you like the S and like a whole bunch of dashes.
Yeah.
And that at one point, like I gave you the I because I'm an awful person. I'm just like, okay, come on, let us figure this out.
You're the worst.
But and like I'd say like there was like a gradual like figuring out, like I knew like I knew I wanted to play another Hadriel because like I've created this noble house. I need to fill out the family tree somehow. And like I knew I didn't want him to be like the lord or the heir, but I had already done cousins with Royce, so I'm like, okay, like he's a younger brother. Like he was not originally intended to be sad. The sadness came later. It just like naturally appeared as I was building it. I'm like, oh, he's sad. Of course. I love it. But yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Do you want to talk just a little bit? Oh, go ahead, Veronica.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do you want to tell the story of how like you and Grace revealed the connection there during session 0, because it's a lot of fun.
Yes, I can do that. So we had kept the fact we were both playing Hadriel's completely secret. And then there was like, we were in the session 0, and I was like, we didn't start talking about characters until like the latter half of it. Like we were just talking a lot of like generalities and like Matt like going over like the basic gist of the game. And at one point, like he said to Grace, like, oh yeah, your husband's a Hadriel. And I'm just like, poker face.
They had told me they wanted to reveal it, and I was just like, this is a detail.
Yeah. And it's like I fully freeze for like 15 seconds of like, okay, this was not how I was anticipating this. And so like I played it off as like, oh yeah, like she asked if like she could play Hadriel, and I said yes, which I think surprised Ben because he thought it was a canonical house.
Yep, I was gonna say this did not twig with me at all because I didn't realize you'd made up the Hadriels. I just it sounds like a noble house on schedule.
Yeah. And then like we started going through like everybody like sharing their characters, and I somehow successfully convinced people to like go in like screen order, which put me last.
Yes, because of the W. Yes.
You and Grace, I think, were the
like
last
we
two.
we were the last two. So like Grace was like giving her pitch about like, oh, like bringing her nephew to like Luthadel, and like nobody suspected it. And then like, hi, I'm playing Sylvain Hadriel. I'm glad to be here with my aunt. And I had a lot of fun.
Also, I love chat being like, it's not a canonical house. So it's very funny to me.
Yep, it's all mine.
We're very good at fake noble names and houses and stuff. We got that down.
Yeah. Ian, Toffee on the chat asked, was it independently decided that he wouldn't be an allomancer? Or did you decide that once you'd heard we'd basically everyone else was?
Hey, Jenna wasn't an allomancer. You didn't know that.
I did know going in that I was not going to make him an allomancer.
Yeah. And when did before we move on to Ben, I do want to know, when did you glom on to the idea of Sylvain and Addison? Because I in session 0, I introduced Mavis and Addison as these like NPCs who would be part of the group, and kind of explained a bit about them.
So like we had 2 session 0s.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like in between those 2 sessions, like each of us had like a one-on-one meeting with Matt, where we like talked a lot about like how our characters related to like everybody else and to like NPCs. And like during that, we had the conversation of like, I wanted Sylvain to have like a romance, because like it's important for like the Regency-esque genre, like, and it's like, and romance is like something like I'm particularly interested in, like with my RP characters. Like you can see here like a recurring theme with my Diceborn characters of romance and like falling in love. And so like I remember like we did go through most of the female characters like as options, and like I had discounted Jenna because like we had already like come up with the idea for Julian, like of like her being engaged to Sylvain's cousin like in the first session 0. And then like I discounted Elian and Rosar's characters. Livy?
Yeah, I don't know how Liviane or Liviane.
Yeah.
I forget how Livy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I had kind of like discounted them because like they were backup characters at that point, and like I kind of wanted it to be somebody. And then like going through like all the NPCs, like Addison like made the most sense of them for being someone Sylvain would be interested in. And I'm curious to see, when I decided that she was already a mayor, what was going through your brain, Matt?
I was giggling to himself for a second just then, and I was like,
I was like, I think this is going to be really good. But I did try to have some sneaky conversations with you to just kind of get like, I wanted to make sure that her not returning Sylvain's feelings would not ruin the game for you, and it would still be fun. I did try to have some very vague exploratory chats with you, where I was kind of like,
which at the time, most of us thought Mavis and Addison were a thing. So like, I do remember saying like, oh yeah, like totally fine. Like if it's not, I also like didn't know how important it was going to be for the show. Like it might have been like a super minor thing that was like, oh yeah, like this gets mentioned offhand like once and like it doesn't get explored.
Yeah, because we kind of talked about it like being like a little crush. I don't think we necessarily planned for it to be like as major a plot point as it became, which is kind of fun because I think that did kind of happen organically, which is kind of cool because you spotted that Addison would be that person for Sylvain, and then we kind of proved it in practice because the characters really did have that chemistry. So
yeah,
it's cool.
And it's purely because like unfortunately Grace couldn't be there at the last minute. So Sylvain ended up getting the investigation arc, which is why he went to Addison like in that first scene for help. Like without that, like I don't that scene kind of set everything else into motion.
That's so core to Sylvain. Like it's just so weird to imagine it being different. But
I know.
I love, like, obviously we wish Grace could have played, but I love what Cecily's absence did for Sylvain's plot arc. Like putting him instantly in over his head in that initial scene was so fun. But
what did you if Cecily, if Grace had been able to make it, what was your arc idea for Sylvain, Matt?
I don't go into these with plans, Ben. I have it's like that's a lie. I have thought about this, and I think we probably would have explored like the Sylvain Dear dynamic more, because like Cecily had connections with Dear, or Cecily had connections with Dear, so I think that might have been more of a focus.
And I think Sylvain trying to protect Mavis from Dear still might have been kind of a key element, because I think you still would have had that combination, because Elian, like Veronica still participated in the secrets exchange, so you still got and that was also a way of, if Elian's not going to be in it, we do want Dear's murder of his father
to be important
and be able to come up. So it was nice that Sylvain, that might have been a track for him.
It's the double whammy of like knowing that like he killed his father and also knowing that he and Mavis were former lovers.
Yeah. So that's we'll get back. There's more to talk about with Sylvain, but maybe we'll jump to Lucius real quick.
There's literally so much to talk about, but yes.
So much to talk about. Ben, where did Lucius come from?
So I have a point where Lucius starts, but there's actually a character before Lucius that I had, because Ian reminded me like, I could go scroll back my PMs with Matt, and see what the first thing was. Yeah, I completely forgot about this first character idea.
Until I remember. I forgot too, but now I'm remembering it too.
What is this?
The idea was essentially a scene. There's a reason this character went nowhere. It's because all I had was their introductions planned. So we're at the party. The party started, but I haven't arrived yet. In through the front door walks an Inquisitor, and like everything goes quiet, everything goes still, and he just kind of looks around the room, and then this kind of like weedy little kid kind of comes out from behind him like, "Dad, you're embarrassing me," and that was the and then the Inquisitor leaves, and that was the whole scene, and I was like, that was my original character idea.
Oh my god!
and I was like,
wow.
I even said it to Matt. I was like, don't worry about how this can work in canon. We'll sort that out later. But this is my idea.
Wow.
So we started there, but then I think we talked about it, and it kind of was like, it's messy. So
yeah, I don't have the PMs in front of me, but I can imagine I was a little nervous about involving an Inquisitor, even if briefly. I like, if you had really been attached to that character idea, I definitely would have made it work. But I think once Lucius started coming up.
And so how Lucius became a thing is it's like a mix of two things. Firstly was like we learnt the setting. It was a murder mystery in Era 1, and we were going to be playing nobles. And so I was like, okay, so I'm playing a noble, and nobles are not good people. In Mistborn Era 1, they are people. We say like Kelsier in any other story, he would have been the villain, but because of the world he lived in, he's a hero, and we're playing the people who made the world that way. Like, we're playing the horrific, horrible people who think. And I'm like, okay, cool. So how do I? So I was like, so how am I going to make someone like with Dervish? I went with someone who was like a bit like Heart of Gold. He's got a troubled past, but he's trying to do better and all that kind of thing. And I was like, okay, I can't do that with a noble in Era 1, because even the most Heart Gold noble in Era 1, sorry Ian, is still probably a terrible person. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go the other way, and I'm gonna lean into it. I'm gonna go like extreme to the point of almost caricature. I wanted the character to be entertaining, and that was kind of how I thought, like Yzma from Emperor's New Groove. Like, you lean into the terribleness and they become incredibly entertaining because they're just the worst. And so I was thinking of characters that are like nobles and they're entertaining characters. And I kind of landed on Lucius Malfoy as like a framework, as like a first version of a character. Was like, I'm gonna play sort of like a Lucius Malfoy type, condescending, thinks he's better than everyone, rich, just doesn't have to worry about it. And I think I even went into the session 0 with him still Lucius Malfoy, and I don't even think he had a name yet. I was like, just like imagine Lucius Malfoy, and it was this kind of, you get what you've got a character. But then after hearing after we sat down and we did like the session 0 and we kind of all talked about our characters, I think Jenna sounded, because she was like super religious, and I was kind of thinking, I was like, okay, we kind of have our stuffy noble that's kind of a bit better than everyone. So in my head, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be work, and I want to play a slightly more dynamic character. And so I hang on a second, I just need to get this character's name right.
And were you concerned that like there was Dear and Lucius overlap? Because that distinction hadn't been...
that as well.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't done any like role play for the session 0, it felt like we had enough stuffy nobles. We had it like I wanted to make sure that mine was different to Jenna and Dear. And so I think I was just thought on it for a little while, and then I just sent Matt a gif of Klaus from Umbrella Academy, and was like, Lucius is like this now. This is where we're taking him. He's alcoholic, drugs, not a care in the world, but actually is a horrific mess in every way, constantly putting his foot in his mouth, and just not doing the right thing in any situation. And yeah, he just kind of went from there, and
I think when you went that route, that's when the like Dear parallel started coming up, and I think that's where we gave Lucius a bit of polish to help distinguish him. Like he's messy, but in a very presentery.
He's internally messy, but like externally he's like, I'm perfect.
Yeah. He's like that mashup of like, I kept Lucius as the name because like Lucius Malfoy still is in there a little bit, and then had added, and it was when that Klaus I added the Klaus into the mix that it really clicked as a character to me.
Yeah, and there was a point where like the whole like rumors thing and secrets thing.
Yes.
There was a bit of an overlap with Elian there, because like even from the beginning, like I had that like secrets idea, and because of the original dynamic with Dear. And so you're like, okay, how are we gonna make these different? And that's when Lucius went the gossipy route, spread like, the rumor mill, and Elian went, like the person people are gonna trust to like tell her things that are important, who can figure things out on her own and investigate. So that was also fun.
Yeah, we Lucius is the output, Elian is the input kind of thing. Like like that was the way we talked about that.
Yeah, and there was I think there was also, because we had Cecily was also a bit of that kind of information network character, but she was more Scar and half Scar kind of rumors, while I was more the noble. And like that character idea of the rumor mill comes from the character in the Final Empire, who's I don't know their name.
Lady Kliss.
Lady Kliss, thank you. And Lady Kliss being there and be like, cool, that's a fun character idea that can exist. Where they're not the most likable person. Like, it's not like they've got lots of friends. They're just an incredible gossip, and they're known to be a gossip. So people share gossip with them when they want that gossip shared, and it's like they're useful. And so yeah, that's how Lucius came about. And I just knew I wanted him to be the absolute worst. Like I said,
I went some competition.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I need to be extreme. I need to caricature this so that he's as entertaining as possible. And yeah, I think it was fun to play.
What wasn't your process like? What's the worst thing Lucius could say, and then I always do that?
Yes, it was almost every situation. I was like, what is the worst thing I can say right now? What's the worst thing I can do right now? And I just did it. I was like, don't think, just do it.
Because Lucius isn't thinking. He's not thinking at all about that.
He's not thinking. He's a noble. He's like the heir to the third highest ranking house in the Final Empire. He doesn't have a care in the world. So
that's why I just love that Lucius Mavis scene where Mavis is like, did you ever want any more? And Lucius is just like, isn't that what the world's for? Like, the world's for us. Yeah. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I'm like, what more could we want? We have everything. Like, I don't see the problem here.
Yeah.
I do love, though, because like we talked about kind of the Mavis. We worked quite a bit on the core four of Jenna, Mavis, Dear, and Lucius, to kind of build some dynamics there. And then we had Sylvain kind of coming in as a more newcomer. And I really enjoyed, like, because aside from Mavis, I think Lucius is also the one who's the closest with the most people. And I really like how you played out Lucius's connections to those, and especially like how you role played him being besties with Mavis. Like, Lucius never turns on Mavis, even like
he gets mad at her. Like,
he gets mad at her, yeah.
He I think during the boxing for boxing scene, he was like, after she turned him away, he was not happy with her.
Yeah, totally. But he like in the game Boxing for Boxing, he is kind of putting Mavis on the spot with this chess relationship to stir drama.
Yes.
But he asks Addison a question. All the other players are asking Mavis questions, but Lucius...
I asked Addison a question just because I was gunning for her the whole show. And I was like, I'm gonna pry this mystery apart. I'm like, this, and then, but yeah, the reason that I revealed the chess relationship in my answer, because like I said, he was like, screw you, Mavis, I'm gonna spill your big secret in front of everyone, but I'm not even gonna do it while asking you a question. But I really liked so Lucius's friend group, people he actually is friends with, is Jenna and Mavis. That is it. There's people like Dear who are in part of the group, but like Lucius wouldn't consider him a friend. And so he's where was I going with this? He's very loyal to that friend group. But it's very, very clear from the outside, all of us looking in, Mavis left for 2 years and like didn't communicate with him at all. It is very clear she is not really reciprocating those feelings of, no, Mavis is my best friend. She's not saying, oh yeah, Lucius is my best friend.
I think she still has strong feelings of friendship for Lucius, but I think she doesn't know how to be the person she wants to be around Lucius, because I do think her and Lucius are like kind of two peas in a pod. Like they have a lot of similarities, and so I think it's as she's kind of sorting through who she wants to be and everything, and it's not fair to Lucius, but she.
Sorry, he doesn't deserve fair.
She's very torn, I think, between like this person I care a lot about, but and I has kind of tried to show that a bit in the moment where she's considering taking the drugs with Lucius.
Yeah.
Like she is seriously tempted because she knows it would be so fun just to like do what Lucius is doing and be like, I don't actually care. I'm just here to have fun and enjoy everything. Part of her does miss doing that, I think. So, but no, I think from the outside perspective, absolutely, it does seem one-sided. And I do think Lucius demonstrates he's more loyal to Mavis than Mavis is to Lucius, even if she feels strongly for him, but she's not necessarily loyal to him.
I think that relationship was really interesting. Like, the way we had it is like unbeknownst. So the way we had Lucius in a bit of his backstory was essentially him, Jenna, and Mavis. They spent time together as children because they were the heirs to these great houses. The Lacals, the Ventures, and the Techiels are pretty close allies.
So Lucius and Jenna were heirs. Mavis is not, but she just.
But Lucius and Jenna were childhood friends, which is why Lucius knew about Jenna's allomancy for like decades. Like,
and I think I can't remember if I'm just headcanoning this. We did talk about this, but it was almost one of those things where it's like, oh, we'll let these two children be friends growing up because when they grow older, they can get married and it'll be a good match, for the houses or something like that.
Because I talked about this in the talkback where originally the people Jenna was killing that they met Dear was like some Lacals who wanted Jenna and Lucius to get married. I'm like, well, we don't want that. Like, we would never do that. Yeah. We went a different direction, but they don't want to get married. Yeah.
No, but there's that pressure on them from the families, and like so that's kind of the origin of their stories, of why they're the friends, how they became friends. It's more of just like circumstances and parents just putting them in the same room together as children and being like, you go do what children do. And with Mavis, there was a lot of partying. There was a lot of like, Jenna's good, she's gonna go to bed on time, but Mavis and Lucius are gonna sneak out and go to like illicit parties and like hidden underground bars if they exist, whatever the equivalent is.
And Jenna and Mavis were also knew each other from childhood because they were cousins. And Mavis's dad was like got along with Jenna's mom, so they were close. So it kind of formed.
Oh right,
It was fun, really thinking through the histories of these characters and how the relationships like formed over time. And then also thinking about, how do we bring Sylvain in? Okay, Mavis is out west and she's meeting Julian's family, which includes his cousin Sylvain, and she's
A question I do have for you tied to all of that is that how much of that was Mavis going west to scope out Chess's whole deal?
Ooh.
Let's interrogate Matt about Julian.
Yeah, no.
What about
if you guys want to interrogate me, that's great. That was definitely part of it. I think she would have wanted to have left Luthadel no matter what, and was looking for an excuse to get out of Luthadel. But I think her choice to accompany Julian's body back is because in my head canon, it was like he died on Ilariel property, so while under Ilariel's protection, so to speak. So as like a show of like courtesy or like kind of deference that this happened on their watch, having like an important member of the family accompany him back.
And Reese. Reese was also there.
And Reese as well. Yeah, like both of them. Yeah. So Mavis kind of volunteered for that. and then I think in Sylvain, like Mavis really admired Julian, like and really respected him. And then she meets Sylvain, who also very much admires and respects Julian. And so I think Mavis wanted to be the person that Sylvain saw Julian as, and like was kind of using Sylvain almost as like her moral compass a bit, like to be like, if I can be a good person in like this soft man's eyes, then I'll know I'm kind of making it. And I like to think that's kind of why she started confiding, like her initial motivation for like confiding in him and telling him things. So
yeah, like I know like we had spoken about them kind of like wingmanning for each other, and like her trying to be a better person and him like trying to be the person who can do things like in service of his family.
Yeah, her kind of encouraging him to like, yeah,
which is very much like the role like Julian had in his life.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's fun. We have a lot of questions to get through, but before we start, can we do the lightning round for you two, because you missed the talk back? Fave NPC and fave moment of your own and fave moment of someone else's. I think the moment we've kind of touched on a bit, but
yeah, I can do mine real quick. So I'm discounting Addison because I have to.
It's the obvious,
It's the obvious one. I'm going to discount Tennille because, again, it's the obvious. And I'm going to go with Iris Grey because the Seer of False Fortune. I'm very interested in her whole deal for reasons Matt is well aware of. And as for like favorite moments, I mean, it's the confession. Like, there is no other option. Yeah. But for a scene that is not mine, it's probably the Lucius Mavis scene. It's like I really love that. And if not that, it's the Lucius High scene.
Yeah.
Which is also very good.
Which has the bonus of leading into Tennille. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, now she edited not just an echo effect on my voice, but she actually edited in the words from the previous episode.
That was, I think, favorite NPC. I think for me, the last time we had to discount Mavis as well, because for me it's Mavis. But then I also want to call out Matt, because for something I think I've called him out for before privately, for having an NPC who in her origin, in her character brief, you describe as like a Princess Diana type, and then also have her be the character that's assassinated. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're doing there, Matt. All right, thanks for that, appreciate that.
I didn't actually think of that. I will be honest.
Yeah, and so there was that, and if I'm not counting Mavis, and then I can't say Tennille, then we are discounting every character I really liked. I really like Mavis.
I mean, like
Tennille.
I discounted Tennille. You don't have to.
You can say you could say the obvious faves. That's okay. Yeah.
I think I do think it's just Mavis, Tennille, Addison. I think not only were they interesting characters, I think you played them incredibly well. I think when I was talking to those characters, I felt like I was talking to those characters. They had separate, distinct voices and motives, and just it was just they were well fleshed out NPCs, and I just really like them.
Yeah. I like them too.
Favorite of moments of my own. This one's a hard one to pick. I kind of want to say the scene with Elian. I
It's so good.
It's so good. And I think you mentioned the talkback. Because I'm not Lucius, I felt so guilty afterwards as well. Because I was mean. I went for the jugular. And so yeah, we talked about it since. But like that's probably my favorite Lucius scene. And then the favorite non-Lucius scene, it'd be the Addison confession. Like it's absolutely the Addison confession. Like it's so good. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Actually, like one more thing on the confession. So like during that week, I was very stressed. And Matt had just gone through something somewhat similar with Alex having a near mental break.
Yeah, that's true.
So like Matt offered is like, hey, like, do you want me to tell you Addison's true feelings? And I did say no. Because like my stress was coming from a very different angle than like where she was at. I was more like the stage fright thing where it's like this is like going to make or break Sylvain's arc. Like I don't know if I can do this scene justice. And it looks like I did. So I'm very happy about that.
Absolutely.
You totally
But like
did.
I don't think I could have done that if I knew going in.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was glad you made the choice that you did. And I agree. Like, I think you were able to commit to it in a way from Sylvain's perspective that it would have been tough to do if you knew where it was going. Music, yeah.
Yeah. Married.
Yeah. And it's like when I finished, like there was like a couple beats of just silence on the call. And I'm like, and like as soon as that happened, I'm like, if this was gonna have a happy ending, there wouldn't be silence right now. This is gonna be bad. And then like so like I was preparing for like, no, I don't feel the same.
Yeah.
I'm married, not on my bingo card.
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah, no, married was not on the bingo card.
I think I said it at the time. The worst response. There's literally like no would have been fine.
Yeah, like I was prepared for her not to reciprocate.
Yeah.
Like how?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but it was like she was conceived as Mare the whole time. So like from the beginning, she was, and I said this on the talkback, but originally I did consider placing it before Kelsier Mare were a couple. But in the books they say they've been married for 15 years, and so based on what I wanted to do with Vin's mom, they had to be married already. So
yeah.
So yeah,
it's like it's so good.
It's so good.
So
I
good.
have one more character thing as well that I forgot to mention, which is ironic because I forgot it at the time. So it wasn't until after we finished recording, and I want to talk about the voice. That's what it is. It's so I picked like that kind of Valley Girl like accent, like with the vocal fry. It's just a very annoying voice, and I wanted Lucius to be as insufferable as possible. And it wasn't until afterwards that I think someone said that it sounded like or they compared Lucius to a character from the Locked Tomb trilogy, Ianthe Tridentarius, and who I, as a person, adore. She is so very much like Lucius because she is the absolute worst, just makes the worst decision every time. But I adore her. I have friends who absolutely despise her because she's the worst. I adore her.
100% with you.
Good. I'm glad. And it was only when someone compared Lucius to Ianthe that I was like, oh, the voice actor Moira Quirk for those books, which I listened to the Moria book, gives Ianthe a Valley Girl accent, and I'm like, oh, that's where I got it from.
It's like it's so good. Like it's like in retrospect, it's like, yes, this is Ianthe
it's
through and through.
I would have stolen lines from her. Like willy-nilly if I'd realized beforehand. There's like a bit where like a character's crying because of something she's done, and she's like, "Oh, don't cry, you'll ruin your makeup." And like, and it's stuff like that. I'm like, man, I could have stolen that. I could have stolen so many good lines. It's just wholeheartedly pulled them. But yeah,
so good. Before we do questions, Matt, Sorry, I was muted for a second, but I fixed it. But I want to show the Argent Commission, and so I'm going to put it all over your faces.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to be over here, and you're all going to go see this commission. And it's going to be... It's good. There you go. And I just
and the reason why Sylvain is left out is because
Argent doesn't love me.
No, because Argent found out about the other commission that did heavily feature Sylvain.
Yep.
Yeah, and also Evgeny doesn't love you.
And also Evgeny doesn't love you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's true. So yeah.
Excellent.
It's good.
Yeah, it's so good.
It is good stuff. So
thank you very much, Evgeny.
Yeah. And Ellie, of course.
And for Ellie, obviously Ellie as well. Yes.
And Mare. Mare has been amazing. Lady of Scars.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Well, Lady of Scar, I'm not sure if they'll ever, but just for us as the cast, sent us some really cool art before the show was even out.
That's true. She was obsessed.
That was scarily accurate.
Yeah.
Like, she just off the vibes of the characters, she got some things.
I think I have 5 Jenna commissions I want to do. And I need money for it. So if you would like to send me money to do Jenna commissions.
Yeah.
I don't have specific ideas for like Elian commissions, but I'd love to have more art of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, love it.
The art of Elian is always so cute.
Yes.
I don't know why. It's so good.
I do have a commission in mind of like the right after the Sylvain Addison dance, like where like she's going to talk to Mavis and he's just standing alone, like in the middle of ballroom.
She dropped his hand while dancing. Yeah.
Nice.
No, that's good.
I like it. It's very good.
So how do we want to just like alternate? Like we can each pick a question from our list.
We have a lot of questions.
And then maybe once we get through a rotation, you guys can have a shot at like ask me anything, because I know part of this too is like there might be stuff that you guys want to get out.
Yeah, and there's like a ton of general questions. I put like sort of group questions also kind of at the top, and there's some map specific ones at the bottom.
So many.
Yeah. So who wants to start? How about we start with Elian question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be right back, but I'll listen.
Ooh, that first one's pretty fun. Veronica.
I like all of these. I'll just go in order for now.
Okay.
So before the Jenna,
you have to read the question.
Yes.
Read the question.
Mayor Lady of Scars asked, what favor would Elian ask of Jenna, since Jenna owes her one for saving Mavis' life? So, before Elian's /Dear's epilogue, I had an idea, and it was basically like, please make sure that Dear doesn't
that's her goal.
Die
that's her
with what he's doing.
Top goal.
Dear doesn't die with what he's doing. But just keep him away. But like that he doesn't interfere, that he doesn't ruin like the branch of like venture, because then that would be bad for everybody.
But now you can pick another one.
Just deal with him. But the epilogue changed that.
Yeah.
So she's probably just gonna save it for like any moment that she needs help, like with Straff, like if she needs like a ministry contact, if something goes wrong. Like think more because like thinking probably so I talked on the talkback about how I have this headcanon that like like eventually like just she continues her goal against Straff, but she can't be there for when Final Empire happens, and she can't succeed against Straff again because of the books.
Yeah.
So I have this headcanon, this mission, and then at some point things with Straff gets too heated, and instead of going the Dear route of just going all in and no matter the consequences, she's like, okay, I'm gonna take a step back. Just go to the country, try to work on what's the city that Venture is originally from?
Urto.
Whatever that is.
Urto.
Or like any other place, like try to work a different angle, which is why she isn't there in Final Empire. And so I think that she probably might use like the Jenna paper to like help her like get out without consequences like draft or the ministry.
Oh, okay.
You know,
interesting.
She can
because,
do
like,
that.
Those ministry contents are useful.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good use of that paper.
Nice. Cool. Also to you guys, I put the questions in order that like I went through them, and let's make sure we get questions from different people, because I know Lady of Scars asked like 40 questions, so I put them first just because that was the first post. So
yeah. With mine, what I'm probably gonna do is do the ones with longer answers first, and then like ones with shorter I can do rapid fire if we're short on time. But
I'll say, Eric, do you want to go next with a question about Jenna?
Sure. So Xavier asks, do you have any opinions on Jenna's ultimate fate? Personally, it's hard to imagine she's still alive by the time of the Final Empire. We never meet any significant Techiels except for Tavidian and Vin, and the house has fallen to 4th place. What do you think happened to her? So, I talked a little bit about this on the talkback, how I think Jenna has been fighting with Patrine for like a long time, right? And so that infighting plus Straff really hating Techiel for Dier marrying in is why she has gotten lower ranks. In my brain, and this is not canonical, I think about 4 or 5 years after Secrets in Stained Glass, she becomes Lady Techiel, instantly kills Patrine, same day. Same day. Patrine is dead the same day. And she is trying her hardest to hold on and squeeze, and I imagine that she does make it to the Final Empire and absolutely dies there. And my imagination currently is that as some Techiels get away on barges, which do end up just all being destroyed, I imagine Jenna is alone in the keep as it just gets burned down, and then she dies that way, and she's just like, I don't have anything else to live for, and I'm just dying here because like Techiel abandoned me, everyone abandoned me, so I guess that's just how I'm gonna end things. Alex says, does Jenna try to convince Patrine that she's on her side at all so that the murder comes as a surprise? Yeah, so Jenna definitely will be like trying to play nicer with Patrine and be much more subtle in her antagonism towards Patrine. But like, I don't know. I don't think Patrine believes it, but maybe she does. But definitely Jenna is killing Patrine, calling Patrine a disloyal snake, and you told me to value loyalty, so sucks for you. That's what Jenna would do. So there you go. That's my imagination for that and her death.
And then Patrine would say something like super abusive and gaslighty, like,
it's about time.
I'm so glad I was able to teach you enough to get to this point, or like you're exactly
what
I wanted.
You're as strong and as ruthless as I knew you needed to be, so you're welcome.
And Jenna's just like, I hate that so much. Oh. So there you go. That's fun, right?
Yeah. Matt, do you want to do one?
How about we do me last? Or
yeah, let's do you. Let's do you last, Matt. Yeah, that sounds good.
Go.
We could do Ian, maybe.
Sure.
I'm gonna say do Lucius first.
Okay.
Lucius. Okay.
Cool. So Mayor asked. Should I do a non-mayor question? No, I'll do a mayor question. All of our first questions can be mayor questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick a random one. Yeah.
Lucius's family. What is his relationship with his parents? Where did his abandonment issues come from? How did him and Mavis become besties? Does he ever try to find her post-show? So kind of a group question, but they can be all covered by the same kind of explanation. So Lucius's parents, Sonara and Dupree, and they are a very it was the business-like relationship. They got married because it was politically advantageous. Yeah. That is a very much a...
and there's a big age gap. Like, Dupree is a lot older than Sonara.
Yes.
A reference point for them, is like the billionaire and the, like, younger, like, mature, like, not the same age as your children kind of thing, but like a much younger wife, and they just have this business thing, and they like go on their trips, and Sonara especially was like, oh, I went from like my parents' house to my husband's house. All my needs have always been taken care of. I've never had to worry about anything, and that's how I live my life.
Yeah. And so they had that kind of it was a loveless relationship. There was nothing there. And so them with Lucius was very much a continuation of that. It was, we need to produce an heir for the family, and then cool. And they just handed him over to nannies. They were just very much not present in his life at all. I'm like, I don't think, like, obviously they were in the house and he'd have dinner with them sometimes if they decided to let him. But he was generally raised by nannies.
It's a big house too. Just because they're in the house doesn't mean
they'll see each other. It's very easy to keep away from people in keep that size. And I think what we had is for his first few years. So for the first like 3 or 4 years of his life, Lucius had the same nanny. Who he got very attached to. This essentially became like his mother at that point, his mother figure. And then I don't think, Matt, we ever decided what happened to her, but she went away. She either got something happened to her, or she was fired, or just... Lucius doesn't know what happened to her. He's never asked. He's never tried to find out. But for a very small child of 4 or 5 or however, around that age, that can be quite emotionally upsetting. And so he was very much with the rest of the nannies and stuff that would come, nurses that would come later, tutors. He just was just not engaging with them. Like, he just was not like, he became the Lucius you see here and now, where he doesn't respect really any authority except those who would definitely like, who can get him in real trouble. The people who really can threaten him, he'll respect them, but everyone else he just has no care for whatsoever. So that's that kind of how we built Lucius, where he doesn't really have anyone in his life that he can reliably rely on until he was kind of just shoved, that him and Jenna were kind of shoved in a room together, and they grew that friendship. And then on the, how did he meet Mavis? Oh, through Jenna being cousins with her. So like play dates when they were young, and that kind of situation.
Because Lacal and Techiel were allies, right, Matt?
Yes.
They're allies.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's kind of Lucius's relationship with his family. Then here's Mare with a super comment. Just saying, pop it in here.
Oh my God, Mare.
Yeah.
Jeez. So okay. She keeps doing this. Thank you so much, Mare. I do think monetarily definitely our biggest fan for sure.
Yes.
No,
At this point, yes.
Don't keep doing this to us, Matt.
Well, and she's a patron too.
Yeah, she's a herald on Patreon. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's a herald on Patreon.
Yeah,
and has left us a super comment on pretty much every episode.
Yes.
So, yeah. But we should be able to get through like the vast majority of these. Mare, if we don't get to all your 40 questions, okay, we'll chat on.
You have a million DMs with each of us.
Yes,
Yeah.
But we'll get through a bunch. But yes, court mandated weekly sissig screaming. Yes. Thank you so much, Mare.
Thank you so much. I don't know how we could thank you more, to be quite honest, or thank you enough.
Yes.
The last part of the question was just, does he ever go to find Mavis?
Yes.
I'm gonna say no. He probably grows to resent her a little bit over leaving him. Over time, he might even start buying into the stuff he starts saying about her.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's at a ruin of reputation, and then he's probably sitting there and he's probably like, "Sure, Mavis was like that, actually, yeah," and like starts to, and so probably wouldn't go to try and find her. And it probably it gets worse. It doesn't get better.
Yeah.
I think one of Lucius's core character flaws in that regard is his like failure to act. Like he's never like throughout the scenes, Lucius is very reactionary, but it's kind of that laid back attitude of life where it's like, what happens happens. I'm rich, I'm powerful enough that I can weather anything. I just kind of float along, and so he's not actually going after anything for the most part. He's just kind of
he's existing for looking for distractions and if something's making him not happy, he just like he'll either attack it or ignore it.
Yeah, and so if Mavis is gone, of course he's not gonna like try to chase after that thing that's gone. He's gonna write it off.
Yeah, he's gonna write it off. I was so close during the epilogue when she said she was leaving forever. I was so close to being like, fine, whatever, okay, and then just walking out of the room. I was like, no, I have to stay in the scene because I'm sure she's got more things to say. But I was in my head, I'm like, Lucius would just be like, fine, okay, do what you want, all right, whatever, doesn't matter to me.
You got an emotional tug there.
Yeah,
I did like that the character choice you made was not to let out the negative emotion, because I did feel like that was very Lucius to like. Well, and I did a parallel to this in the Silence Between story when Mavis is confronted with Addison. She kind of unconsciously assumes this like face of the like noble woman, and she finds like comfort in that. And I think Lucius does the same thing where he's confronted with something very distressing to him, and then he disappears behind his Lucius face. And yeah, of course, I don't care that you're leaving. That's fine. Thank you so much. Like it's I really liked that choice you made because it's almost more tragic than if he had an emotional reaction for him to
like it's absolutely like there's again, it's that kind of whatever the worst thing you can say or do right now, just do that. And he if he had been upset to see her go, I'm like, that feels too earnest for Lucius. That feels too I don't want sympathy for Lucius. People seem to want like I want people to enjoy Lucius as a character. You shouldn't like him. He's not a good person in any capacity.
I would love some time to like just explore how like Lucius, Dear, and Jenna feel about Mavis leaving, because like I kind of thought that like Jenna would also feel bitter, especially when she never got a letter from her ever. And just like Jenna saving Mavis and just going down this path against her mother, and she's like, she just left. But but there's an interesting DR aspect to that as well. So we'll see if we get to.
I really hope Alex can join.
Yeah,
I'm really hoping so.
Yeah, and presumably there's some internet issues with Veronica, but that's okay.
Yes. Ian.
So I'm going to mash up a few interrelated questions.
Beautiful.
So there's one from Mare of, do Sylvain and Addison ever meet again?
Lots of questions.
There's one from
like
Cosmere Girl. Please tell me he has some form of a happy ending. How does he react when he learned about Addison? What are his thoughts? Ellie will Sylvain find out about Addison's true identity at any point? What will he think that happened to her after the events of Sysg? So, as you can see, some members of the cast and the narrator have written stories. I've only had one idea for a story, and it has been explicitly banned because it is too sad.
If you really wanted to write it,
I don't want to write it because then it would become canon, and I don't want it to be canon. Yeah. So, all of you viewers, this is a potential future for Sylvain. Is it a thinly veiled ploy to convince Matt to run a sequel so that we can change Sylvain's fate? Maybe. But so like this was conceived like in those like first few days after like recording episode 5, which I remember quite clearly because Matt and I talked about this at the airport the following week.
Oh yeah, going to my wedding, yes.
Yeah.
And so like I had like the opening tableau and like the ending tableau of like those like, and I have no idea what happens in between. But it started as this like really like oh like what if like they did run into each other again, like what would that scene be? And like it was like this really cute thing of them like running into each other again, and then it turned into, oh no, this is how Sylvain dies.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a feeling this was what it was because you mentioned it once, and I wasn't sure if I was right.
So it's like the opening scene is like it's 5 years post the end of Sysg, and Sylvain is chaperoning his eldest nephew Rylan, who's about 18 at this point, and kind of like entering like society in Tremordaire or like somewhere. Tremordaire is out west, right?
Yeah, that's the western.
Yeah, Tremordaire is the capital of the West during the Final Empire, and then Set moves it to Fadrex because it's more defensible.
Yeah, and so like he's chaperoning this like chaperoning his nephew like because like last minute like his brother like couldn't do it for whatever reason. So like he's at like this party and like he looks up like as like a couple's being introduced, and it's like this like kind of smarmy looking blonde dude, and then someone introduced under a different name but who he would recognize anywhere, and he just freezes like as like he's like walking through, and like he causes like a server to like bump into him, and like the tray goes flying, which is like a minor enough thing that like most people like don't notice it, except if you're a trained Tenai. And so like her eyes like turn and like see Sylvain there, and like so like she recognizes that like, oh, he just saw me get introduced under a different name. Because like in my mind, like I feel like she's been keeping track and making sure she doesn't go to things like he's supposed to, but he wasn't supposed to be there. And then flash forward to the end. Again, I don't know how we get there, but Sylvain has like taken an injury that was meant for Mare. And so like he's bleeding out like in her arms. And like she asked, like, did you ever find anybody? And he's asked, like, how could there ever be anyone but you?
Ow!
And he dies.
Wow.
Which is very sad. But I don't
Stream's
want to
ending
write
here.
it.
How's the streaming, guys? Nah.
Yeah.
It's too sad.
I do also like so Matt and Alex are very vehemently against this ending for Sylvain, which I don't blame them. So like they have proposed like him getting involved with the Ska Rebellion and like bonding with Mayor, not Mayor, with Marsh over being in love with this woman who is in love with an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
So
yeah.
Yeah. No, I think there's other potential endings for Sylvain. I do really like the idea though of, you know, whether it's a ball or he's turning a corner on the street or what have you, and actually initially when I was planning the epilogues, I wasn't sure if I was going to do them like as immediate epilogues or I was going to like jump a bit into the future for each character. And one of the options I had for Sylvain's a different version of Sylvain's epilogue would have been the part that we did do, and then a part where he like runs into her somewhere else and get the reaction. But
yeah, because it's like, and it's like in like conversation with like the rest of these people of the cast, like a lot of you were like, oh, like tell me like he'll find somebody, like don't worry about it. But like for me, like Sylvain exists in the context of this game we have played. And in this game, like he didn't, like he swung for the fences and he missed. And it's like, I can't just say like, oh yeah, like he finds somebody and he lives happily ever after, because that wouldn't be true to the story we created at the table, which is a tragedy for Sylvain. Yeah.
If we ever did do like a sequel or like did stories or whatever to wrap things up, you might be open to a different ending. But I can definitely see like leaving things where you left them. It's hard to extrapolate and be like, oh no, he ends up in a totally different place, because it's when his arc is so like if Sylvain was a real person, of course you would hope he moved on and found someone. But as like a character arc and the themes you were exploring with Sylvain, his end point is really juicy. So
because it's that like like the sadness of like unrequited love.
Yeah,
which is like very crunchy.
It's super crunchy.
Yeah.
Cool.
What do you want?
So the question I chose to do first is from Sophie Hughley. I hope I'm saying that's right. Why did Addison need to be integrated into Mavis's life so early? Was she already planning the heist? Yes. So at the time of the fire, Addison and Mavis weren't as close as they became after the fire, but Addison was already in Mavis's life and had kind of started getting integrated. So they weren't like besties, but she was already there. And that's why she kind of knows some of these people, even though Mavis hasn't seen them for 2 years. But Addison or Mare, so they were always planning to steal Dianette's gown and mantle. I mentioned this, I think, on Discord at some point, but I think of Mare, I was trying to think of what kind of thief she would be, and I wanted to distinguish her from Kelsier. and I kind of imagined her as like she wants to steal statement pieces. Like she'd be more like an art museum jewel relic thief than like breaking into a safe and stealing a bag of boxings, right? And so yeah, we had the mantle, the gown. So her MO is just, I'm going to get close to Mavis, and then I'm going to set up a situation where I have access to this, because like that's sits out in the Alarial vaults 99% of the time, right? And then the fire happens, and that plan kind of gets put on hold. And my background is, in that intervening 2 years, Mayor, like Dox and Kelsier are having discussions about like cutting tail and being like, we've invested too much in this, like it's been going on for too long. And Mayor refusing to give up on it and kind of justifying like, no, like here, I'll use my connection to like make some more money. Like she's covering her costs, kind of like she's, Mavis introduces her to someone, they scam that person, or like she skims a little here or does that, to kind of keep justifying like, this is still making us money and I can get us to the payoff. I'm going to finish this. And I want to leave it kind of ambiguous, but I do think part of her is kind of drawn to Mavis in a way and wants to kind of see how this plays out and has difficulty backing away from that loose thread as well. Especially, I do think she feels like she said in Boxing for Boxing, when she says she has been trying to atone for the small role she played. I do think she has some guilt around that she's kind of wrestling with. And a headcanon I have too is in Secret History, Kelsier mentions a fight him and Mayor have where he like kills a bunch of nobles, and she's like Kelsier, like, you can't just go killing nobles. Like now all those ska you were trying to save are going to get like killed because they're going to get blamed for it, and you have to be practical. And in my head, and then he says, oh, and then it turned into a big fight. So in my head, I totally see Kelsier being like, oh, are you worried about your like noble friends who you got too close to during that job getting killed?
That's good.
And so like that's kind of like when they fight with each other, like that would be a point where because we see points where Kelsier's judgment is clouded by his biases and where he goes too far, and Vin kind of calls him on it. And I knew I wanted Mare to kind of also have certain like blind spots or foibles. And so I think hers is she can't resist like a broken bird. Like Mavis, Sylvain, Elian, like the people she's drawn to are like vulnerable, and kind of need help. I think to be as good at lying and as good at acting as a noblewoman as she is, she has to almost like convince herself these relationships are real. So I think even though she always ultimately puts the job first, in the moment there are conflicting feelings because she's kind of making them real for herself in order to do an effective impersonation. And then I had a third kind of concept for her. I'm not remembering it right now, but I think she also just likes like dynamic people. Like I think Mavis also kind of reminds her of Kelsier in a way, to be honest.
There's like that magnetism and stuff. And
yeah. So yeah, it's so to answer the question, it's complicated why Addison stuck around, but the answer is she wasn't getting integrated early. She was getting integrated at the time she thought she needed to do, and then stuck around because the fire changed things.
Love that.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Is this where we can interrogate Matt about a thing?
Sure. Let's do who wants to. We'll do one and then we'll go back to fan questions.
Julian.
Yeah.
Julian.
What about Julian?
What about Julian, Matt?
What about the
specifically? Let me go back to what you said in my PM, because you offered to tell me a thing, or like, and then like, oh wait, should I save that for the stream? I'm like, I'm gonna save it for the stream, even though I desperately want.
Because for context, like, I don't actually know that much about Julian. Like,
neither do I.
Like, really, Julian is, at least from my point of view, like, I wanted to be very, like, flexible with Matt, because this is a short thing, so we got to keep on rails, right? And so I liked the dead boyfriend who was fiance. We changed it there. Just to like give Jenna some humanity because she's evil, and so like this gives her an empathizable thing. But I didn't really like know that much about him other than like some personality traits.
Well, and because we were trying to tie everyone to the fire and give someone invest. So Julian was like Jenna's investment and Sylvain's investment in the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me, I want to talk about Lunarth family dynamics and how I see that feeding into Julian and Sylvain's relationship.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can start there. So, yeah, Lunarth family dynamics. So the Lunarches, where to start? And I need to think exactly what I was talking about
If you want a few minutes to like collect your thoughts, I can give you the story of how like I named the Lunarches.
Oh yes, that's
funny. Sure.
Yeah,
let's start with that,
because it's a peek into the wild nest of references that is my brain. Because like we decided in the session 0 that like it was going to be like Jenna, boyfriend, fiance, and like Sylvain's cousin, and it's like, Eric, you named him Julian.
That's not surprising. I love that name.
Yeah. And then and so we decided like, okay, like since Eric like gave him his first name, like Ian will like give him his like house name. And so it's like when you named him Julian, the same thing happened as every time I hear the name Julian, which is I think of the English dub of the anime Card Captor Sakura.
Okie dokie.
Where like there's a character named Julian. And so like it just kept popping up in my head. So I was like, okay, like I want to reference this somehow as like an Easter egg just for me. And so like in like the original Japanese dub, I should actually look up how.
Yeah.
I love this.
And so Julian having glasses and having kind of
Yes.
ashy blonde hair is
From that.
It is
From-
like a specifically reference to. So like in the Japanese, like his name is Yukito Tsukishiro. So like which like that surname means moon castle.
Yeah.
And then I went to like English to Latin translator, which got me to Luna Arche, which became Lunarth.
Yeah.
That's
Even though Scadrial doesn't have a moon, his name is technically
a moon
Moon Castle.
Is really fun.
I love that detail. Also,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I should have been able to guess it came from Latin.
Yeah. And yeah, so with Julian, I was trying to tie some things together, and I did like part of it, his character was born out of, okay, he's Jenna's fiance and like kind of besties with Sylvain. Jenna and Sylvain are very different people. Who is this guy who can kind of fulfill both roles? And Julian was definitely a post session 0 creation. Like he wasn't planned from the beginning. But I did know I wanted someone like him because like Mavis was gonna get murdered on screen, but I wanted a central figure who died in the fire that as many characters as possible were invested in. And so we also built some relationships with like Cecily and Julian. In terms of Julian's family, Julian didn't have a very happy family life. Like like it was an arranged marriage because his mother like had a really bad reputation and she married below her station, and she kind of she wasn't very happy out west. Like Olivine really missed her life in Luthadel, and she just talks about how grand Luthadel is all the time, and she just kind of is very dismissive and very negative about their life in the West, in Tremordair. So that's part of where Julian's like ambition comes from, I think, right? Like he wants to kind of roll with his mother's level of people to kind of prove her wrong a little bit. He has kind of this fraught relationship with his mother. And I think his father has kind of a distant relationship with Julian, mainly because I think he doesn't know anything, but I do think he has like insecurities that like Olivine was cheating on him and that Julian might not be his. So he, for that reason, is kind of distant with Julian. Meanwhile, he sees Sylvain's family as kind of like idyllic and happy in comparison. And so I think part of him really envies Sylvain. And I think part of his integration with Rhys is like the Hadriels are kind of like an adoptive family for Julian, or he kind of sees them as his adoptive family. Like he sees Sylvain as almost like a brother, and Rhys, Sylvain's uncle Rhys, as a kind of a father figure. So yeah, and I think part of him kind of wishes he had been born into Hadriel instead of into Lunarth. So yeah, that's kind of his family background. And then in terms of Jenna, Eric, we talked a bit about the relationship, what we wanted it and didn't want from it, and you had said, I want it to be a genuine relationship. You weren't interested in like a love triangle with Julian, and you wanted his feelings for Jenna to be genuine. In our initial kind of concept of the characters, you had said you weren't interested in like him not actually feeling for Jenna,
which I totally forgot this fact. So,
which you totally forgot, because then you started questioning it, and I was like, Eric, like we talked about this. I said, I told you that Julian's feelings were genuine.
Well, because again, like
something more Eric than Eric forgetting.
Yeah, of course. I know that's classic. But like, I wanted. Jenna's so calculating, right? That like this is like a humanity aspect, that there was something real there, and I loved destroying that horribly. That was fun, but
yeah, and so I think Julian's very like, he's an idealist. Like there's some elements of Elend in him, but he's also very ambitious, and he tempers his idealism with realism. When I was on with Grace earlier, I started talking about his business proposal.
Yeah, why don't you talk about that?
Okay,
yeah. So he's like, his business proposal is basically to change how ska are managed and trained to move more towards like skilled labor, better working conditions. And he's not trying to unpack the system. Like he's still keeping ska subservient, but he's basically trying to improve their life circumstances. And he's coming at it from they'll be more efficient and we'll make more money if we treat ska well. And instead of treating them as an expendable, like if we invest in them, we'll yeah, and so of course, like, yeah, Vasha hated this. And so, but part of that kind of plan is showing that mix of idealism, but also realist ambition, because he's also trying to, like, if we can like, not only can I make life better in the Final Empire, but I can also put Lunarth on the map, because if this model catches on with Ilariel, one of the great houses, a lot of other houses might follow suit. And in an early draft of this, when I was trying to tie things together, one of the plot lines that I eventually discarded was actually that Mavis was trying to continue Julian's work. And I was trying to come up with reason, and I had a whole thing about her, like, trying to get Lucius to get, like, Lacal on board. But eventually there was just too much going on. So as busy as this story was with all the plots and subplots, I did edit. I did things that and like, also when I explored Mavis's character more, I was like, she's trying to be like Julian and to emulate him because she finds him very admirable, but she's not actually him. So it was important to me to make Mavis's stakes actually very personal to her, to kind of fit with that, like, Mavis-centric narrative that she has. And so, yeah, but Julian loved Jenna. He was, like, very ambitious. And so he saw a future for himself as, like, the consort of Lord Tekiel. He was really attracted to Jenna's drive, and how she had kind of overcome difficult circumstances. He did, one of the secrets that was floating out there was that he did confess he was sometimes scared of her dark side when he saw it sometimes, but it wasn't in a like Vin and Elend kind of have this, where Elend reacts to Vin headbutting a man's head and blowing it up. And then Vin is like, I'm a monster. He, like, is scared of me. And I think it's kind of Julian's reaction to Jenna is kind of similar to Elend, where it's like, this is disturbing to me and I'm worried about this and I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
But I do love you. And so it's not something where he's like turned off of her by it, or like, like he's.
And probably Jenna's reaction to violence is probably like, it's not just the committing of the violence. I think,
like, they're not a perfect couple by any means.
No,
Jenna and Julian.
No.
And we did talk about too how Jenna, after Julian, like, leaned more into that dark side, that she kind of kept a little more contained with him, and Dear kind of enabled some of Jenna's tendencies.
It was so fun exploring that in Illicit Affairs. So if you want to read that, go read that. You can hear all about it.
Yeah, it's like, so how did, like, chess, like, fit in to the Lunarth family dynamics when they were like growing up out west?
Yeah, so chess, it was partially like, there was a bit of an Elend Zane situation happening there, but except Elend didn't know about Zane. Like, Chess and Julian didn't know about each other, and we're kind of But I think at first Chess was kind of raised as, like, one of the servants' kids, or like a ward that we've taken in. Like, I don't think Julian knew right away that Chess was his half brother, but discovered it later on. And when Julian discovered it, I think he really tried to uplift Chess, and because I think he felt guilty that, like, just by happenstance he was heir and Chess was not. Like, it's basically like their birth order. Like, Chess was born before the marriage, Julian was born after.
Right.
You know, like, so it's so I think he kind of felt a little guilty, and so tried always, to make a position for Chess, to try to get him integrated with people, to befriend him. And I think Chess had like a respect and admiration for Julian, but also a lot of resentment. Because I think Chess has an arrogance to him where he does feel entitled and is like, I could have been, if my mother had been more responsible, maybe I would be the firstborn son of Straff Venture in Luthadel, and my parents would both be from great houses. And instead, I'm the bastard brother no one talks about in this no good house in Tremredare. And on top of that, my younger brother, who I suspect have suspicions about his parentage, and could be in my same situation, but everyone's just telling this lie, is, living a life closer to the one I should lead. And I think stuff really started to get tense between them when Julian started dating Jenna, because then all of a sudden, like, Julian could be the Lord Consort of a great house, right? Like,
instead
like
of
that's
Chess.
almost like
Yeah.
too much for Chess. So
oh man.
Yeah. I don't think Chess had a ton of relationship with the Hadriels. Like I think I think you guys kind of saw him as like like a bodyguard that like Julian was close to, that like a trusted confidant kind of thing. I forget what we all talked about, like Julian telling Sylvain how much he would have said, but he might have told.
Like,
yeah,
it is one of like Sylvain's secrets that Chess was his brother,
right? Yes,
and so like I don't think we established like when they Sylvain found out.
Yeah, I think Julian would have confided that in Sylvain pretty soon after he found out, to be honest.
That makes sense. Probably like teens time.
Yeah. But like, that doesn't change like publicly how Sylvain would have interacted with Chess. Like Hadriel would have played by the fiction.
Yeah. And like I expect like Sylvain is the only Hadriel that knows. But also like Sylvain and Chess didn't get along. No. Like they were the comparison like you gave one time that like has stuck in my head is that like if Julian had like an angel and a devil on his shoulder, like Sylvain was the angel, Chess was the devil.
Yeah.
So like I think like Sylvain like did not like Chess, like period. Like I think he definitely saw like Chess pulling like Julian like down a path like he didn't approve of.
Yeah.
And my thought, Matt, is that if there were any rumors about Julian's parentage when Jenna and Julian were together, Jenna would just be like, "Oh, well, that's not true. That's obviously not true."
And I don't think there were like
blinders. Like if that ever came up,
I think everyone kept it pretty hush hush.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about these doubts and suspicions, but these are all like pretty internal to like Lunarth and Hadriel. Like I think outside, they really stamped that out as much as possible.
There's also there's a fun Lucius thing there, where Lucius knew about his suspicious parentage.
Yes.
And actually this kind of answers one of the questions asked is what did Lucius think of Julian and so forth. And one of my secrets I had before the game started was that Julian had suspicious parentage, but Lucius is kind of scared of Jenna a little bit because Lucius knows her very well, and so he never said anything because he knew that the reaction would not go well, and he definitely didn't want it traced back to him. And so, yeah.
Was this why?
And I think that was one of the secrets that I reassigned. Like, it was originally a Cecily secret.
Potentially. It's in my original 6, so I'm not sure.
No, then that would be an original one. I think there were multiple ones.
You're right. Yeah, there was two Julian parented secrets, and one of yours was original and one was taken from Cecily.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah.
Ben, do you think that the reason why Lucius treated Julian so terribly was because he knew that? Just like, oh, this person is not good for Jenna, and so he's just trying to be mean about it, but doesn't want to like be direct to Jenna about it?
Yeah, he's basically like, it's Jenna's in front of Jenna. He'd be like, he would have no problem with Julian, but if they were ever together, Lucius is like, you might be half Scar. You are so beneath me. Like, you should not be in the same room as me. Kind of feeling.
Yeah, because for the audience, for a while before the fire, like, Jenna was like bringing Julian with the trash floor, which is like, that's crazy vibes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was seeing all that.
So,
yeah,
cool. Well, thanks for some Julian.
I was gonna say, since we're like on the topic of secrets, do we just want to read them and like talk about that before going on to more individual questions?
Maybe just ones that didn't come up in the show. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe pick a couple. Pick a couple secrets. That you had that you think would be interesting.
Yeah.
I have one that I'm so sad I didn't get to bring out.
Oh yeah.
And it's my Laurus Tenebrian secret.
I'm gonna be right back, but start going for it.
Yeah. So I had a secret that, as I mentioned before, Mavis and Lucius would go out to parties, and these weren't always the by the book parties. These were secret underground ones where people didn't know who was there. You know, kind of like sometimes masquerade. You know, sometimes open faces. But there was criminal elements there. There was Scar elements there, and like everyone kind of on an equal level, kind of thing. No one talked about what happened to these things. Anyway. So one time while Lucius and Mavis were at one of these parties, they saw Laurus Tenebrian talking with some people who were kind of known criminal entities. And this and he has kind of a reputation in the court for being a bit gullible, being a bit easy to take advantage of. He's like, I think might get backing of them. I think he's like been known to fall for a scam in the past.
Yep.
And now he's not in a good way, and he owes money to some criminal elements. And so that was a kind of a secret there that I had, which was supposed to kind of point me towards Addison's kind of, you know, that's how Mare got her in with the Tenebrians was because of that relationship. And so, I was hoping to talk about Laurus, but he just kind of never came up.
We never interrogated Laurus.
We never spoke to Laurus.
Interrogated Laurus.
For people who can't remember, Laurus is the partner of the Ilarial Solace.
Lord Ilarial. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Laurus was kind of the weak point too. But I was happy because when I wrote the silence between, I was able to have Mavis interrogate Laurus in flashback. So I was able to kind of put out some of that stuff. You're
so tricky, Matt, with those secrets. And like, they're like interesting enough. They point to another secret, but like until you have the whole constellation, you're just like not sure what it means. But then in retrospect, it's like, right.
I'm still so mad at you, Matt. Because, like, one of my secrets is that, like, Julian confided in you that he had doubts about his parentage and all of that. And I'm like, this is not something Sylvain would reveal. And, like, I think I messaged you at some point. It was like, like, Sylvain's never going to bring this secret up. Yeah. And it's like, and you were like, don't worry, like, there's enough other clues out there. Like, it'll come out.
Well, because some of the secret, like, I did give, like, the sketchy parties thing. Lucius and Dear both had versions of that because they had both gone to sketchy parties with Mavis. There, someone just said Lucius and parties with Ska. That's really interesting. I will say they weren't going to see the Ska. It was kind of like oh, let's go to a dive bar. Like, wouldn't that be quaint? You know, like it's almost, it's like kind of
it's a
behind
like
an experience, like a tourism.
Yeah, I kind of thought of it as like a behind closed doors, no one asks any questions. Lucius,
do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want, kind of thing. You know, Lucius wouldn't go speak to the Scar, but he'd be like, you know, it's kind of
Unless they had
people
drugs,
have their vices.
might,
you know, exactly. People, you know, can get amicable in those situations.
Yeah. So
I think the only secret of mine that didn't come up was that Patrine was a seeker.
Oh, speaking of that, so like I started with 3 secrets, which was the fewest of like the characters that were planned to be characters. And like 2 of them like came out clearly, which is like the chess being a brother and Julian having doubts, and the other one was like Julian genuinely being in love with Jenna, and like the third was like Mavis meeting with Charisse the night of the fire. But one of the Cecily secrets I got was to prepare you to deal with the Ilarials. Cecily has confidentially told you what she knows about the Ilarial allomancers, indicating this information cannot be shared with anyone. She told you Diana Ilarial was a pewter arm, Patrine is a seeker, Mavis's brother Vasha was a coin shot, Mavis herself is a lurcher, and her father Cassian was a full mistborn. So like I knew that. Like
that's
so, like,
amazing.
There's the point where like Matt is giving like the story of the dress, and like you can see me like look to the side and then turn back with a smile, because it's like I was like checking that secret. It's like, oh yeah, she was a pewter arm.
Yeah, because she had to be able to move in it.
That's great.
Offer asks, how disapproving of those parties was Jenna? How much did she know about them? And look, Jenna and her friends, Jenna can try and channel them in certain directions, but they do what they want, and so she can only try and be as responsible as possible and disapprove of when Lucius, Dear, and Mavis do dumb crap, which is frequent, and be like, "Wow, I told you so!" What a surprise! And so,
in my head, like Jenna didn't like we didn't invite Jenna because we knew it wouldn't be Jenna's scene. Yeah, she wouldn't go. And then so I don't know how much she would have known about what we were getting up to. You just knew we were going like to parties parties that aren't on the schedule. Like there's a schedule of parties this season, and you're going to party, but there's not one tonight. Where are you guys going?
Unless like something bad happens and we need to get Jenna to fix something, then it's like So and she can only channel them. Like even in the shark scene, Dear and Lucius just do whatever the hell they want. It's just okay. Let's kind of be on rails, guys. Anyway,
Speaking of those parties, Sylvain also knew about the parties because Mavis told him.
Yes.
He knew about the parties.
That's a secret Ben gave me.
You're right. Yes,
Sylvain knew so much.
And just I guess to explain again the secrets exchange. So I gave everyone. I think the most someone had originally was 6 from me. So everyone had their own secret, and then I gave like 2, 3, 5, 6 kind of as well on top of their one they made up themselves. And then everyone exchanged secrets. So like, and then we had to come up in character how they knew this. So like, even though Ben gave Sylvain the secret about the parties, we figured it didn't make sense for Lucius to tell Sylvain that. So we had it coming from Mavis. And it was similar to the Dear relationship. We decided that Mavis was the one who told.
It's like we each had an opportunity to pick someone and exchange secrets.
Yeah.
We didn't exchange secrets with everybody.
No.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And Alex-
I gave
No, go ahead.
yeah, I gave you the Dear murdered Renholm secret in that official secret exchange.
Mhm.
And then when I wrote what became Creative Solutions, the first draft, which was very different, I was like, how in the world am I going to get Elian to discover the Seeker?
Mhm.
And so I ended up including that there, even if it wasn't an official secret, like from the secret exchange.
Yeah, which you giving Sylvain that secret definitely surprised Alex. Because Alex, all along, had... How to put this? She was coming at me in terms of secrets. Like, she thought Sylvain was so sketchy for the longest time, even though I gave no indication of him being a sketchy person. It was all because of me. All of my friends think my characters are super sketchy. This happens time and time again. And it's just like... And so, like, she gave me the Dear Mavis relationship, trying to extract secrets from me. And I gave her, like, the Julian was genuinely in love with Jenna's secret because, like...
Which is more of an attack on Dear than anything else.
Yes.
I see that comment, Matt. Royce is not the sketchiest.
Royce is so sketchy. Oh my god.
Royce is the sketchiest.
But like, this goes back to and this technically does relate. A while back, Grace ran a one-shot that Matt was also a player in. And all of you thought my character was so sketchy. And he was also named Seth, which is where that name came from.
Nice.
But okay, where was I? But
secret exchange.
Yes, so it's like I ended up giving her. I didn't actually have that many juicy secrets aside from like the Julian potentially ancestry, which I wasn't going to share. So she wanted to get something juicy. I'm like, I have no juice to give. So it's like you really lost out on this exchange.
Yeah. Well, like, and you're playing your character. It was based on characters, right? Like Cecily and Lucius, I think, initially got the most secrets. Because it made sense in character for them to have them. And
it was also like a thing where it's like Sylvain hasn't been in Luthadel as long as everybody else. So it's like he doesn't have like the means to get those secrets.
Yeah. Did everyone get a chance to talk about
Veronica?
No, I got a lot of things that kind of came out, kind of didn't, because they were part of my thought process of figuring out the murder board, but I never said things directly. So I'm just gonna try to skip what was out. And so I knew that Sherry's draft spent time with. Oh, so wait a second. Let me back up. I initially got 2 secrets, right? From because
the session 0.
Elian was an alternate. And well, I had the ones we'd come up with, like Elian being a seeker and the all
you
that.
knew and you knew Addison was burning tin. You had sensed her before, and the other original one I gave you was Straff comparing Dear to a lap dog.
That dog. Was funny. And I planned to if Elian had another encounter with Lucius where she needed to get at Straff Mavis information, she probably could have given him that. It didn't end up happening, but that was the plan. Oh, okay. And then Ian gave me some about Mavis's feelings about Charisse. in that. And then after like the break, like in episodes, like after episode 3, Matt gave me a lot of like Sherry's characterization and like adventure stuff. So I knew that Sherry's and Straff often spent time with Vash and with Blythe, but Sherry's never really liked them, and which is why she was like trying to talk to Mavis, even if Straff wouldn't approve, and that she felt like ignored and insecure that her friendship with Mavis was one-sided. Which it was, very much indeed. I got the secret about like Sherry's having a collection of banned texts, which came out in the epilogue when Kenton gives Elian
the Book of False Dawn.
Yeah, the Book of False Dawn. Thank you. I was trying to remember the title. And then I had like the argument between Sherry's and Straff, where like before the night of the fire, where Straff was trying to coerce Sherry's to stay by using Elend, that he wouldn't let her come back and see him. Yeah, that was part of my board thoughts. And then just more like characterization, which wasn't really a secret. It was more she's worried about the final empire, she's worried about Elend and like where he's growing up in. And that she felt powerless to use her position for good, even if she was the wife of like the lord of one of the great houses that was highest in the ranking. And that she was trying to like make contact from other families, which is why Elian like started to like, I need to build a network of my own.
Yeah.
Nice.
Should we go back into
questions
then?
Yes.
Was I first? Yeah. Or who was first?
Veronica was first.
Veronica was first. That's right. Yes. Okay. Cool.
You just talked, Veronica. Do you need a break or are you good to go again?
I mean, maybe we can exchange like Eric's and my.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, cool.
And then...
So Offer asks, is Jenna spiked? And asked when, how, where, why. So the reason Offer is asking this is because in Illicit Affairs, there's a moment where Jenna is really losing it, and she hears a whisper that says, kill him, to her Dear. And Jenna then breaks a cabinet off the wall and shatters it. And then she feels a lot better. Now, I don't know if Jenna is spiked. Also, I don't even know if that's Ruin. I admittedly, from a meta perspective, I just thought that would be really fun to sneak in there because, like, Jenna would think that anyway. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even need a dark god of destruction to do that, but maybe a dark god of destruction is influencing Jenna. That's possible. That's possible. And also, if it was Ruin, I don't know if she would need to have been spiked because she's been pretty unstable, and especially in that moment, I think Ruin could have gotten a thing to her. But so I am leaving it ambiguous, admittedly. So I don't know if Jenna is truly spiked. She is not aware. How about that? But
interesting.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like how Vin was spiked, but she had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it is more likely that if it was Ruin, that it was just Jenna is kind of bonkers. So.
In her moments of instability,
yes,
creeping in, correct. Kind of thing. Yep. Yeah. No, that's a great one. Yeah.
Veronica, you want to go now?
Or... Yeah. So I still need more time to think about the third question I have here because it's a big one. So I'm gonna answer like another Offer one. That because I have that answer really. So there are two reasons for this. One,
we need a question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So Offer says, Ari, the art article, is there a story behind Elian's hairstyle? It looks very complicated and elaborate compared to others. Also, Alex is here. Wonderful.
Hey!
Hello.
Are you having a good time, Alex?
Okay, now I can hear you. Give me a second. Hi, it's been just such a freaking day. Am I here? Am I actually
Yes,
here?
hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay, let me pull the stream up. I've had it on my phone. I've been listening in while I had a contractor come and look at my ceiling because it sort of collapsed this morning. My washer
Just a little
backed
bit.
up. Just a small major home emergency, you know.
You should go deal with that before your house gets destroyed, for sure.
Yeah. It's dealt with. I don't have lights set up or anything. I was going downstairs to get food before the stream when I found it, and hi,
Alex,
I've
that's
missed
fine.
you guys.
We're just happy to have you.
I'm so glad to be here.
Anyway, please continue,
So,
Go ahead.
2 reasons. One in world, one of out of world. I'm starting with out of world. I've made it no secret that I love history, and like fashion history has been a particular thing of mine, like since the pandemic, where I found the fashion history channels, Bernadette Banner, Morgan Donner, Nicole Rudolph, Abby Cox, etc. And so when we started thinking about this campaign, I just said, like, okay, I need references. I need to find like real world periods that will coincide kind of with what I imagined the final empire to be. And so I went through the Met archives, I Googled things, I looked at. Actually, I settled on the 1860s. But here's the thing. The hairstyles in that time, I don't love them. They can get very extravagant. Not pre-revolution France extravagant, it's a different kind. But I'm not the biggest fan of them. If you want to see one, I think Bella May's designs, she did one for her historical Little Mermaid cosplay. And so I just went looking random references, but I wanted to make it historical because it's me. And I found this really nice image. I'll put it in the Discord. Oh, and it's on Elian's art brief for the patrons if you want to see it. And I really went with in world. Elian was very sheltered when she was little because of the whole Fedrian drama, which we'll get to. And so she would have been raised in a very traditional way and have all these expectations like on her of like, you have to be like the perfect young noblewoman. And it's in a different way than Jenna, because Jenna was the heir. She was very in the public eye. And so she had to be Jenna, you know. But for Elian, it what Renholm and Straff wanted was just like have her obey, not to have to deal with her with the way they have to deal with the heir. And just like not have to really think about her as a problem because the heir was such a mess. And just eventually like marry her off and who cares, right? And so like her style would have like mimicked very much like the older generation.
Conservative.
Like very conservative, not like still following like the trends because she still is a venture and like high nobles. But wouldn't have been like average like say Mavis. It's like one thing that's very notable with like what we had in Mavis and in the art, and like that Dinette dress it doesn't have sleeves. That doesn't happen until like a lot more modern times. Like even when they didn't, they'd have these big collars. Mavis is just
like we intentionally made Mavis like it would be like kind of cutting edge or like very unusual daring choices. Yeah, whereas Elian,
it would be the opposite of that because of how she was raised, and she isn't the most outgoing person anyway. So should have just like kept up with the main things, but don't go extravagant. Not even like the full like custom lace that Jenna had on her art. Just the basics, something that's comfortable that would allow her to blend in.
And I think the hair too, like the ornate styling, it's almost like a doll quality. Like it's like you put her on a shelf and she looks nice.
Yep.
And just stays there. And I think like that was kind of an idea her father had for her. Like you're safe and you just have to stay there and do nothing and look nice. Don't get mixed up. But yeah.
Cool.
That's basically. I'll go
Nice.
get the picture.
Alex, are you ready for a question?
I thought I had the question sheet open. I had the secret sheet open. Let me find the question sheet. Unless somebody has one they want to pick off the sheet for me.
I mean, quick. I think there were a few questions.
There's the stream. Okay.
About like Dear and Jenna's ultimate fate, and I think you came up with a headcanon, and so maybe you could talk about Dear's fate and what you thought about.
Yeah.
I have to throw this out. This was Clancy's idea, I believe.
Yeah.
Just pointing out that
Clancy.
So good. Thank you. I adored this idea immediately. That Zane Venture has a steel spike. So like I was already imagining that Dear probably like gets got by Straff at some point. Which I think there was another question that was sort of asking about like what was the plan that Dear needed Elian's help with.
Correct.
Yes.
Which that's also I think part of why Straff is after Dear. Because it is very much like Dear's going to go behind Straff's back to get the authorization just from his dad to like renounce his family name and marry into a different house, which, you know, we had kind of discussed is a thing that like male nobles can do in the Final Empire, but it would be irregular. Like you'd need a reason, sort of a thing. In the same way that like female house heirs, we thought was sort of the same situation of it's not the normal style, but it does sometimes happen when there's circumstances.
Yeah.
But Dear, I think it's a thing where like Renholm would have the authority to just do something like that on his own, but it would be completely unheard of for him to do it without consulting the head of house. And so the fact that like Dear has a Kandra who's under his own orders, that he can just sort of force his not dad to do this incredibly out of turn thing to let him marry Jenna. I think he does intend it as like a shot across Straff's bow. And I think he also thinks he can get away with it too, because the thing is like, at least for a little bit, because I think he's banking on Straff is not going to admit that he wasn't in on that. Like Straff's going to want to save face and pretend that like, yes, this was a thing that the Venture household approved of, even though inwardly he's probably just seething that Dear pulled a stunt like this and seemingly got away with it. Which I will say, like, poor Seinin, I don't think Dear gives him orders about like how to get Renholm out of this, or no, like what excuse Renholm is supposed to give for why he did this horrifically out of turn thing. Like Dear's like, you know, I don't care if my father gets in massive trouble with the house. Like, that's fine. The Kandra,
and he hands that off to Elian.
Yeah, like Elian can figure it out if she wants, or like maybe Straff figures out that it is a Kandra, but you know, whatever. As long as I'm out, I'm out. But he is then looking out at the fact like, okay, Straff might cover in public and let him get away with it, but Straff's going to be gunning for him for doing something like this. Which in his mind, Straff was already considering assassinating him, so like, not that much worse, surely. But he's hoping that Elian will be able to sort of cover his tracks a little bit, that her sort of habit of keeping an eye on Venture missions will be like she'd be able to give him a heads up if Straff sent assassins after him or something like that. And yeah, in exchange, he's like, I'll give you the Kandra contract after I've sort of left the house, and you can do whatever you want with the Kandra. Which, you know, up to Elian if she wants to keep the Kandra playing Renholm for a little while longer, or if she wants to sort of reassign Zainin to a different role. I think, you know, someone sneaky and investigative like Elian could get a lot of use out of a Kandra contract. But yeah, that's kind of, I think Dear feels a little bit guilty about the idea of like leaving Elian alone in the Venture household sort of with Straff, but he's banking on the fact that like Straff's not paying attention to Elian. Straff doesn't have a reason to go after her. He's going to underestimate Elian, and Elian's going to be able to like keep things on the down low and keep her ear to the ground, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the arrangement that he's kind of talking to Elian about in the final episode, but he is kind of saying it in a Dear-y way where he's not saying it outright. So that's the like clean cut lowdown version. But yeah, I think after the series, like I think Dear sort of keeps up this sort of behind the scenes antagonism with Straff, like, and I think he maybe starts to go a little bit of the Mavis route with it, of he wants to find out what really happened to his mom. He, I think, also wants to try to find out what happened to Mavis. Where did Mavis go? Like, I think he would try, like, Lucius doesn't hunt Mavis, but I think Dear might for a little bit. And presumably doesn't ever find anything, and is just, I think he probably takes that a little bit of like, see, I knew I was worthless. I knew I wasn't any good at it. Sort of a like hits himself with that. But at some point, you know, we look at the series, Straff is alive, Dear doesn't get him, so I think at some point, you know, maybe Straff does get Dear. And I wonder, like, I'm like, is it a thing where Dear gets sort of like led into a trap and Straff has Zane waiting there to take him out, and, you know, I don't know, maybe he gets turned into a Spike. I enjoy the nastiness of
because
Dear got turned into a steel Spike.
The Zane can't remember not having his Spike, but he doesn't remember when he got it. And someone asked Brandon, there's a wob that's, is this like Zane having faulty memory, or did he get the Spike very young? And Brandon says it's more of the former. So it's like a memory issue. So it is possible.
I'm like, Brandon has said like, oh, there's an interesting story behind how Zane got his Spike. And I'm like, okay, I now need this interesting story, Brandon. It matters to my OC. I want to know if there's a way to make it so that was Dear in my head and make it work in canon. But you know, I think that's maybe a few years down the line. I think he and Jenna probably do get some good years together, maybe.
My headcanon with that timeline is Dear has at least survived for Jenna to become Lady Techiel, but like I spoke how Jenna is letting the keep burn around her alone. That's because I'm going off of what Alex said, and that Dear's already dead. So she doesn't have a lot of allies. So I think it's between like 5 to 10 years that where Dear dies. I think that's good.
I don't think he's still around when the final empire happens. So.
Rip.
Oh well. Also, I'm gonna turn the lights on because it just started raining and I'm getting like the brightness. Anyway, continue.
Cool. Ian, do you want to do a question?
It's your turn.
Oh, is it? Oh, that was you for me. Okay. Cool. Okay. Which one was the one that I picked? Oh, now that we have Alex, should I do the poetry book?
Yes, do that.
Do the poetry book. Finally.
You want to tell us what's in the poetry book, actually?
I'm
we'll
gonna
start with the story of the poetry book.
I'm gonna long this out to torture Alex for longer.
Thank you. I'm gonna eat noodles because I haven't had any food all day.
Oh no.
So the poetry book is the thing that the entire point that Lucius was going there the weekend was to A, reconnect with Mavis, and B, he lent her a book of poems that were rather embarrassing, and so he wanted to get that back because, like, that's the kind of petty thing that Lucius cares about. Like, when I made this decision, is I just wanted, like, I think we were talking in our session 0. It was during Diceborn season 1. Everyone has like really high concept epic goals, and I thought it'd be good for Lucius as a very hollow, empty, vapid person to just have a very kind of shallow, vapid goal, which was just very, very basic. He just wants a slightly embarrassing object back. And so me and Matt, I think we talked about this. I think at one point it was just like a jacket. Like it was like, oh, I lent Mavis a jacket once and I want it back because I want my jacket back. It's just something simple like that. And eventually we did turn it into this book of poems. And in this book of poems, I think I had like house secrets where it was like, oh, it was poetry about like the farms aren't doing very well, and a poem about paying off Inquisitors or something like that, like house secrets, and it never quite worked for us. I think that still's the case, but then we were like, what if there's love poems in there, and like, what if that's the embarrassing thing, is that he has a secret crush on someone but he can't admit who it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you some of these love poems.
Oh, whoa.
And
some of them?
Oh, Dalish
and I'm going to see if you guys can work out who these poems are about.
Okay, can I just say, Ben told me who the poems were about, and then I was not allowed to tell anyone.
Yep.
And then it did not come up at all. And so this is one of my favorite things. I've been sworn to secrecy this whole time. And then Ben does it again because he starts sending me these poems. And then he also says like he wants to save it for the stream. So I've been like dying waiting for this.
So this one's called Deepness. You push and you pulse, you play and perform, and down in the pit of me, a deepness you form. So that's Deepness.
Oh my god.
And we'll probably send these all out afterwards as well.
I think we should do a Lucius writing.
Yeah, we can do
story.
We can do Lucius writings. Yeah.
The next one is called Wilting. Wilted shapes in gilded cages, we riot in separate ways, but like the brazen red sun above us, we mark off these ashen days. The next one is it's not even sure if this is a poem. It's just like 4 words scrawled like on a page. It just says, "Oh dear, I'm falling." And then if you've not got it, I've got one last one. If you've not got it, you should hopefully this one should give it away. This one's called Venture. And it's it's what began as an ill-begotten venture became an enticing adventure. But whichever way the ash fell, I always find I self-censor.
Wow.
So anyway.
I can't believe you actually wrote the poems. I can't believe you've done this to me again.
Yes, it's like, okay, so it's Dear. Lucius has a really big crush on Dear, like in a like a confused, I don't like this person, why does he make me feel this way kind of way. After the last episode finished, I think we were just having our we were just chilling. We were just hanging out, and I was like, "Oh, I can finally tell Alex like this secret that I've been holding onto the whole show." I think you damn near fell off your chair.
I was 100% fell out of her chair.
Floor. Yeah.
Yeah. The reaction was.
I didn't suspect it at all.
I'm so sad we didn't record it. And so I was so sad we didn't record it. And your reaction was just incredible. And so and then I think I sent Matt like the first poem like a week later. I was like, I have to do this again to Alex on camera.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm glad that my ceiling falling in did not prevent us from getting me.
We need Alex reactions about this. It's important.
The fact that you actually wrote
And like,
oh god.
I love so many aspects of the Lucius Dear ship, and I always felt I can't talk about them because Ben always has all these secrets. So now it's out.
Like, how long has this been a thing for Lucius?
Oh god. What as the character or
the character? The character.
Yeah.
Because Matt has insights there.
Yeah. Well, so in terms of planning, I know at one point pre-show we started talking about like the trash trio and stuff, and we're like, oh yeah, like they've all like played Truth and Dare before and have like kissed on a dare or something like that. And someone else came up with that, and I was just sitting there like, Lucius likes Dear. Lucius likes and I was just like, but I can't say. This is like, oh haha, Lucius and Dear totally kissed, and Dear just leaned in and said like, fine, like you dare me.
My headcanon.
Yeah. And Mavis did the dare. Like Mavis dared Dear to kiss Lucius. Which
I think I think we had Lucius like egging him on. And then after it happened, I like immediately went into like the me and Matt chat and was like, Lucius was totally down for that. He was way into that.
Well, so I'll say from Dear's perspective, I think Dear likes Lucius, not necessarily like that, but like enjoys his company in a way, but thinks Lucius doesn't like him. Like the things he said in episode 4 about like, I've always known you and to Jenna, you and Lucius never cared for me. I think that's legitimate. I think he knew sort of his place in the trash foursome was he's Mavis's best friend who gets to hang out with her other best friends, even though they don't really like him. And I think like Ben and I, like I'm realizing now some of why Ben did not want to scheme with me about Dear and Lucius's relationship in hindsight.
Yes.
Because there were secrets there that I wasn't allowed to know. But we talked about them having like this sort of, you kind of tolerate the guy who's your drug dealer sort of a vibe, of like maybe they hang out because they need something from each other, and maybe they even get along sometimes. But I think Dear always had this thought of like, if Lucius could get rid of me, he would not even bat an eye, and like whatever, that's fine. People don't like me. He's not fussed about that. He doesn't want to be liked by people. And so like the fact that Lucius was like harboring a secret crush on him all this time.
So so I've just went back in our chat, and I think this has been since January, so before we recorded. That this was like 2 months to 3 months before we recorded. This has like always been a thing. And I think so. You might notice a lot of, when I post the poems, you might notice there's a lot of like negative language around how he feels, because as we kind of just spoken about before, Lucius he doesn't have proper coping mechanisms for his feelings, and so he would have met Dear a couple of times, and then he would have been like, oh, like, this guy's pretty cool. And then, but like, he wouldn't know how to deal with that, so he keeps it, there's an arm's length. It's like, he doesn't know, so he kind of puts Dear down to be like, oh, you're kind of pathetic, you know, like, because he's just bullying the guy that he likes. Because he doesn't know how to react. Like, he doesn't know how to deal with this, like, what feels like legitimate, like, you know,
wow,
feelings. Yeah.
And it adds so much crunch to Mavis and Lucius's relationship,
because I have no idea about their thing.
And because like Mavis tells Lucius most things, like Lucius, but she never told him about Dear, and Dear interprets that as, oh, she's ashamed of me.
Yes. Dear thought that the reason Mavis never wanted to tell anybody about the two of them was Lucius's fault. He thought Mavis was saying like, oh, my very good friend Lucius would judge me for sleeping with somebody like you, so we need to keep it a secret because, like, I don't, I'm ashamed of you. I think he carries a lot of that forward, sort of into his relationship with Jenna, of like. Jenna thinks I'm an embarrassment at court. She also doesn't want to be seen with me. And he's having these like sort of bitter flashbacks of like Mavis thought the same thing. And then it turns out, Matt, Mavis's true feelings about why she doesn't want to tell Lucius she's sleeping with Dear.
Yeah, Mavis doesn't care that what people would like. For her, this is a casual thing. There's no feelings, like we're just friends. But then I find out my bestie has feelings for him, and I don't want to cut this off because it's fun, and I'm,
So Mavis knew.
Yes, because I gave her the poems.
Oh, right, yeah.
She read the poems.
Yeah, she read the poems, and it's really obvious when you read the poems.
Yes. Yeah. And I think she might have had like some guesses after the Truth and Dare, potentially. Maybe, who knows? But I do think she like was like, oh, like if I was a good wing person for Lucius, I would maybe cut this off with Dear and try to like matchmake a little bit. But then I think she was kind of justifying it like, yeah, but like this isn't serious. Like Dear is free to pursue other options, just like I am, because so I'm not getting in Lucius's way at all. But it was enough of a like, I'm a bad friend that she was too ashamed to tell Lucius, not because she was ashamed of Dear, but because she was ashamed that she was like betraying Lucius,
sleeping with
the person in that way. So it is such a fun thing that I'm so glad we can finally talk about, because
Drunkly is such a good word for that whole mess.
It's a mess.
So
and this was all coming up with like independently. Like Alex and I were developing this, and then Ben was telling me that. So it like this wasn't me like masterminding. I didn't
know until after we had wrapped recording who the poems were about. I had no idea the whole time we're recording.
So Ben, what does Lucius think of Dear and Jenna being together? Like legit.
He's kind of just like, it's a bit like he's not letting it in. Like he's like, I'm not going to think about that too much. No. It's he sees that and he has to. That's why he asks, because he's like, I gotta know. I've got to know. That's why he asks. And then like 10 minutes later, he then finds out Mavis and Dear were a thing as well. I'm like,
and Lucius is like, am I the only one who didn't get to sleep with Dear?
Yes, you are, actually.
Oh man, and it definitely informed. Like, I wish I could have got more of it out, but like the opportunity just wasn't there. But it definitely informed. I had it in mind when I was interacting with Jenna and Dear and Mavis after those reveals. But it was yeah. I'm assuming it didn't manifest more.
Tell Jenna.
You mentioned this earlier, but it kind of puts the whole Lucius being like, oh, you've got a mess to deal with to Dear.
Yeah.
In a different light. Like
that was almost
kind of pointing out.
Yeah. Go on. It was kind of a get out of here kind of like, oh, you've got a mess to deal with. Bye. I don't want anything to do with this. Like I arm's length.
I hope this doesn't ruin Jenna's relationship with Lucius and Dear years after Sissig, because Jenna these are her only two friends. She doesn't have anyone else. So it's like everyone keeps secrets from Jenna, and then she keeps making mistakes
based on those secrets
every time.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I think we talked a little bit about like if Lucius had ever gotten his courage up enough to like ask Dear seriously about it. I was like, I would think Dear would think that Lucius was making fun of him.
Was having him on,
no,
yeah.
seriously.
Hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would just be like, get out of here. Like, this isn't even funny. What do you think you're doing?
Yeah.
And just like walk away, dismissive, rolling his eyes. And like, I really don't think Dear ever would have believed that Lucius had like feelings
Yeah.
for him.
Never.
I'm just imagining like an AU where Lucius starts doing the whole "marry me" every time they're at a party like that, like that Dear was doing to Jenna.
Like, that would have been a hilarious like escalation of like, okay, Dear, if you're not going to stop asking Jenna out all the time, I'm just going to start asking you out all the time.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hopper says Dear would do to Lucius what Jenna did to him.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Okay, wow, that's a thing.
Do some
on.
Sylvain.
Let's do
Let's do some Sylvain.
I'm so sorry,
So
Ian.
this is a quicker one.
Okay,
From N Priestess.
excellent.
If Sylvain found out that Addison was actually Ska, do you think his feelings for her would have changed? Finding out she was Ska, no. That finding out she was a Ska thief impersonating a noblewoman flawlessly and like pulling off a massive heist, such a turn on. He'd be so into that.
Wasn't expecting that.
Like,
Yeah.
Sylvain's whole like competency is attractive.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like Sylvain's whole thing is like he does not view himself as a competent person. So like competency is attractive.
I love that. I love that. And we have so many questions, so that's probably good. But I think we've gotten a lot of the really big ones of things.
Yeah. Oh, and I think we're kind of like chipping away even at some of the ones we didn't get to.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question I'll answer, I'll do from Mare. What could have Lucius found in Ep4 from Mavis's journal if he had rolled higher? So some of this is in the patron material, but I'll go through some of it. So I gave Ben the opportunity to ask about a couple things. One of the things was Addison. And so he got that the pages has been removed. But if he had rolled higher, he would have noticed that she didn't fully burn all of the pages. And I kept trying to direct him to, because he failed the roll, so I couldn't give it to him. But I was like, maybe Ben will just check the fireplace on his own if I like mention it enough times.
Wow.
But
Attempts were made.
Yeah, attempts were made. But one of the things I had about Addison was a piece of paper that says, she's met with that boyfriend of hers again, the one with the smile who was always crawling through her window when we were out west. I don't know why she hasn't told me about him. Lord Ruler knows she's been privy to enough details of my private affairs. I don't want to pry. Addison's always been a private individual, but I wish she would open up to me so I could ask her if they were truly in love. And after the confession, during a break, I actually shared that one with the players, and which I think might be in the outtakes. But Ian, that was where post-confession, because the one with the smile did get him wondering if maybe it was Mare. So, so that was one. If he had asked about chess, I had some stuff about their relationship, that Chess was connected to the underground. Mavis had a note at one point where she circled, is Straff his father, about Chess.
That's right.
She finds draft letters to Straff, which would appear innocuous to a casual observer, but Mavis well and can see hidden notes of flirtation. The letters are all noted up with revision notes, and from the revisions, it seems like Mavis is trying to lead Straff on without making it apparent. He mentions the betrothal between Mavis and Dear as potential. Mixed in with those letters regarding Dear, there's another pair of circled notes that says, "Did he know? Did Straff tell?" And one little knife was, "Straff doesn't seem to mourn Vasha. How pathetic is it that he's not even missed by his supposed best friend? At least Dear misses him."
Wow.
Was a little thing.
It's so funny to me that you have me be the one that finds the book, because I had one goal, and that was find out what's going with Addison. I'm like, I was convinced that would lead me to the fire.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure. Well, yeah, and there were some things there, and then the I wasn't sure if you'd latch onto the chess thing or not. Other things. She also says, "Everyone I've interviewed seems to think the rebellion was only planning a targeted hit on Vasha. I have no idea why, but knowing him, there are likely numerous reasons the rebels might want him dead. None of the Ska informants know anything about a larger attack on the entire family. Seems like things got out of hand, but why bring all those militia and the explosives?" So that's Mavis kind of circling Straff's potential involvement, but not quite getting it.
I will throw out, because you mentioned like Mavis leading Straff on a little bit in these letters.
Yeah, and that there was a Dear secret on that point.
Yes, this was one of the. So I think, Ben, you and I both had something about like Mavis has been in communication with Straff.
Yeah.
I don't know what yours said specifically, but Dear specifically picked up on, I think he got to see a letter from Mavis to Straff in which he, because he knows her really well, picked up this hint of flirtation. And this was something actually that Matt and I talked about quite a bit, because we had a lot of negotiation around Mavis and Dear's secret meeting. And there was a question of like, how do we get Dear to actually show up? Because he's so mad at Mavis. Like, he doesn't necessarily want to just come whenever she calls. Like, he's a little miffed that she's acting like this. And the idea that he maybe had picked up that she was like doing something weird with Straff, that like, that was one of the threads I was sort of prepared for him to discuss with her if that meeting had taken place, where he has sort of a like, what the hell do you think you're doing flirting with my cousin, because he's so dangerous, like, you're an idiot, you've got to cut this out. Like, not that I care about what happens to you, of course, because you left me to die, but like, he does care about this. So yeah, he got a little bit of that in episode 5, where he sort of like jumps on it and calls her out, but that's because it's been sort of like percolating in his head all night of like, I gotta find out what the hell Mavis thinks she's doing flirting with my cousin. He's bad news. He's terrible. She's such an idiot. What is she up to? She's up to something. Like, he's so mad. He's so mad at her.
And I actually do want to jump back to, because I was listening, so I heard you mention this. But the smiling man quote.
And
it's like, if you're watching like the episode, like you at the end you see me like referencing that, and it's like, it's specifically like that off the record thing. So Alex did have to be creative in cutting around that. But it was a like, I think you oversold me a little, where it's like, listening to it was like, what went through my brain was like, oh, smiling man, that sounds like Kelsier, and it did not go farther than that.
You did an error.
Like, there was no like me figuring it out like she was Mare, because it wasn't until like the Sylvain epilogue, it's like, you said the name Sazed, I had to be, and then everything shifted, and I'm like, she's Mare.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
It is like, and you can like see my reaction in the moment where I'm just like, and then it's like, my slow descent into insanity where I'm like trying to interrupt Matt, but he's just going like full steam, and then I start physically biting my finger because I'm like, I'm just like, as I just like complete mental breakdown of like, she's mayor, oh my god, she's mayor.
I love the like if this was a movie, that end part would be like the Ocean's 11 montage.
Yes, absolutely.
Of like
the drone shot slowly pulling away from the manor.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But no.
I was wondering if we wanted to do, now that we have Alex, if there were any general questions, just to like do a few of these. And I think the top of the list, there were several questions about fates of characters, and I think we've talked about Sylvain, we've talked about Sylvain's, we've talked about Jenna and Dear's.
We've talked about Elian a bit.
So, Lucius, I guess it's your turn for Lucius's fate.
Okay. So I had generally my kind of what I said. I can't remember if this was off screen or if it was in the recording, where I said he falls and like dies the most embarrassing way possible at some point between now and the Final Empire. But then,
gotcha.
Yeah, he just falls down the stairs. Like he doesn't deserve a dignified death. But then we were kind of talking the other day, because in preparation for the stream, I've been thinking about Lucius a lot. I thought of a potential future where like 10 years down the line, this is non-canon again. This is similar to Sylvain's, where was it? That side? Yeah, that side. Similar to Sylvain's, where non-canon. This was just an idea I was thinking maybe I'm writing. Where 10 years time, he's now Lord Lacal. His parents abdicated or died or whatever. He's ended up in some loveless marriage, just like his parents, where he's just married for the politics or for business. He's like, him and Jenna probably haven't spoken for a while. It sounds like she's not having the best time after Dear died. And so he's just kind of like miserable, going through life. He's not having a good time because he's a horrible person, and so I don't know, like maybe he just spends his time beating random Scar because he's a horrible person. That's the kind of thing he does. And then I just kind of end the story with this day in the life of 35-year-old Lucius, where he's just in his bedroom and he's just looking at himself in the mirror, and like a burst of coins just hit him from the window, and because Kelsier just comes in and just dumps his body out the window and flies off, and I'm like, I'm like, I can see that. He doesn't deserve better than that. He barely deserves that, you know? That's how I see Lucius after this.
I like to imagine that Jenna and Lucius are still friends, because I feel like she's the type of person to glom even harder onto someone, and maybe like the person she's glomming onto like really hates that. But other than that, that's my only note, Ben. That's very plausible, really.
Though, if Jenna and Dear find out that Lucius let Mavis go without saying goodbye to them,
because we were talking about this week as well, where it's like, what would that look like when Lucius goes back to Lutherdale and tells Dear and Jenna about that, and it's like, how would that go? And that to me is a really interesting like moment where he'd probably invite Jenna and Dear over, and then like, would he tell Jenna first and then have Jenna tell Dear, or would he tell them together, or like?
Well, Dear's gonna lose it, and Jenna's gonna need to like restrain Dear from losing it, and maybe attacking Lucius. Maybe, I don't know.
I picture there being sort of like something similar to like the Sylvain and Dear confrontation of like shoving Lucius up against the wall, like, why didn't you stop her? Why would you just let her leave? But I think like, I don't think it lasts very long for Dear. I think it probably pretty quickly flips to like just like sadness. Like, I think he does probably just cry at the idea that like he isn't going to get to see Mavis again or reconcile or have the long conversation about the mess that they made of their relationship, their friendship at the end. And I think that's really what sort of hurts him the most, is the idea of, and I think this is one of the things that sort of was getting to me while we were recording the episodes as well, was this idea of there was just so much messiness between Dear and Mavis. And I think both he and I had really psyched ourselves up for there's going to be catharsis at this secret roof meeting of some sort. Like, at least we're going to talk again. At least we're going to find out what happens. There'd be some kind of closure. And so I think the idea of, like, I was really worried about the potential where, like, Mavis dies in episode 4 and we don't get to talk to her at all. Because I was like, that would it would destroy Dear to never have closure about that at all. And I think it would have, like, it would hurt me too. So I'm glad that they do get, like, some chance to talk in the episodes, but I mean, it's so little. It's not one-on-one. It's just like within the boxing for boxing scene. And so I think the fact, like, that they don't get any more than that is brutal for him. It's really, really difficult for him to take.
Jenna, in her bad state, needs to also take care of Dear, which also, like, I think Jenna will grow more bitter about that, like, Mavis leaving. But I think she would initially be like, that makes sense. Like, Tavidian will go and like, get her, right?
Yeah.
Like, she'd justify it. Like, I think I see Jenna kind of justifying it first, and then slowly the kind of upset comes through. Yeah, over time.
I mean, I was talking about, like, I think Dear would sort of do the Mavis route, where he would sort of channel it into, okay, she thinks she can get away. I'm going to find her. I'm going to figure out where she went. I'm going to, like, do the informant route. I'm going to snoop around. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to have a tantrum and push my way out to the outer dominance so that I can go tell Sylvain that Mavis did this to me, because I'm going to, he's just got to, like, work off the steam of it. And I think he probably doesn't find anything from her and just has to kind of live with that. I mean, I always like the idea that Mavis, there's nothing to find because, like, Mavis does the world hopper route. That's my personal little headcanon.
I do like that a lot.
I like it too.
I love world hopper Mavis ideas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I guess I could do some NPC. I see that's a question too, like some NPC fates, or
what happens to Addison?
Yeah.
Or
You know what happened to Addison? Yeah.
Where does Addison end up?
That you could also talk about an episode 5 where Mavis didn't make it. Like, I think that also could work because you're talking about Mavis's fate.
So I kind of had, once I realized, so originally Mavis's journal was the way to get, like, most of that information. There was also a lot of, like, NPCs you guys could, like Faisal knew quite a bit of stuff. Like there were some NPCs you guys didn't the Terra Steward that you guys didn't really talk to that could have, started painting a bigger picture. But the main thing was the journal. That would have been the stand-in for Mavis. And then when I found out she might survive, I really structured it so you guys wouldn't get both. Like, if Mavis died, the journal would still be there and you guys could grab it and learn more from it. But because she survived, she had it grabbed or whatever, or had the remaining pages taken. So it was kind of a either or thing. Yeah, like, we would have lost out on boxing for boxing, which I think was a really good scene. I think Addison would have been in a much more precarious position if Mavis.
She would have been fine. Sylvain's there. He wouldn't have let anything bad happen.
We might have had the Sylvain Dear duel that we were thinking about.
Yeah.
That was like, this could maybe happen at some point. Idea.
So yeah, no, it would have been interesting. But even though I was planning for Mavis to die from the beginning, I do like the ending we got with Ep 5. I thought it was pretty fun.
It's more brutal she lived and had to leave than if she just died.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I think it's worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Speaking
For
of
sure.
Mavis living, but everyone thinks she died, I definitely think that it would have been hard on Elian. That like she knows she saved Mavis, but she can't talk about that with anybody except this group.
Her hero moment, she can never tell anyone. Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Which I mean, it does keep like the secret of like her medical skills like from Straff.
True.
But it's hard because like that's what like made her prove herself kind of to like the trash trio and like the group in general. Talk about it with anyone.
Yeah.
Just definitely something I was thinking about when just headcanoning all over the place about her future. Like she can't say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want to do NPC fates then, Matt?
Sure. And but now I feel like I might have ran through a couple in the talk back.
Oh yeah, so maybe a bit.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find what, because I wrote a thing about how Sylvain feels about Mavis leaving, and I just want to find that because I liked it. What?
There's also these Hudson Dowell questions that I like that might be good to do as well if you want to do something else. I like these.
Yeah, what we wish we could have explored more, dug into further.
Yeah. So what could we have explored more that you didn't get to do?
Gosh.
I feel like you guys kind of hit the main, and the thing is, it was always a moving target, right? So as I saw you guys heading in a direction, behind the scenes, I started, like the mystery was set. Like I didn't tweak what actually happened, but in terms of like scenes I wanted to see, I think like having someone corner Loris would have been really fun. He was a character I had who didn't get to talk at all.
Yeah, he didn't get a line in at all, right?
No, yeah.
He was just handsome in the background of a few scenes.
Handsome jaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I got a lot of the things that I wanted to do in one way or another.
Yeah. Hopping back a little bit of how like Sylvain felt about Mavis leaving without a message, and it like really feeds into like, because like the whole arc of the thing is like he decides to do the selfish thing and it fails, and he accomplished the goal he had at the beginning after finding out it wasn't what he really wanted. And so like there's an element of like, of course she didn't send me a message. Like, why would she? Like, she can't rely on me. Like, what help could I have been? Like, and so like it really, he is on somewhat of a downward slope directly after of like really having difficulties, and that just like kind of like pushes him down that further.
Oof.
I mean, like, there's for things that we didn't like, that we maybe didn't get to explore that could have been fun. Like, I think I got most of the, like, I would have loved to have a Dear and Mavis one-on-one scene, of course. That would have been very interesting. I think more time between like Dear and Vasha also would have been fascinating. I was kind of thinking like, what happens if Vasha comes back and like Dear
I was wondering that
Vasha
too.
have an interaction. I think there were things about like there were some like nastiness elements of Dear and Elian's relationship that like there's reasons why we didn't get as into those. Like I think Veronica was coming on as an alternate. I did not necessarily want to like go fully claws out at Elian in the way that Dear was capable of, but And then by the time I think we'd sort of built Elian up a little bit more, like it was episode 4 and Dear's feelings had sort of changed in that way. I also think it might have been interesting to see either of the Venture siblings interacting with emotional allomancy at all, given their history. Like, I think that could have been messy, and we didn't really have an emotional allomancer character, but I think both of them would have had really strong reactions to either a soother or a rioter in that way.
Yeah. Well, and I think I was glad none of the PCs were soothers or rioters because of the baggage that it had for Dear and Elian. But we didn't have.
I don't know if you guys talked about this at all on the Cecily stream, but that was a little bit of the connection between Dear and Cecily. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
I missed stuff. So
that's okay.
Cool. All right, you got it. It's good.
Yeah, and like going off of what Alex just said, I really wish I'd been able to like explore more of like Elian's distrust of other allomancers, because she's starting. Well, this is the very beginning of the journey, but she's starting to feel more confident in her own allomancy. But the thing about seeking is that it's going to allow her to know about all the other allomancers around her. And the more she realizes that, and the harder things get with Straff, the more paranoid in general she's going to be about other people's motivations and the possibility of emotional allomancers and just all of that. So there's going to be a point where she's just going to have the bronze on constantly. And for all the effects that has.
Yeah.
But obviously, this was still too early for that to really be explored. But it's an aspect of the character, like from a lot of like Feather's initial iterations of her, that I really enjoyed. But I knew there wasn't going to be much space for that here, particularly without any very present like emotional allomancers like in the cast, like including the NPCs and everybody else at the party. So.
Yeah. One. Oh, do you want to go, Ben? Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of following off a little with Veronica. Was one thing I would have liked is I would have liked to have, like I think we said before, me and Elian like practiced if Mavis had died, and Lucius would have been very upset, and then Elian could have kind of come and kind of have a payoff to that first conversation. Where she kind of takes advantage of him.
Prepared.
Yeah.
And broken Lucius is.
I've broken Lucius. Yeah, and I'm like. I think I went really high with his voice. I think part of the roleplay like practice is to get the voices right in different situations, and I could never quite get a Lucius broken voice. But it was good. I'm sad we didn't get something like that. You know, by the time Lucius came down and heard about Mavis, she was awake, she was stable, she was all right. So he like was like, oh, okay, it's all good then. Like he but you know, if he had come down and then seen Jenna running in with her covered in blood, he would have been like, like he would have been very, very panicky. He does not do well in situations like that. He would have not made the situation better. Like he wouldn't have helped. That
would have been very interesting for sure.
It would have been, and so I kind of think, and I'm gonna with what Matt said as well. I wish I'd spoken to Loris or about Loris more, because he was. I'm like I knew, because he was Addison's brother in the or cousin.
Indescript cousin,
distant cousin, sort of
cousin.
Okay. And so I'm like, I wish I'd gone in there and talked to him. But yeah.
Nice.
I was like, the like random cousin was like so like, I thought that was weird and I didn't investigate it.
Here, while we're on the subject of Loris, Lady of Scars keeps hitting me up for lore, and I think I was sharing some stuff with her. So yeah, Loris.
you know?
Loris was kind of he's gullible, as we said. The secret said he'd been repeatedly scammed and was kind of ashamed of it. And so in my head, what happened was, like, Solace has actually bailed him out a lot of like different things. And you know, he kind of has a reputation as a freeloader. And what happens is Mare and Kelsier kind of play both sides, where they get him again, but he doesn't realize it's them. And then they come to him on the other side, and it's like, hey, you got these like toughs hitting you up for your new debts that you don't want to tell anyone about because you've got God again. We'll make this go away, and all you need to do is introduce Addison Tenebria into your family.
That's amazing.
And that's all. That's all you need to do.
I love that.
So yeah, Loris is kind of an interesting character because he's not really made for like the final empire, and he kind of has, you know, unfortunate experiences, but him and Solace have this relationship, and yeah,
that's fortunate.
I feel like he and Sylvain would get along.
Yes.
Yeah, totally. Loris and Sylvain would have been really interesting. Yeah, they totally would have got along for sure.
One scene I would have wanted was before episode 3, Jenna and Sylvain talking about Julian.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that would have been interesting.
Because that would have been... So I did actually find the Jenna lines that I had written. Oh. Would you like to hear them, Ian?
Yes.
So she's asking like how Sylvain saw Julian, and this is what I have written. This is like me prepping for episode 2, right? I do appreciate what a friend you were for Julian. My friends were not as kind to him. And frankly, it was upsetting. They were well aware of my displeasure there. But, high society nobles, you must play the game, or else you lose it. I've had to endure many assassination attempts due to my place, ascending to be the house lady. This is why I had to be less pleasant to you upon my arrival. I am sorry we couldn't discuss matters sooner. Would you tell me how you saw him? And then there's one about chess.
Oh.
Interesting.
Where she's trying to get info on chess. And I will be honest, Sylvain. Chess was involved in some extremely dangerous matters that are very dire. I think it should worry any noble house. Perhaps Hadriel already knows, and I'm sorry that I could not tell you earlier. I wanted to discuss matters earlier. Do you happen to know how deep chess was in? Julian was in?
Ooh.
Like that would have been good. Like I think that would have had a nice arc with Jenna and Sylvain really, like that final scene, right? Where it really goes terribly. Yeah. Like that could be interesting. So cut for time. Rip.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just had to find those because I knew I had them somewhere. So
yeah.
It's like, oh, like Sylvain does not like Jenna. Like coming out of this weekend, like
oh yeah, absolutely. Like we can never have that conversation anymore, right? Like it has to be before.
And it's like, Eric, I love you. Jenna can die in a fire. Like I hate her so much.
Like you hated her so much that you've never read Illicit Affairs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, like that's not necessarily because of I hate her. It's just me being bad about reading.
Oh,
like
much of the side content I found. Yeah.
I think
it's
like
Yeah.
Wow, Ian, I can't believe you didn't read any of the side content. Who does that? Oh.
I have now read Problem Solving and Creative Solutions because I specifically was asked to
help out with Sylvain stuff.
To edit Sylvain's dialogue. And like I had to read Problem Solving to read Creative Solutions in my mind. And I had access to that doc for months. and I did it the week Creative Solutions was posted. So
that was a busy week, but
Mm-hmm.
it's a interesting look into Jenna's brain, which is an interesting place to be. But
that reminds me, I shared some of these with the cast. Should I do a couple of unused lines?
Yeah,
like unused dialogue.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh my god.
Here. Let's see. I have so many notes in here. So. Oh, one of them is oh, here. This is an Addison line that could have come up with Sylvain at some point. She says, "When I rescued Mavis, she was lost and broken. It was always easy to forget what she was. Always remember, Sylvain. An injured lioness is still a lioness. That cannon will eat you when you finish nursing her back to health."
That's good.
Which
that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else? Oh, one journal thing I potentially had Mavis saying was, "I always wanted a sister. Instead, I had two brothers who hated each other more than they loved me."
Ow.
And that's referring to something in the journal or something she might have written to Elian, potentially.
Ooh.
Also could have been used with Addison, like thinking about Addison's betrayal and seeing her as a sister.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Yeah. No, like some fun little ones that like didn't make sense. There's also a line in the patron materials where Vasha calls Mavis a bottom feeder for surrounding herself with low lives and rejects.
Vasha was not a good person.
No,
not a good
Not
person.
at all.
And I'm not going to say which character. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's some Steven Universe allusions with that line. If you know, surrounding yourself with kind of lower to like you're only special. You only think you're special because of you're surrounding yourself with which is
speaking of things that's never made it in. I am very curious. Like, what would have Iris given us if, like, the other
if we'd all gone?
Yes.
Let me. I did not have good notes on this. I think the one I prepared the most for some reason, maybe because Alex flagged for me. I remember I had something prepped for Dear.
Wow, really?
Yeah, because I was thinking Dear didn't have many people that he like wanted to interact with at the party, and so it was kind of a like, well, if he needs to kill time and still needs to have like a beat, like maybe he goes to see the fortune teller. Sure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, no scene with NPCs.
Yeah.
Purely.
And I forget, I think it partially would have involved like, because so the fortune teller, one of the things, so yeah, she's an Alariel who became a world hopper like in the previous generation, but because of like time dilation or lifespan altering things, whatever she's done, whatever world hoppers do to do what they do, she kind of keeps coming back to check in on her family. But she's trying to figure out this Hero of Ages question, and so part of the thing with Dear would have been, I think she would have tried to get some info on Jenna. I also think I had an idea that, and I didn't want to be too specific about what she was doing, because I'm kind of like, she's mixing magic systems somehow, and it like kind of makes sense, but don't look too closely at it, because then it might start breaking down, because we don't know how like stuff mixes necessarily. But I think I had this idea that she's a seeker, and she might be able to like read additional things in allomancy pulses with some of her other arts that she uses. And so I think I had some, like, if she got Dear to burn steel since he was open, there might be some things that she like reads from that potentially.
Ooh, that could have been fun.
Yeah. Sylvain, I probably would have done something to do with Addison potentially. Or Mavis, actually. Yeah, I didn't have something for Lucius, I don't think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which Lucius
The
very well
chances-
could have gone to her, but
Yeah,
he
I was going to
didn't.
say, it could have happened.
Yeah. I was, open to like improving in the moment. Well, and I did miss a lot of the Dear Elian Sylvain scene in episode 2.
Because you're prepping.
Because I was like, because Eric had said Jenna's going to go to the fortune teller, so I was like, okay, I gotta like make sure. And Jenna was the one I was like, oh, like Jenna is the person she's here to like see.
And you didn't expect
so I need to get
Jenna
like
to go there.
I need to get my references in. No, I kind of thought I'll hint at this, but there's no way Jenna herself is going to go to the fortune teller. So then I was like, hey, I got to pull my like prophecy references. I got to try to like work them in to the questions that she's asking.
What do you remember what like there was a roll 5 where Jenna felt like a warmth, and I feel like that was you just getting rid of my nudges before the headphones off scene. But like what the hell was that supposed to be? Why did you put that?
So there were a couple of rolls. So the warmth, I think I described it as a feeling like warmth. Like it isn't like quite.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think I was just trying to signal for the Cosmere heads that there's some like investiture thing. Like the wrist piece in my head was kind of a metallic art medallion hack, but based on kind of some of the designs of a soulcaster, but doing different things. Yeah, like because I kind of like how Fabrials, you start to learn that like the metal attachments to the gemstones do things that are kind of similar to the metallic arts, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of was thinking it would be something like that, and so it was just to signal there's some sort of magic happening there. The other rule that Jenna missed was that the Iris Grey was wearing adium earrings.
Whoa!
Interesting.
So a seer type thing. Is that what you're going for?
Well, adium is a hemallurgic wild card, right? So if she's
like it was actually going through, the earrings were made of adium. Okay.
Yeah, like small spikes, so she's not opening herself up to Ruin's influence overly, right? But she does need a little help adding additional powers, so I thought it would make sense to have some hemallurgic involvement. Again, don't want to look too closely at it. Don't want to... And that's why adium is nice, because it's a wild card, and it can potentially steal a lot of things. So,
anything.
So,
I
yeah,
imagine
Iris Grey was...
for Elian, if she was to Iris.
I didn't, like, again, because Elian was an alternate.
Yeah.
I didn't have something prepped for her. I probably would have dug into the relationship with Dear, though. This is vaguely ringing a memory, and I don't remember why, but I vaguely recall Iris also had some interest in Charisse for some reason, and I can't remember why that was.
Maybe
again,
of
like
Ellen?
lots of Lots of this stuff is like semi-canonical, like, you know,
potential
till it
He
happens.
would be the mother of a future champion of preservation.
Yeah. So yeah, that was but the big one there was, I think, 2 characters saw Iris and rolled and failed for chances to notice. I think Sylvain also could have noticed that in the meeting.
Yeah, with his
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. You could roll 2 5s, you know.
So but the character I took Iris from is a Mistborn the Inquisition character. And Eric Wright, remember that they're not hemallurgy, but at the first ball, as a fashion statement, she wears adium earrings.
Oh, really? Wow, I don't remember that. That was 12 years ago. 13 years ago now?
That's just a thing. But yeah, so...
Nice.
Yeah, but
I remember the atium chandelier that my character holding the ball was very ostentatious.
Well, because she comes into the ball and she says to your character like something like, "Oh yeah, like trends are what they are, you know," and she made like some sort of snooty comment about, "Oh, like some people can be like subtle about trends and other people are very like blatant about it."
Carol would do that. And
kind of like
that
draws attention to her like nice little subtle earrings, and then
we had lots of fun 12 years ago.
Where in the family tree is Dara compared to Dianette?
So she would be Dianette's aunt.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. That's more recent than I thought.
Yeah.
And
so, but she would have kind of been out of the picture already when Dianette was like quite young, and then would have come back when she was older, but of course not have like aged as much as her. Well, and one of the ideas I had for her was that she has some weird fortune things going on, kind of like Hoyd, but it's like the opposite, where like she manipulates fortune to like see the future in some ways. But by doing that, she like kind of burns up some of her own fortune, and she's never back on Scadrial when something big has happened to her family. So she was like not around when the fire happened. Like she was not around when her brother died. So she's always, even though she's like trying to prevent things from happening and trying to do all these things, she has to then manipulate it in a way that it's set up that it can happen in her absence, because she's always like too late or too early when she's coming
such a
back
cool
to like
magic idea.
That is
take that.
And it's like it's almost like Cassandra from Greek myth.
Yeah. And also like the title, the Seer of False Fortune, then, right? Like she's seeing, like she has to always choose, like, do I push further and see the future more? Like, the more I see the future, the less likely I am going to be able to change it. So it's always this balance of like seeing just enough to do something about it, but also, I don't know if that would actually work in like Cosmere mechanics.
There could absolutely be a magic system that works for that.
Also, we are in our own continuity. We are not bound by weird things Brandon comes
but like
up with.
tapping
also,
and storing fortune, you know.
Yeah. Also, all of us in Matt's D&D game are like, yes, give us the Iris Grey lore. Yes.
Tell us everything about the Seer of False Fortune.
Tell us more about where that comes from.
I put a version of Iris Grey in my D&D campaign because I wanted to dig into her character more.
And some of us are currently looking for her as well.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
Speaking of Iris, there were a lot of questions confused who like the World Hopper letters were to. So I don't know if you wanted to talk about that.
Just popped up in the chat too.
Hey, see, perfect. Haha,
yeah,
see,
she was basically it was no one who showed up on screen. It would have been better if it was someone on screen.
Oh wait, really? I thought it was the Kolos Fred. It's a different Kandra.
So yeah, I'll get to it. So she's basically talking to a Kandra that she's been working with, that she's been having keep an eye on things while she's gone. And the reason why I set up that the Kandra wasn't there is because the Kandra the writer of the first letter basically got out of Dodge and said, screw you, Iris. I'm kind of ticked at you that you didn't give me something like as interesting as you could have. So I had decided before the campaign, oh yeah, the Condra's not there. But then during, I was like, oh, I should have put the Kandra there. But then the way I had it set up, I was like, if the Kandra was there, Iris would be like ticked at them. And
okay.
you know, like, so that didn't quite work. The Kolos is a Kandra whose contract Iris has had since before she was a world hopper. And it's just associate of hers. And so the Kolos, it's the reason why it's like a talking Kolos is because it's a Kandra who digested a Kolos and is impersonating it.
That's so good.
But why though?
Okay. Also, question is: so the entertainment at the party, was it like? Yeah. Was it a company that's like an entertainment? It's all one group of people, like a circus. You hired a circus to come entertain at your house, kind of thing.
It was a group that Iris kind of assembled as a cover, but the rest of the entertainers wouldn't know. And she also is always trying to distance herself from Ilariel. So you notice that Ilariel didn't hire the entertainment, Urbane did. And she's like ingratiated herself as this like psychic who Tennille is
that's right.
Basing her life on.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, like that's kind of how, because yeah, she doesn't want to get too close to the Ilariels now that time has passed, because she doesn't. Yeah.
Ben's face of just like, oh my god, Matt's planning.
Yeah, I'm like every time, like I was the first one who got the murder board, which is when I was like, oh, Matt's like a crazy person who's done a lot of like so much work, and then every time I'm just constantly like, Matt, you put in so much work that people never see, and there's not even like a chance we'd know that. That's purely just set up. Like,
well, and lots of it is just incredible. For like my benefit. Yeah. Like I definitely got world built. Like a lot of the Iris Grey stuff, like it's a Easter egg as a world hopper for like people who know Cosmere stuff. Like it's not plot relevant. So I was never gonna get into like the complicated backstory during the campaign. But I do wish I had made it a little cleaner so that people weren't like wondering as much, because I do feel like I kind of set it up as like I left a lot of like, I put too many questions about her out there and then didn't answer any of them, and that made it confusing. So
what did she get out of the journal? She took the journal.
So more details about what happened with the fire, basically, right? Because she's kind of upset that like her brother's line almost went extinct.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm just thinking like Matt went crazy with like the pre-production stuff, and I went really crazy with the post-production stuff. And then like Matt and I went a little bit crazy with the character building stuff all throughout.
Yeah.
There was a lot of crazy all the way down.
The other thing I had for Iris potentially is if Mavis had died, I did have a thought, is like, is there a way I could say she like can contact or hold Mavis's like cognitive shadow temporarily, and then like kind of act as a medium, as a fun way to get some like Mavis
seance.
A Mavis seance.
Oh my god.
Which would have been wild. I'm glad that didn't happen, because it would have been too wild. But
I'm just.
But you guys were like, some of you were like upset about not getting the opportunity to talk to Mavis potentially. So that was like I was like, okay, I could potentially give that as like a consolation.
Mavis Dear reconciliation through seance.
Brutal.
Write that AU, Alex.
Sylvain had the opportunity to talk to her and he said no.
He said no.
I know, Mavis was following you. Episode 1, she was going to come to your secret meeting.
I didn't need to
said,
talk to her
no.
then.
Later.
There's so much later with Mavis.
So much later with Mavis.
Ooh, did we want to talk about the Sylvain Dear, Lucius, Sylvain Dear having a duel and Lucius
Ooh,
adjudicating?
yeah, that's fun.
We have that as a question, or something I think we mentioned it somewhere.
I'm gonna go get more drink.
Yeah,
I don't know how much there is to say other than like this was like a potential thing we thought might happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Depending on how information shook out after episode 3.
Yeah. Well, I think going into it, like knowing how many of Dier's secrets Sylvain had really put them on this sort of like antagonistic trajectory with one another. And I think one of your requests was like you wanted to try to get combat at some point in the thing. Like I think that was a little bit where this was coming from too.
Maybe I don't remember
I vaguely
that,
recall
but...
this being sort of a request.
Yes,
and so there was a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Of potentially like maybe Sylvain challenges Dier to a duel and like Lucius needs to officiate because we need somebody to make sure Dier doesn't cheat with allomancy, sort of a vibe.
Yeah, because it was when I built Sylvain, I put all his points into physique because he is big, strong himbo.
Yeah.
And I put no points into wits because he is big, dumb himbo. So it's like I wanted like something to roll physique for. And like, so it's like that's why like I asked like in the dance scene, it's like, hey, can I roll physique here? Because like it's like this is my highest stat. I want to roll it at some point.
Yeah.
Well, it worked like even though it wasn't a formal duel, like it did work out with the like confrontation in episode 4, where because I believe that was a physique roll to like catch the cane and brace yourself. Which was just great. I just loved how that worked out.
And like I fully put that by his own onto you, Alex, because like you're the one that came up with that like visual between episodes. I'm like, I did. You know what? I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I know. It was like it was this thing that like I think we had the little idea of like that this would be a funny moment if it ever happened. I don't think when we were discussing it that I was even thinking like this is a thing we should try to do in the show. It was like if I was an artist, this is a little comic I would like draw or something.
Yeah.
And then like the moment came and I just had this like, we could just do it right here. I could just have Dear throw the cane and maybe the dice are going to go in our favor and he's going to get yeeted backwards. It'd be hilarious. Let's see. And the dice gave it to us. It was fun. It was good.
I think the idea I had, I don't even think I said this to Matt. I think this was, I think Matt just said, hey, if Dear and Sylvain had a duel, would you be okay adjudicating? And I was like, Lucius would love to, because he would feel very important in the center of attention, even though he's not. And then in my head, I was like, if he would check for other seekers, he would make sure if he's the only seeker, and Dear did use allomancy, like, depending on before or after him finding out Diaz and sleeping with everyone but him. Like Lucius would totally cover for him. He wouldn't say a thing. He'd be like,
not exactly an unbiased judge here.
Exactly.
Like,
not
would
at
do
all.
what Addison does in Boxing for Boxing.
Exactly. Yeah. But then I don't think Dier would trust him to do that though, for cover for him.
I mean, we could say, I think Dier could potentially get desperate enough to like try to cheat, but I think that could have potentially put like Elian in an interesting spot where like if she sees like if she senses that her brother is cheating with allomancy and the seeker who's in charge of this isn't revealing it, like she could potentially step up and yeah, it could have been fun. Anyway,
it could have been fun. Yeah.
Should we
do a question round?
Try another round?
Yeah.
Yes, another round of questions. Yeah. Veronica, do you want to go this one? Oh, did we lose Veronica?
Oh, I think we might have lost.
She's frozen.
Maybe.
That's cool.
Alex, did you start with Eric and wait for her to come back?
Go, Eric.
Oh, Veronica.
There we go.
Okay. Hi.
Internet stuff.
Yeah.
It's been a bit inconsistent today.
Yeah, do you want to answer that Elian one?
The last one in her section?
Yep.
That one, okay, yeah. So, Cosmere Girl asks, how do you view her changing from the beginning to the end of the story as a character? She goes through a lot of growth and also finally finds acceptance when she proves herself to the trio. Then there's another thing. But I'm glad you enjoyed the article. So this is a weird one because there was so much missing from her just because I wasn't prepared to do like as much work. And I hadn't done as much character building as everybody else. But I think really what a lot of people have said in the Discord and in like some of the streams is that she's like still at the beginning of her journey and she has a lot to learn because she's going up against Straff now. And so she's gonna have to like balance like this new network she's forming and also like help Dear out so that like he can do the whole like Jenna plan without its fate at the moment. Chandra was hold a contract with Zainin.
So I think we're losing you, Veronica.
I think we're losing you.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there we go. Where did I freeze?
I think we missed quite a lot of that.
A little bit at the end there.
Hard to say.
Yeah, she has a lot of things to balance. And I think that like this whole situation showed her that she can be good under pressure, not only like in private, but also like when there are like real stakes for people beyond herself and Dear. She still isn't going to be the most confident in like being able to do all this, but yeah, it's really the start of her journey. Like her arc isn't done. There's a lot missing. So it's been fun to like have the headcanon like of where does she end up? Why isn't she around during Final Empire?
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent. Eric, do you want to go next?
Cool. This is, I guess, another Cosmere Girl one. That's just how it turns out here. Have you decided where Jenna goes from here as a character in regards to Patrine, Dear, and Straff? Talked about Patrine. She's gonna play nice until undercutting Patrine constantly, but publicly playing nice to Patrine. With Dear, protect Dear. Gotta protect Dear from Straff. Dear needs to be on the top of his game, and so does Jenna, honestly, to keep Dear alive, right? Like,
I think they both get sharp on like looking out for each other.
Yep.
In the days to come, yeah.
And when, as I said, as soon as Jenna becomes House Lady, Patrine's instantly dead. Just instantly dead. I don't think Jenna would kill Patrine before then, but I like to imagine Jenna had a few years as House Lady as everything, as her quest for eliminating disloyal snakes in House Techiel has led to, some problems, but like she's eliminating the bad apples. but it's not great for business, right? And that's lowering down Tekiel's standings. And so I don't think she's a particularly good house lady just due to the situation she got. And her increasing instability if Dear dies. Like, if Dear dies, Jenna... Like, if Straff killed Dear, Jenna is like, okay, Straff, let's go then. And that, I'm sure, would hurt Tekiel even more with Venture going after Tekiel, because at least Tekiel would just be like, okay, let's go, fight. While not trying to be a full house war, because, you know, we got to wait till the main series to do that, so. Yeah, that's Jenna.
Nice.
I was gonna say, I have a couple here that are kind of circling around the same idea.
Perfect. Go
One
for
from wonderful artist Ellie, about if Dear ever discovers Elian's allomancy, and then I think we have another one from Jess about the closure for the Venture siblings.
Yes.
And I throw some of this to Veronica as well to contribute, but I think for the allomancy question, I think that is 100% up to Elian. I don't think Dear would ever suspect that Elian had gotten allomancy. I don't think he would ever have a reason to find it out himself. So I think it is a matter of like, if Elian ever chooses to tell him.
I don't think so. And this is something like I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
Like, it's one, like, they're kind of allies now, but the closer she plays this to her chest, like, Seekers are gonna find out if she's constantly using it, and she has to manage her Lucius, because Lucius knows.
Mm-hmm.
But she's gonna do her absolute best to keep it a secret, because she does not want Straff finding out.
Yeah.
And just in case, like, if something ever happens with Dear again, it's an advantage she has.
Yeah, I think it's really wise for her to not tell him that. I know in I guess there was another question about like some differences between this Dear and the earlier Dear, but to that point, like, one of the big things in like the earlier version was that like that Dear and Elian never reconciled, and in fact, like, it got so bad Elian had to kill him.
But killed him.
The way that she got the better of him was that he didn't realize she had bronze, and he was burning steel when he came after her, and like that was the key to sort of like taking him down. So I think it's wise for Elian to like keep that card up her sleeve, and even if Dear it sort of is on her side and they are kind of working together, there's no advantage to telling him, and there might be a big advantage to keeping it secret. So
sorry, Jess, the no Dear and Elian team, or at least badass Allomancer team together.
Yeah, Allomancer.
Yeah.
Like, the AU is fun. I just don't see us meshing with like what's happened before.
Yeah. I think he does come back, and like I think he'll sneak in through her window just to like check in on her, to like talk about intel, like, has she heard anything about Straff? You know, maybe he starts bringing, if he realizes she's like picking up a little bit of like a secrets network, like maybe he gives her little interesting tidbits that he's found. Especially like if he's going into the underground to like try to find Mavis and stuff. Like I could definitely see them teaming up in that way for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, they both know like the real war here is against Straff. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As for how they get rid of Redhole as a Contra, oh, I've thought about this, and I don't know exactly.
Dear just wanted it to be embarrassing.
So
Dear was like the throw him down the stairs and have him break his neck sort of a thing. Like,
I mean, yeah, that would be funny. But first, you have to handle how in the world is Redhole going to approve of Jenna Dear before they can kill him.
Yeah.
Gotta sign the paperwork first. Anyway.
Cool.
I believe we were doing me after Alex.
Yeah, and then Ian.
Yeah.
You go.
Got a couple of questions from Mare and Offer about Lucius's gloves, about why he wears gloves all the time.
And it's a trait.
Yes, and it's even his trait that he's always wearing gloves. And I think someone asked, I think people kind of assumed that he was like a neat freak or a clean freak or something like that. And that's not the case. What it is a kind of wanted. There's a meta reason, and then there's like the in world, then there's like a other reasons. The first idea I had was I wanted to have a scene with Lucius where he has to wash his hands, but he washes his hands with his gloves on, because to me, whenever someone like that's a clear signifier that someone is not. This is not right. I think it's normally like a psychopath trait kind of thing you'd put in like a movie or a TV show or something.
Oh my God.
But I like it as just a kind of like this is a really creepy, weird thing to do, and I'm trying to get across just it's a caricature of like a horrible nobleman. I wanted to get across just how horrible of a person this person is. But then I kind of went from there, and it kind of became almost like representative of like he doesn't like see himself like in the world. Like it's kind of like a layer of separation between the real world and him. He is like not just in like a literal sense, but like in a classist sense. Like he can stay clean when others can't. He doesn't want to like he has his own like view of the world where he's like the most important person and he's the best, and like nothing ever goes wrong, and it's kind of like signifies like a separation between the person and the world outside of him, kind of thing. Like he doesn't even interact with the world with his real flesh; he interacts with it with gloves on. And then there's also things like he never has to do anything to get his hands dirty. It's where he's got he's wearing the white gloves because he's not having to. He doesn't fight people. He doesn't even clip his own cape back on when Dear pushes the clip off. He has people do everything for him. He never lifts a finger. He never has to get his hands dirty. And so they're all kind of representative. I feel like in terms of like an in-world justification, it's that kind of separation between the world and him that he's quite happy to keep. But yeah, there's a lot of symbology there around why he does that, which I have thought about. It's not just, but it did just start off as like, I want him to wash his hands with because that's a creepy, weird thing to do, and then it built from there.
Nice.
Cool. Ian. Oh, Ian.
Ian, you're muted.
Gone silent.
I have one from Window Runner.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm actively coming down with a cold. So whenever I get up, it's because I'm going to blow my nose.
Oh yeah, no worries. This is
relatable. That was me.
We're also closing in on
weekend of Sisig. Like
yeah,
I was having like terrible allergies, so I was always standing up.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is from Windle Runner. About how long had Sylvain been harboring his feelings for Addison before the start of the series, which is not a question I've ever asked myself. So I have a question for Matt. How long after the fire did Mavis and Addison make their way west? Like, did they come like fairly quickly? Was it like
it would have been
pretty
pretty soon? It would have been pretty soon after.
Okay.
And they would have spent like quite a, because I think like the like caravan came back and Addison and Mavis stayed for a while.
Yeah. I also like imagine that like they Mavis and Addison like left and returned to Lucidel before Sylvain and Cecily came, because like I think the timeline we came up with was like Sylvain and Cecily had been in Lucidel for about a year.
Yeah.
So I think it's I think it happens post Sylvain coming to Luthadel, and like Mavis and Addison like being like the only people his age like he knows, and like eventually like he goes on to meet Elian and like gets integrated with Luthadel society to an extent, but like it's like at that point where like he is spending like a fair amount of time with them, because like who else is he going to spend time with, that like, and he starts picking up on like the thing I like about Mayor as Addison is like there's multiple layers there, because there's like the public Addison face, and then there's like the unreadable like expression face that like she kind of like keeps to herself, like where she's not actively playing a role, but she's not quite revealing like the parts of her that are Mayor. And it's like when he starts picking up on that like there's more to her than like that, like she's hiding things, is like what gets him interested.
Yeah, and that's where like on Mayor's character sheet or Addison's character sheet, why it says like that hidden streak of unconventionality, which is a Mayor like that's one of the few personality traits we know about Mayor. And so my idea with that is that was one of the things that was like kind of translating through, and that might have been like the thing that's kind of attracting Sylvain, when it's like, oh wait, you're not just this like perfectly polished persona. There's like some unique elements
it's specifically here. Like when he notices like the imperfection of like her first facade, and is like oh, you're like, and like he's more interested in like the person she is underneath.
That's cool.
Love that.
Yeah. Matt, did you want to do a Matt question?
Sure. Oh, I know Mare really wants to know why does Mavis say Julian's name first when she's listing people she thought was lost in the fire? I alluded to this a little bit when we were talking more about Julian, but Mavis kind of puts Julian on a pedestal. So when she's listing people there, remember where she ends up is like, of course, Vasha survives. So like she kind of puts Julian on this pedestal. So the reason why she puts Julian first is because he's like the opposite of Vasha to her. Like Vasha is the worst person, and Julian is one of the best people, who she like respected a great deal. So
fascinating.
That's the rationale there.
I wish we could have just played a scene of just the four of them plus Julian just doing anything. It would just be such crazy vibes. There were two questions, Matt. One was Sophie Hughley asking about the Lady of the Mists. And do you want to talk about that a bit, because I think that person's fate is unclear, maybe in Joe.
Yeah, so I talked about this a little bit on the Talkback show as well. So the Lady of the Mists is a euphemism we came up for a like sex worker, and that is supposed to be Vin's mother, who Mavis has invited there because she's found out this is someone who Tavidian was with at some point, and she wants to gauge Jenna especially, but also potentially Patrine's reaction to having her there. I think I'm going to leave her fate ambiguous. It's just because that's a canon character. But it would be like in the books, Tavidian says there was one. I didn't know she was Ska at first, but I found her eventually, and took care of it. Something along those lines. And so it wouldn't be inconsistent with Tavidian's description in the books for her to die that night, like for Vasha to have like cleaned her up. Or I did have a fun headcanon where Patrine does that one herself, because she doesn't even want Vasha to know.
Patrine's so nasty.
She's so nasty. Holy crap.
But yeah, I did want to leave it open-ended that like Vin's mom still like could have gotten away there, kind of based on Mavis's intervention.
Mhm.
But
and
then
Green will be born, and Vin's sister
and
would have been born.
this is post like, and this is why the timing had to be where it was, because it had to be post like Vin's sister being born, Vin getting her spike, and Reen and Vin running away from Vin's mother. It all had to be post that. So yeah, so she's alone.
Cool.
Mhm.
Do we want to just do another round? We are making progress, actually. Like, I think things are actually going good. But
yeah. I'm surprised because I saw this list of questions. There's so many.
Honestly, I did think Mare's list was going to be longer. She's like, I thought it was going to be so long, but like it wasn't terrible.
Maybe before we go into another round of questions, just because we've alluded to it a couple of times, do we want to lay out the Fedrian?
That's what I was about to ask.
Okay.
We need to tell the Fedrian.
We are also
because I love it.
Yeah, we are also circling like 4 hours on this stream, which I haven't been on for 4 hours, but some of you guys have been on longer than 4 hours for the pre-show.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm down to do Fedrian.
Okay,
let's do Fedrian.
Like, let's maybe try to give like the Cole's notes.
Okay.
If we can. Like
Okay.
try
then
like
we can expand on Discord or whatever.
Yeah.
Cole's notes?
Yeah, what even is that? Is that a Canadian
like the
thing?
short version of the book. Like when you're cheating on your book report and you haven't actually read the book, you go to Cole's notes.
Are Cliff Notes not named Cliff Notes in Canada?
Wow.
Cliff
Are they called
Spark
Cliff
Notes? Are the ones I know.
Cliff Notes or Spark Notes are what we call them in America.
I think this is just maybe a Matt's. No, Cole's Notes. Cole's Notes are student guides to literature published in Canada.
Oh, well, we're not in Canada, so
based on the Cole's
Spark
bookstore.
Notes. Fascinating.
Okay. Yeah, they're in
Cole's
Australia.
is a clothing store as far as I'm concerned.
Oh no.
So
Cole's with a K is a clothing store. Cole's with a C.
Crazier. No goodness. Calling us out for being too American.
I'm sorry.
I'm American and I had no idea. Like,
I don't know Canadian companies.
Spark Notes are the things.
Yeah. No, this is... All of a sudden I was like, oh no, I do know Cliff's Notes. And I was like, have I just been getting it wrong? But Cole's Notes is also a thing. It's the same thing as Cliff Notes.
Okay.
Oh, here. I'm on the Wikipedia page.
Yes.
Cole's Notes are student guides to literature, published by Cole's Bookstore in 1948.
Oh my God.
In 1958, Jack Cole, Carl Cole, the founders of Cole's, sold the U.S. rights to Cole's Notes to Cliff Hillegas, who then published the book under Cliff Notes.
OG Cliff Notes.
Fascinating.
I like how we're doing a lore dive on this. That's what I like about this.
I love this. This business is like, we're going to sell books to people who want to read books, and we're also going to sell books to people who don't want to read books. Like, look, we got the whole market like covered. Like, this is a great business strategy.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, Fedrian.
So we got distracted. Fedrian venture. Matt, do you want to take us away? Or I think at various points, different ones of us have told this story to people in the know, but...
Yeah, so this is it came about partially me trying to get Elian and Dear more connected. So I wanted to weave in their mother. So yeah, their mom is, and I mentioned a bit about her during the pre-show. She's kind of reckless, very arrogant. And part of this comes from she's the House Mistborn, which I believe came out in the stream. And
in the episodes,
yeah,
Yeah.
and so the idea is she, kind of walked around like she ruled Venture a little bit because she felt so indispensable, and like she didn't have to marry out because she was the Mistborn, so Renholm married in, and then. At some point in the past, she met, as Mistborn do, another Mistborn named Cassius Alariel, and who's Mavis's dad. And she was not a known Mistborn at this time. And they had a short affair, which Cassian actually felt very bad about, and I can get into a whole whack of Alariel family dynamic. But basically, like, Cassian like ends it, comes clean to his like family, and like tries to like not giving away her secret, just saying that he was having this affair. And then Straff finds out about this
because he's besties with Vasha.
Vasha, because Straff and Vasha are besties. And Straff at this point, his dad is still alive. And there's kind of like a battle for influence over him. Like, Straff has a lot of influence over him, but Fedrian is like very opinionated and throws her weight around. And this is like her brother, so she's like pushes him around. And so Straff is like, okay. And Straff really doesn't like so he has this brain wave that he can potentially either get rid of Fedrian or claim kind of a victory for Venture over Alariel. So he tells Fedrian, he leaks that Fedrian is a Mistborn, and then tells Fedrian that Cassian was the source of the leak, and kind of manipulates her into going on a rampage, and then Cassian, in self-defense and defense of his house, kills Fedrian.
Interesting.
And Straff, being the opportunist that he is, basically.
Do you want to explain, Alex, maybe the Dear element?
Yeah. So the way that this ends up affecting Dear, which this is now, Dear mentions it a few times in his sort of backstories of like, no one was ever willing to tell him what his mom actually did. And it's because it was this big sort of like house shame that like their Mistborn went rogue and attacked another house, as like a jilted lover. Like, nobody wants to get into it, because basically in the immediate aftermath of this, House Venture and House Alariel are both sort of like shocked and worried, how do we not go to war with each other when your Mistborn just killed our Mistborn, but our Mistborn just attacked you guys unprompted. And in the midst of all of this, like, because Straff was the one who sort of set off the chain of events, he was prepared for it, of course. And he and Vasha, as besties, basically kind of like back channel the little peace agreement between the houses and show themselves off as being very mature and very level-headed in the midst of a crisis, and they've just got it all worked out, which I think Straff is using this to sort of secure his own influence within Venture. But for Vasha, this is like a feather in his cap of like why he should inherit instead of Felix, which Vasha's always on the lookout for ways to put himself up there. And one of the agreements, Venture's like, okay, she wasn't under orders. We didn't tell her to do that. She was crazy. It's not our
crazy
not our
woman.
Fault. Don't blame us. Crazy woman. Her emotions. Yeah. Wow.
Thanks, Vasha.
And Alariel's like, okay, we don't want to retaliate. Nobody wants a house war on their hands. And the sort of like agreement that was worked out is that House Alariel will train House Venture's new baby snapped coin shot 8-year-old Dear starts to go have training sessions with Vasha Alariel instead of his mom, because he's only been a coin shot for a few months and didn't ever really get to train with his mom very much. So that's how Dear began training with Vasha. It was all this sort of...
It's also like... So it's also kind of like a peace agreement in that they're exchanging information. Like they're exchanging, like now Venture knows that Vasha is a coin shot and Alariel knows that Dear is a coin shot, right? And I know Dear eventually becomes an open allomancer, but like it's kind of that like, oh, like we're getting, like
we're trusting you with intel.
Yeah, like we're kind of giving each other like stuff we could use against each other as a sign of good faith. Also, fun fact, so like Mavis, of course, has a very complicated relationship with Vasha because he's not nice to her when they're training. Like Mavis probably would have been training in Iron with her dad, who's a Mistborn, but they couldn't give away that Cassian was a Mistborn because that secret's too valuable to Dear. And then since Vasha's training Dear anyways...
so then Mavis trains with Dear
and Vasha. And also like I think Cassian was probably too busy. And one of the things is Mavis knows, because Cassian kind of comes like, well, Mavis is the one who figures out the affair as a child. And then Cassian like comes clean. And so Dear is going through the loss of his mother and also going through the struggles of being like a Mistborn kid, which I think is probably a thing in the Final Empire. Like there's certain things that Mistborn have about them that I'm sure there's like common experiences. And Mavis is having all these common experiences with Dear, but like can't necessarily talk about it fully because her dad's identity as Mistborn is still a secret. But I think that's part of how they kind of gravitated towards each other, because they kind of got each other both being Mistborn kids.
Yeah, because they were both. Or you? Sorry, you go ahead.
No, like you finished the Mavis thing because
yeah. I was just gonna say, like, Dear and Mavis are like 8 years old when this happens. Like they are kids, and Vasha and Straff are like late teens sort of a thing. So
yeah, late teens, early 20s, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and like the other thing.
No, they'd be in their... Straff at least would be in his 20s by then. Maybe Vasha's a little younger. Anyway.
No, we have a timeline somewhere in the Discord. But about how this affects Elian, because she was 2-3 years old max when Fedrian died. She barely remembers her mother. But like Renholm, like even if it was a political marriage and the alliance between like his house and like Venture, because I'm forgetting Renholm's like maiden name was, but like even if it was political mostly, he did like love Fedrian and they were close. And so he's devastated. Renholm snaps not very shortly after like Fedrian died because of all that.
Oh.
Like because of the trauma of losing his wife. And so that affects the whole Dear relationship, and Renholm starts using zinc to riot the siblings, but since Elian is like the living like memory of all the things that Renholm like loved about Fedrian, he really, really sheltered her. He's like, nothing can happen to you. You can't go rogue like Dear has. Like you're like the only anchor I have to like the memory of my wife. And it's why he riots her love. It's why he like treats her so different from Dear, and why Dear is so resentful of that. Because Renholm was always like, he wasn't a good father, but he was always like treating Elian as if she were special because of that connection to Fedrian. And like that causes its own conflict that we see come out in stitching up between Dear and Elian, and Charisse is still very young at that point. But even if she wouldn't have like been old enough, like just biologically to have been Dear's mother, and it would have been even implausible for Elian, she takes over that like mother figure because it's Charisse. I mean, she has this like caring spirit that you see in Ellen's too, and like that's where Elian gravitates, and Renholm has no problem with that because she's in the family and he knows that Straff will control her if anything happens. But obviously Straff doesn't know that Charisse is a bit more free-spirited, but he bargained for like the banned books and all these things we've talked about. So yeah, it's sad.
It's sad.
Yep. I'll throw a quick line to Lucius's like involvement slightly in this of this is because you mentioned like Dear becomes an open allomancer later.
Yes.
Part of that is because one of the few things he has sort of gleaned about what happened to his mom was that it had something to do with her allomancy being outed. And so I think Dear took this in a way of like the Venture household would want him to keep his allomancy a secret, but he doesn't want to sort of take that risk of it like getting outed and catching him off guard. So one of his like earlier friendship experiences with Lucius is he gets Lucius to leak his allomantic status to the court.
Yes.
That he specifically asks Lucius to do this for him as a favor. And I think he's never forgotten that Lucius was like willing to do that for him.
Yeah.
And keep it a secret that Dear was the one who like chose to leak his own status.
I think Lucius probably kept that one as like as something, but like it clearly never got out to the wider people. But yeah. You're muted again, Ian.
I remember like you, Alex, and Veronica like telling me this story like right after like you had first figured it all out.
Yeah, I remember this.
But at that point, it's like it was just the Ilarial Mistborn. Because like I don't think Veronica didn't know at that point.
I had no idea.
And so
we didn't know all the stuff about the affair. That was like you'd worked that out behind the scenes.
We found out.
Alex, you guys just knew that Fedrian, was killed by the Ilarial Mistborn, but Sylvain
flashback channeling.
But like I like as a player knew. Well, the Ilarial Mistborn is Cassian. I'm like, oh no. So I did have that in like the back of my mind, like if anything with Fedrian came up, like because like at this point, like the Fedrian lore is like so far in the past, like Sylvain hasn't heard anything about it, so like he doesn't have the pieces to put that together. But it was like I'm like, and like there was,
well, and it would have been a potential like if it had come up, fun red herring. For like why Dear might have dangerous intentions for Mavis.
Yes, because like there was a line like that Veronica wrote in Creative Solutions that I'm like, do you have to change this? Like Sylvain doesn't know anything about Fedrian. Because like if he
That would
did
change things. Yeah.
that would have changed that confrontation scene. Because like there would have been a line about like the daughter of the man who killed your mother.
Oh God.
Which did not happen.
Which he's assuming Dear knows, but Dear doesn't actually know. So then,
I wrote a large part. No, like I did like the beginning part of Creative Solutions back in February when we were still doing like starting. But the Sylvain scene, I wrote just after I had that meeting with Matt, and Matt gave me like all the extra Cherie secrets, and we'd figured out like
it was fresh in your head.
It was very fresh. Like there was, like I got to the point where there were things I was like, I have these secrets. I want Feather to be able to read it, but I can't have these secrets come out that way. And so I redacted parts and gave like Alex and like the document with the things redacted until the series was over, and then I just like here. But I literally had the parentheses like redacting for Cherie's secrets.
Yeah, this is one of those things. It's just like it was such deep lore. It was never going to become like part of it was never going to come out in the show, and we knew that. And
well, I have like I talked a little bit to Eric. Like I have a whole back. Like there was a Techial succession crisis at one point.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I
like
know
around
what that
the time
is, kind of.
Jenna's grandparents.
The fractal goes endlessly deep.
Yeah,
well, I know the MDI lore, so
yeah. No, like I worked. Yeah, it was fun, kind of, because like that's kind of how I kind of just took it. Like, okay, like pull it back a bit more. Like, what made this way? Why is this way? Why is this character the way they are?
It's fun,
and I enjoy doing that sort of thing. So
no, it's super fun and crunchy.
I'm gonna head off, guys.
Are there any other Lucius questions you want to get to and then head out?
One more, just because it's from Eli, and so I thought it would be Ellie. Sorry, and so I feel like I should do that one.
Perfect.
Wanted to know how Lucius snapped, and unfortunately, Lucius is a caricature of the Final Empire noble, so he snapped exactly how you'd expect. One day, as a child, he was taken out back and beaten with an image of his life, and he came back out a seeker. You know, it's unremarkable and tragic, just like everything else in the Final Empire. That the casual, violence against children. Anyway. Cool. On that note,
and we can if you have more Lucius questions, like come on Discord, leave a comment or whatever.
Yeah, come on Discord. I'm happy to answer them. I will say, because this might be the last video content we do for Sisig.
It might be.
So I do just want to say one final thank you to you guys, the other cast members, for being fantastic. Other cast members, and Matt for being an incredible DM. Thank you also to the audience. For watching and commenting, taking part in the theories and the discussions and the fan art, and it's been Sisig has been a wonderful experience. I've enjoyed it so much. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
and thanks, Ben, for Lucius.
No worries. I'm glad you liked him.
We love to hate him.
We love to hate him. Yeah, absolutely. Jenna, you hate you're like totally fine hating her, but like Lucius, you're like, oh, he's like fun hateable.
He's like fun hateable. Perfect. Right, thanks guys, and see you soon.
Bye, Ben.
Bye.
Bye, Ben.
He's in a much later time zone, so that makes sense. So
what time is it over there?
I checked the time a while ago, and it was 10, and that was
it's 10:30.
I have an hour more in me, is what I'd say. But
I'd say at most,
but
I think we're getting close, though.
I think we're doing great.
I'm impressed with we have a couple people in following along who I think have been here almost the entire time.
I like that. That's what happens when you have 4-hour-long episodes. Is you get a fan base who's very rabid for things, and I like people who have gone out and come back and be like, "Oh, you're still going, nice."
Yeah.
Yep.
Veronica, you were done with those questions, but I thought there's this general question from Offer that was, when did Elian and Sylvain become friends? That I thought could be fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't have like really specifics in mind. I don't know if Ian does. I guess like
at some point in the last year,
Addison introduced them.
Okay.
Yeah, some point in the last year, Addison introduced them.
Cool.
Like through Mavis. Like it's some weird connections there.
Yeah. Well, because I think Mavis got Addison to start getting close to Elian.
Oh yeah,
specifically
of course,
because she was looking into
Dear.
Into the Dear situation.
Yikes.
That's my
problem.
Silence between that. You hurt me so much with that. And then again, like I was the only one that didn't get a ginormous knife from you during the game, so valid, but
yeah. That knife was Dear, but then you made up, so
yeah.
And it's, I almost feel bad about this, but like I don't think like Sylvain and Elian like are like as close as like he was with Addison and Mavis.
Oh yeah,
because like there was definitely like he viewed her like as like younger sister. Like I'm going to be the older brother that Dear is failing to be. So like he doesn't open up as much to her as like she opens up to him. Because like in his mind, like that's not the relationship he needs.
And Elian has
oh
no.
Yeah, Veronica, you're freezing again.
Yeah.
Like Ellen exists, but Ellen is 10 years old at this point. Like technology is gone. She doesn't really have any close relationship, and like Sylvain and Addison both like fill those gaps of like what she needed in her life. So.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Eric, are you next?
Yeah, I'm next. So Alex, this will be a combo.
Okay.
So Jesse asks for Eric and Alex, how do you picture the wedding between Jenna and Dear? Please give us deets. It's been in my mind for ages of how Jenna and Dear would actually approach getting married. Do they elope with no one there? Do they invite the Sissig crew? Does Mavis hear about it eventually through some means? So, Alex, I think the way to do this is, what would Dear's thoughts of the wedding be? And I will be as Jenna and tell you why Dear's wrong. So,
I mean, Dear's thoughts are he wants to do whatever Jenna wants to do.
Perfect. Well, then Dear is not wrong. That's the correct answer. So,
I think Dear's only concern is like, what can they get away with, sort of a thing. Like, how, like he thinks he knows what's going to happen with Straff when he pulls this little stunt, but also like he could be wrong. Like, I think he's a little bit prepared. Like, maybe we do have to go on the run and elope, and like, whatever they have to do, he's going to do, as long as he and Jenna get to be together.
So I think, and Matt, I think this would be a great sequel one-shot of Jenna and Dear's wedding.
Weddings are fun.
Wedding episode.
Another party.
Because Jenna and Patrine and all of House Techiel would want it to be a big show of force for Techiel. Tavidian's Lord Prelon, right? So like they're feeling high, right? And so
Tavidian probably presides.
Oh,
like he's probably
oh my god, yikes.
Wow. Right?
Yeah, no,
like, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm sure Jenna and Dear don't like that part, but it's like we gotta play the role, right? Like
I just had the thought, like, can you imagine Patrine and Straff's next lunch after Dear announced Jenna and Jenna announced they're gonna get married? That's hilarious. Dear would be delighted to stick Straff into that situation.
But, like, big Techiel ball, right? Like, party of the year, massive Luthadel ball type thing. I mean, I don't know exactly what Final Empire weddings are like. So, I mean, it would obviously be very traditional, whatever those, like, the proper religious rites would be. Obviously, Jenna would do that. So, yeah, get Tavidian in there. Perfect. But, Ian,
you're muted again.
Sorry. Do we think the Lord Ruler goes to weddings?
So there is a line that the Lord Ruler sometimes goes to balls. It's rare.
Yeah.
It's rare. I don't think the Lord Ruler comes to Jenna and Dear's wedding. Okay. I don't think... I think with Tavidian as Lord Prelan, you would see that as, like, too much favoritism.
That's
and he doesn't like...
That's a good point.
He doesn't
we're already getting married by the Pope, you know?
Yeah. We don't need God.
They don't need God.
No, we need God to marry them. Straff, you can't complain. The Lord Ruler blesses this marriage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I think the Lord... And also, I'm guessing the Lord Ruler is probably very careful not to show any public favoritism to Venture specifically. Because he would not want to attract attention to the fact that the pits isn't just a penal colony, it's the source of adium, right?
Sure.
So,
yeah.
I don't think, anything involving a Venture, I bet he would just not.
I have specific...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I have specific headcanons about, like, Elian at the wedding, what she, like, how she reacts to it, because, I mean, she knows this is what Dear wants. She's not gonna antagonize him or anything. It's just gonna be very funny if she brings her Hazelcolor boyfriend, and Dear's gonna bully her all the time for that.
Oh, yeah, true. Like, let's invite some Inquisitors, though. That'll be good. Like, that's protection, right?
Hey, maybe Verity is an Inquisitor at that point.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
like, she's in the Inquisition, and she's...
Yeah.
We have mentioned Verity. Can we please talk about Verity lore?
Oh, yeah, that was a question.
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
So Verity is the she's an obligator, and she's very against, like, nobles having relations with Ska, and, like, also just, like, she is a bastard child herself, like, was born out of wedlock, so she's very disapproving of kind of any sort of irresponsible relationships that would produce someone like her. Her story is that she was a foundling, and she was basically left on the steps of one of the cantons. And so she's, like, been raised in, like, a ministry run, like, orphanage, and then, like, became an obligator. And so that's part of why she is so zealous in, like, prosecuting people like Olivine when it comes out that people have been having, not just children out of wedlock, but half Ska children who are like, that's a blasphemy. But the backstory is her mom is Olivine, and she doesn't know that. So she's Julian's half sister.
Jeez.
And Chess's half sister.
But it, again, this is a really background detail.
Wow.
But yeah, Verity would have been, like, Olivine's first child.
Wow.
And is, like, quite a bit old. So, like, Olivine had 3 kids. Verity, Chess, and Julian. So Verity was with someone random who I assume she was in love with at the time, or wasn't in love with but liked to be around. Chess, she was fooling around with Straff, and Julian was after her marriage.
with a ska. We know. Jenna knows. That is fascinating. So Verity's like, she's not like 10 years older than Jenna, but she's like maybe like 5 years older-ish, something like that.
Here, let me check. Verity.
Because background, Verity's like a reason why Jenna is really into the ministry.
Only 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Eric.
So maybe she was into the ministry before then, but Jenna and Verity go back a long time, and which is probably why Verity doesn't despise that Jenna is fooling around with the air.
Yeah,
but obviously
Verity has a great deal of respect for Jenna and gives Jenna allowances that she would not allow to other people. Like, she gives Jenna the benefit of the doubt for things that in other people she would be very judgmental. So Verity, this other story with her is she was kind of a protege of Fedrian, and she kind of came up under him through that relationship.
Wow.
And then but then when Fedrian starts getting like in contention to replace Druaga as Lord Prelan, like his name is one of the ones being floated around, and he's an orthodoxy. So this kind of ties it. So the story with Druaga is she's like very low. She's noble, but like very, very low ranked. Like she kind of came up from nothing, like no house really. And Dianette was one of her allies and champions in like getting her to Lord Prelan, so that that's why she has this loyalty to Ilariel. But behind the scenes, the Inquisitors also set her up to become Lord Prelan because they were setting her up to fail. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna get this nobody as Lord Prelan, and then we can show that normal human obligators are worthless and we should be in charge of the ministry." But then Druaga proved them wrong by being like very competent.
Amazing.
So yeah, now the Inquisitors are like, trying to like undermine, and Verity's trying to work her way up in Inquisition, but they're kind of like, oh, like you're this guy's stooge who might become the next Lord Prelan, so we don't really want you to like come too high up our ranks. So that's why Verity is trying to show she's like impartial, so she can distance herself from Fedrian, and so she can advance within Inquisition.
Delicious.
And I did have a headcanon I didn't use that Verity, that Mavis, instead of through Lucius, sends the Fedrian info to Verity, and then Verity basically turns on Fedrian and says she'll start working against him in exchange for advancement.
I mean, Jenna's she's going to Verity like very soon after Sissing to be like, this is what I know. How do we deal with this guy? Because like Verity's Jenna's main ministry contact, and she needs allies in Inquisition because she's clearly not going to get them in Orthodoxy, right?
So Verity, Verity could be an Inquisitor at that point.
Oh man,
like she's a smoker. Like they often start with people who are already allomancers when they.
She could be one of the Inquisitors that Vin kills.
Yeah, because there were some female Inquisitors in Hero of Ages. That's true.
Or one of the ones that Marsh kills.
Or one of the ones that Marsh kills.
That's not as crunchy.
No, it's not. Yeah, would it been Jenna's niece killing Verity?
Fedrian's daughter.
I like that for Verity, actually.
The
Verity
girl like she was hunting down her entire life is the one that kills her.
That is poetic.
Let's do that. I like that.
I also like, although I wouldn't want Verity, because Carr kind of talks about how Vin is the Inquisitor that Kelsier kills.
Bendel.
Yeah. Carr kind of talks about how that was Vin and Reen were his pet project. Like that Inquisitor was taking the lead. So I wouldn't want
Verity. Could have
Verity
become Inquisitor post final empire of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Because like more were made.
More were
by
made.
Ruin.
Yeah. And she would have been around. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Jenna doesn't
No,
know about like Vin and Reen, so like they don't
No.
have the full picture, right?
No.
So that's possible.
Yeah, no. I like that for Verity. If Dear doesn't end up as Zane Spike, he can end up as one of Verity's.
Oh no!
God. You're finally useful for something, Verity says.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Verity doesn't like Dear. Verity, one of the few people who knew about the Dear and Jenna relationship.
Oh yeah, like Jenna. Look, any oath that she says she is going to tell Verity knows everything about Jenna.
Yeah,
there is nothing Verity doesn't know.
Like when Dear was, in one of the stories, didn't Jenna talk about like, oh, you need to go to an obligator and like clean that up? Or something like that. Like I imagine,
like they would like make their deal official. Yeah,
and like that would be Verity.
Yeah,
that would be Verity.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's
She was a fun character that didn't get a ton of interaction, but
yeah, that would have been another fun like a later scene with Verity. But in my mind, that was going to be more if like Jenna comes in and she's immediately like thrown in jail or like some dungeon thing, and like then Jenna and Verity need to talk and Jenna's like behind bars or something, and like that was the vibe that I was thinking, that like that's when they'd talk again, and that wasn't necessary, so that's good for Jenna. Just one last thing about the wedding. Does Jenna and Dear invite the Sissig crew, and like they would invite basically everyone. I'm just not sure if Jenna would invite Sylvain. I don't know.
Maybe I think Dear would invite Sylvain.
I think Jenna would.
That is the question I had.
I think Jenna would feel obligated to, because Jenna, look, Sylvain wasn't like actively harmful in the situation. Like it could have gone worse. So yeah, sure. Let's invite Sylvain. So if we ever want to do a wedding one shot, Sylvain can be there.
The thing is, I don't know if Sylvain would attend.
Yeah, Sylvain might not attend for sure.
Well, you could always find a reason.
Yeah,
it's like we would have to find a reason, because like he would try to like get out of that.
Yeah.
Anywho.
And like they'd have to invite like Lucius, obviously.
Would be there. Lucius,
Elian would
like
be there.
like Jenna, Sylvain is like at Addison's level in Jenna's brain, right? Where like, well, maybe Addison's a little higher because Addison was more useful. Like, because like Addison had useful things. It was like very helpful for Mavis and things, and like I think Jenna, when Sylvain said that like Julian truly like did love Jenna, that you know, Jenna doesn't hate Sylvain. But you know, everyone's beneath her in some respect. Fun.
Well, there's this art article question.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was a little confused about that. And
I know what they're asking. I don't know who it was because it doesn't say here.
Can you read the question first?
Yeah, it basically says, how practical are these clothes? I guess Mavis's mantle requires some help to wear and probably takes time. Are the other clothes something you can wear yourself quite quickly? Or do they also require help/time? I mean, they look very complicated. People knew how to build things historically so that they're mostly so they aren't as complicated as they look. Like, they were very smart with their illusions and like the construction. So while most nobles obviously would have had help, it's not strictly required, and they actually call that out in creative solutions that Elian just always liked to do it on her own, and it's possible. Like, even the like corsets and things, that you always have that image in your mind of like period dramas of like the person like pulling super hard to like get it. No, it's not the way it works. Like there's just a way you lace them, like bunny ears, and you can pull them and tie it in a certain way, and you can do it yourself.
Mavis's dress
No.
would have been like
Mavis's
more of
dress
an
would have
art
needed it.
piece.
It's
Like,
art
like
piece, sort of.
and like Mavis, to be clear, like Dianette could move in that thing because she was burning pewter. Mavis could not. Like Mavis was standing still, getting a portrait drawn. She was not moving around in it.
Yeah, Mavis
feel
would
like I
have
had the-
probably like gone in like into the cellar, the library. I forgot where it was. That she was getting the portrait drawn, like stood there, like on the pedestal, like everything ready, like with a shift underneath or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Addison would have helped her into the dress, like in
Yeah.
the place that she
Yeah.
was going to be drawn, because it's
Yeah,
way
like-
heavy otherwise.
Yeah, Mavis was standing there and they kind of assembled the dress and did the hair and everything around her while she's standing there, and they get it all arranged, and then yeah.
I feel like I asked at one point if like she was using iron just to like keep
Help.
herself steady in it, but yeah, I don't think she would be able to move in it.
Yeah.
Cool. Sylvain.
Burning fun questions.
So Lightsprite of the Glass Sea had as a fairly long one, kind of like wanting to get into Sylvain's backstory, like what secrets is he keeping from his family, what emotional trauma trained him to hide his pain. And it's like not really anything. Like he doesn't know any deep secrets about his family, like other than like Julian's potential like heritage. Like the emotional trauma that trained him to hide his pain is like him just being a nice person and not wanting to make his family feel bad about his own guilt, about not being able to be more helpful. Because like most of like his family is like, okay, like he can't help with the business. We're just gonna put him to the side and like let him like be like happy himbo. Like we'll just let him live his life, which is not what he wants. Like he wants to help. But the question ends, and why do Ian's characters keep getting their hearts broken by Matt? And I do have to object to this statement, because Royce did not have his heart broken by Matt. That is 100% Royce's own fault. Luca was neither informed or consulted. Matt is blameless.
Thank you.
I need to watch season 1. I haven't done
You
it.
do.
You should.
I-
It's good.
You haven't?
Don't
Oh,
start
it's
with
so
episode
good.
11.
Look, if I don't edit the thing, like watching
Oh,
Sissig
no,
was
I
a lot,
totally
but I was on the thing. But am I even gonna watch the Shardcast tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if I have time.
Yeah.
I don't
You know,
know.
there's Shardcast tomorrow if you don't have enough content from this.
Yeah. So it's my turn, right?
It is your turn.
Beautiful. I'll maybe do 2 because I have one quick one.
Perfect.
So do Kenton and Angelique get their happy ending? No, they're based on Romeo and Juliet. It's tragic. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't work out.
Ouch.
Perfect.
Cosmere Girl
This is me.
asks, what were some decisions you made with pacing? The pacing really kept things interesting throughout the game, slowing way down for some conversations and speeding through in transition times. Very on point. Well, it's well documented and known that I struggled with pacing, or at least with predicting how much time things would take. But in terms of decisions, I like the Meg system is the way they talk about like beats and stuff. I found really helpful in terms of like planning out scenes. Like a beat is kind of a flexible period of time. But honestly, like the main consideration for me was always how much left do I need to get through for this session? What do the players all want to get through? How do we fit stuff in? Like, when do we need to move slower, faster? And like, it was pretty player directed. So basically, if a player is doing a scene, that's when we slow down. And if it's stuff I had to get out to move things along that the players weren't actively pursuing, like, that's where I like sped things up. And I did, make some calls. Like, I had Elian do a conversation in abstract with just a role. Like, we didn't role play out her conversations with Kenton and Angelique because we were short on time. There's another negotiation that I think happens in the outtakes around me realizing I was only going to have time for one scene with Mavis in episode 3, and talking to Ian and Ben, who both really wanted to talk to her. And yeah, that call I was kind of making. So I was making a call that we only had time for one scene because I was just time managing. And I knew the Lucius one was important because it was setting up a bunch of stuff, especially with his, like, the journal. I was like, I need to get Mavis and Lucius together so I can set up the journal for later. And Lucius, like, I'm, also paying attention to who's had a lot of scenes, who hasn't had as much.
Yeah,
so
like, it was
like a lot of
100%
considerations. I don't know that I had an actual strategy. I think it was more kind of instinct and just kind of responding.
Like, what makes the most narrative sense for what happens when type thing.
Yeah, right now in this moment.
And honestly,
one pacing thing I regret, and part of it is because we had to do. I do feel like I rushed the headphones off, like pieces of that. There was, and that's why I'm glad we got the art, because I wish I could have done a little more description. But it was late. We were way over time on recording 2. And B, we had to like redo 20 minutes of it as well. So
yeah, like, it would have been great if we had, like, if 2 and 3 were separate recordings, like, to like flesh those out, because I think that would have made the episodes a bit better. But I am so pleased with the Sylvain Addison conversation, because Sylvain didn't get to talk with Mavis in 3. That, like, that's definitely like such a good Sylvain scene, and we get the line, "They're not good people," which is so important.
And also I think that was so huge. Sylvain trusting Addison there is so huge for their progression, because it's not just him trusting her with a secret. He's also trusting her to take care of herself, right? Because part of his hesitance in telling her is he didn't want to put her in danger. So I think it's really cool and important that, he's not just trusting her to, like, use the information responsibly. He's also acknowledging, like, I can't necessarily protect you and Mavis. Like, I can do what I can to help, but
yeah, because like, it was specifically like, he is telling him, I can take care of myself. And it's like, it's not like him deciding, like, oh, she can take care of herself. Like, it's like in his mind, like she said it, so like, I have to agree. Like, I have to support her in this. Like, I have to give her the opportunity.
Yeah.
Because, like, character moment, I am just now figuring out, because, like, that's the thing, like, he always wants. Like, he wants to be given the chance to prove himself.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
that's so good.
Oh, the Sylvain moments.
Oh, they're so good. All of them, they're just so good.
Then that led into all of the, like, silence between scene was Addison coming to tell. So, which was such a great little moment.
Yeah, and I did like that I got to play out, like, Addison totally called what Mavis's reaction would be to finding this out about Dear. Like, because she kind of says, like,
no big deal.
Mavis is going to meet with him anyway. And also, I don't think she's going to be surprised necessarily.
And she's correct.
Yeah. So
pacing wise, Matt, I think for episode 4 and 5, you definitely learned a lot from that first weekend, and you
yeah,
I think we were really on task for episode 4 and 5. Like, just the way those episodes are paced is just like really good, which it's harder to pace in the beginning because we haven't had the character interactions, right? Whereas here it's like we're doing ending stuff, we kind of know, okay, beat.
Well, and also in 4-5 we've had the inciting incident too, or like it took us 3 episodes to get to the inciting incident. What in my mind was the inciting incident, so like it's easier because then like all the players kind of fell into line, or like player characters, like we had set up the stakes for them all. So, there's it was easier to pace for a couple of reasons, but definitely experience. I do want to put this on the record because Ben's posted it in the chat, but some people might not read the live chat. That one of the reasons Lucius makes a pass at Sylvain is because he's upset about the Dear Mavis and Dear Jenna thing, which I love as a little tidbit. And I love Ben's, because I remember in that moment too, I was kind of getting wise to what Ben was doing because I was the only one who knew about his feelings for Dear. But then when he was like kind of hitting on Sylvain, I was like, oh, Ben, you're being so juicy. When was that? That was in episode 4, Lucius like feels Sylvain's bicep at one point. And then he like, when they're going to bed, he kind of says to Sylvain, like, this is where my room is. Stop by if you want. So
I didn't catch any of this during the show. Like, wow. Like, I was just like, Lucius would flirt with, like, anyone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ben does a lot of, like, fun little subtle things.
Yeah. I'm too dumb to notice such things, so that's fun. Wow.
There was a lot going on, in all fairness. Like, of course.
I'm just in Jenna's brain trying to beat Jenna and be vaguely as smart as Jenna. That's my 100% goal. Cool.
Is there any I guess anything you guys want to ask me about? We haven't done one of those in a bit.
Okay. We did Julian, we did Verity, we did Fedrian. These are big ones.
I have already asked these questions, but I just want them on the record. It's like, because as established in history, Sylvain ended up not being super subtle about his feelings for Addison. What did Mayor and Mavis think about that?
Yeah. Mavis. So Mavis takes a very like live and let live kind of thing. Like she's not gonna mess with other people's stuff. So before she finds out about Addison's secret, I think she sees it as like, I thought she was seeing that guy, but she doesn't talk about him. I don't know who he is. But maybe Sylvain would be good for her, and maybe, like, so I think she's kind of just watching it happen and not getting involved. After she learns about the secret, I think she's too focused on her own hurt. Like, I don't think she's gotten to what this means for Sylvain. But I did have I had a couple different, I knew I wanted to do in Boxing for Boxing a change in the Mavis Addison relationship. And it ended up, I focused on the question about Marsh. And the other question Mavis was considering, and even though the Marsh question put Addison in danger, I think it was the kinder question because it was the one that was actually genuinely getting information, whereas the other question would have just been to hurt Addison. And it was asking her something like, are you in love, or who are you in love with? And intentionally putting her in that position to answer that question in front of Sylvain. As like kind of seeing Sylvain as the puppy and being like, oh, you hurt me, you also hurt him too, so why don't you like fess up to that now?
Damn,
but
man.
She decided not to do that, and instead it wasn't the Marsh question wasn't kind, but I think it was kinder, because she decided because that one did also serve like a purpose of like helping her piece together something she hadn't figured out yet.
Like, it wasn't cruel like the other one kind of is.
Yeah, like the other one was like, it served no purpose. It was just
the stab
to be hurtful. Yeah.
And it also like didn't have like, I'm blanking on the term, but like it didn't splinter out to other people. Like it was like very focused on just Addison.
Yes. And like that's the other thing, like the Sylvain question or the love question would have had collateral damage.
Sylvain and
collateral damage. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very similar to the way that like Mavis wanted to like use Elian against Dear, of like, look at the other person you're hurting, trying to make you feel bad. That's her angle.
It's and the way she's using Vin's mom against Jenna and Petrine, and the way she's going to use whoever she's meeting with against Jenna.
It went great.
Yeah, like Mavis has kind of that experience, like moving people around and having people be where she needs them to be. And so you can kind of see her doing that repeatedly.
Yeah, I find it so interesting that like she never like gave Sylvain like a hint that like, hey, maybe don't like not saying like, oh, like Addison is in love with someone else, but like just not even like a nudge to like, but and what was going through Mare's head through that whole thing?
Yeah, I do. Again, I'm a little more reluctant to get super into canon characters, but my headcanon, I don't think Mare, even like separate and apart from like being married to Kelsier, had feelings for Sylvain. I think part of it is, I think he would fall into a similar category as Marsh would. Like there's some through lines in the characters there. I think she cares a lot for him because I think she like thinks he's a good person, and again, she kind of wants to protect him, and she's kind of caught in this situation where like she can't really afford to like discourage his affections in a way that would draw attention. She kind of has to play along with it, and she can't justify giving anything away of herself because that would give away, because she's kind of in denial about how involved she's gotten in this job, right? Like she's kind of like, no, like I have my head in the game, I'm not getting distracted. And so her like telling Sylvain she's married after the confession is her like giving in and being like, I have to tell him the truth. Like I can't, which is interesting because like Mavis in The Silence Between goes on this kind of rant against her about like, how can someone do what you do, like get so close to someone and just be prepared to like drop it all, leave without a word, and never give like your true self. Like, how do you do that? And what's interesting is she does it with Sylvain, but not with Mavis. As close as her and Mavis are, like Sylvain is the one that she's like, and you know, part of it might have been like she is coming hot off that conversation with Mavis. So some of that might be spinning in her head, right?
Mhm.
But I do kind of like that she's like, yeah, I have to tell him the truth in this moment. And she's very careful about how much of the truth she tells. And she does lie to him still there. Like, because she talks about why she didn't say why she was married.
I mean,
I
don't think that's untrue.
It's a lot of half truth.
It's a nice truth.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
And I do think I was rewatching it the other day, and I was like, okay, there's a couple small parts of the explanation that like don't work if she's like telling 100% the truth. Like she's sticking as close to the truth as she can. But
because it's like, not to like go back to the confession again, but it's like my original plan, like for Sylvain, was for him not to confess, or like if he did, like he didn't want to know, like he wanted to live with the dream.
Yeah.
So it's like there's an interesting thing of like Addison Mayor like didn't acknowledge it because like Sylvain wasn't bringing it up, and like so like there's probably an element of like, as long as he doesn't mention it, I can just keep going. It won't be a problem.
Yeah.
And
then she's trying
he,
to do her best to balance like being kind and being a supportive friend to him without, because I don't think she like leads him on. Really.
No, she
like,
doesn't.
She's very, yeah.
It's like that was like why like he needed to ask the question, because like she gave no hints either way. Like he had like no clue. But there was like something like you said like in some chat about like something I said in like episode 1, which is like of like Addison coming in is like nobody like really notices her, and like I said like Sylvain notices her, and that's like not what she wants at all. Like he just he is like working at cross purposes to her.
Yeah.
Completely accidentally.
Yeah. Like Sylvain. Well, and also like even just for her future as a thief, like Sylvain's gonna remember her forever, and he's gonna know her instantly in a crowd, right? Like part of her work kind of counts on people like Lucius knowing who she is when she's around and then forgetting. And then she can like crop up in a slightly different social circle, but if you see her across the ballroom, you're not going to immediately go, hey, that's that person. I do think this job really impacted her ability. Like, I think she has to be very careful after this to be around any of the main crew, because I think if not before this weekend, she's made such a huge impression on them that
You had a little phrase in there about, which I hadn't put together until you said it in this context, about like Mavis accusing Addison of like, how could you be so cruel as to like get close to people and then be ready to just leave without a word. And I'm like, oh, but Mavis though.
So, but Mavis thinks that's different.
It's different when, like, I do see Mavis's accusation as, like, you did this knowing all along.
You did this premeditated. Yeah.
Yes.
Because when Mavis does it, it's not premeditated. But there is
an abandonment of passion, you know?
Yeah.
It was necessary for Mavis, so it's justified.
There's absolute irony there. It's like one of those things where it's like someone like your hurt, you replicating the hurt you receive in some way, right? Like it's kind of like one of those like cyclical, yeah, a word that means repeating often.
We've been streaming a while, Matt.
Yeah,
we have.
Did other people have questions for Matt? And then we'll do like some I don't think there's that many more questions, really. So
No.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have things I already know that I'd love to talk about, but we've gone for so long. We don't need to do that.
Yeah. We'll probably do the DR stream, Alex. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Ellie says, asks if any PCs or NPCs would get involved with the Skull Rebellion at some point.
Cosmere Girl is obsessed with the idea of Jenna working with Kelsier, and I'm like, she would kill Kelsier instantly.
Which Kelsier? Okay, I do think Ghost Blood Mavis is a very fun head.
Was gonna throw out sweet. Ghost Blood Mavis.
That would fit really well.
Especially, I had a line for if Mavis ever met Kelsier.
I don't remember. Did you and I just privately talk about Ghost? We did, because you used it against me to make me like Kelsier more. And it kind of frickin' worked, unfortunately. But I have headcanons about Mavis and Kelsier interacting.
Nice.
So an idea I had is something Mavis could say to Kelsier after they meet, if they ever met. I've seen scars like that before. She was dead. Her body was returned to my uncle for identification and as proof that her punishment had been carried out. Because in the books, that's what Menace says to Kelsier. Like, I've seen scars like that before on a corpse that was sent back to the Lord to show the sentence. Because my idea is, like, once Mare's sentence is carried out, like, they probably have like a rap sheet for her. And then to like close all these files, they're like, okay, now we gotta get her identified by Lord Ilariel so we can close the like Dinette thing. So yeah, that would be a fun. I'm not sure I could ever write that because I don't think I could write Kelsier. Like I could, like, if I put it in Mavis's perspective, maybe. I would struggle to write from Kelsier's point of view.
I would feel weird writing Mavis, but I also have like scene ideas of how that would go down. I love the vibes of like, especially if we do go like World Hopper Mavis route.
Yeah.
Where like she's off world for a while, time is passing on Scadrial, and she's just like hearing the news about like, oh, the final empire got overthrown. Wait a second, it was by a ska thief named Kelsier. Hold up a second, wasn't that Addison's boyfriend who used to crawl through the window and like just, like following the news of like Addison's secret boyfriend has overthrown the final empire and become a religious figure? And I think like Kelsier, of course, has to also know about Mavis as like the person that Mare wasn't willing to abandon the job for, that she got too close to. And I'm just like, those two sort of like tracking each other over the next 200 years, meeting up somewhere in Elendel of like leader of the Ghost Bloods and World Hopper Mavis Ilariel, and just like bristling cats at each other because they're so
I can just imagine like they accidentally end up in the same room like for their first meeting, and they're just like, you.
Can I? Oh my gosh! Should I share this?
Share it, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah, I mentioned that. So I did have a short story idea where they did meet that I'm never gonna write because it's too complicated. But I did have an idea, because one of the so with the Mavis or Mavis World Hopper idea, one of the things is Iris Grey is looking for a new helper, so maybe Mavis, that's Mavis. But one idea I had is Mavis is like out in like an outer dominance.
Oh no.
And Kelsier, not knowing it's Mavis, tracks her down as a potential informant on the 11th metal hunt that he's on.
Oh my god.
And that maybe, they have like a little fling, and then but him not realizing who she is, because she's probably like, cut her hair and like looks different.
She's hiding out. She's not Mavis Hilarial.
Yeah, but she recognizes him, and then that's where she could drop the stars line. Like he's getting like dressed that night, and then she's like drops that.
Wow.
So that was one thing.
That's how I needed to write this, even if it's gonna hurt me. I want to know.
But so here's the thing, though, because the reveal of that only really works if I'm in Kelsier's head, and that's why,
I know.
Like it works better in Kelsier's viewpoint than in Mavis's, because Mavis knows the whole time who she's talking to.
Or during, the canon.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, that was one. So that's not canon, but is a fun little. Would be a fun. I would just like to see Mavis and Kelsier interact, because I think they're. I don't think it would ever be like a relationship. I think they'd, but I think they like. There would be.
I'd love to see her like 300 years later, like, I think you stole something that belonged to my grandmother. Can we start there?
That would be fun too. Yeah.
Like after she's already a ghost blood, that would be really funny.
Yeah.
Now I just want Mavis interacting with OG Diceborn crew and like.
That would be so fun.
Talk with Natasha.
That would be interesting if we gave her to Natasha as a world helper.
Whoa.
Yes, please.
All canon here.
Yeah.
And it's I'd be interested if like Natasha like does anything, because like also Sylvain met God.
Sylvain met God.
True.
Does that have any bearing on anything? I don't know.
Please give Mavis to Natasha, please.
It's true.
Yeah.
Do we want to cruise through some questions?
Yeah.
On the Scar Rebellion.
Oh yeah. We gotta finish that. Sorry. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like, if anything, like if she'd gotten back to Lucidel like before like the end of the book, she might have been like through Welland, like met some of them, but you can't have her there, just canonically.
No.
So
yeah.
I mean, Dear and Jenna aren't joining the Sky Rebellion.
And none of the other nobles.
Yeah.
As said, Sylvain could.
Yeah.
That is a potential path. I could see his path him taking.
Yep. How Offer asks, how well did Dear know Sylvain? How well did Sylvain know Dear?
Not very.
I mean, you go ahead.
Because like I feel like most of what Sylvain knows about Dear is from Elian and Mavis's perspectives.
Yeah.
Like he's learned about Dear through stories more than like personal interactions.
I think what kind of fascinates me about Sylvain and Dear is like Sylvain knows way more about Dear than Dear knows anything about Sylvain, or that Dear is aware that Sylvain knows about him. Like Sylvain has some of his like deepest, darkest secrets, but it is really filtered through people who are not presenting Dear in like a very favorable light necessarily. You know, Mavis post their breakup. I don't know. You know, and then like Elian, who has sort of this fear, and I think before this, Sylvain was just sort of lumped in with Addison of like, these are people that Dear resents because they're close to Mavis now that he isn't, sort of a thing. But yeah, I think they both learned a lot more about each other over the weekend in a fun way.
Related to this, Mare asks, would Sylvain still hate Dear if he actually grew up in Luthadel and saw up close what the rest of the Venture household is like?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
See, my instinct is there's lots of people who grew up in Luthadel who hate Dear's guts because he's a deeply unlikable person. But on the other hand, every person in his friend group wanted to sleep with him, so maybe I'm not a good judge of whether people like Dear or not
All
if they
three
grew
of
up around.
them.
Oops.
See, and I genuinely don't know, because like they have like such similar like issues. Like they're both like dealing with like the expectations of their families, like not living up to them. And it's like, whereas like Dear is just like, well, screw you. Like, I don't care about this. Like, Sylvain is very like, but I want to. And like, because it's like the family's expectations are also different. It's like Venture wants Dear to be helpful, and he's telling them to screw off. Like, Hadriel's like, okay, like they're being nice and just like letting him like be off and do his own thing, when like all Sylvain wants is to be needed. And so like I think that there's just going to be an inherent like cross purposes there until like they can like really sink down into like how they need to have like a conversation where they talk about their feelings before I think they could be aligned, which I just don't think would happen.
Yeah. I think it's a thing like they could be friends, but you need an inciting incident to get them over themselves. Which I think in a way, like at least in Dear's head, the Sisig canon sort of was that inciting incident for not necessarily a friendship with Sylvain, but I think Dear feels a closeness to Sylvain that he really wasn't expecting. Just because Sylvain was just kind of there during his really vulnerable moments in episode 4. And I think
you know what
Dear
that parallels.
There's a reason why he's, I'm well aware of the parallels.
I don't know what you're
talking about. No.
Oh, it's like Dear's grief and being around Mavis when he was vulnerable and young, I think.
Well, I was also saying Mavis and Addison. Like Sylvain is Dear's Addison.
Sylvain is the Addison in like Dear's moment of crying.
That reaction.
I'm like, I can't process this. Like these words do not make sense.
Dear and Mavis are so similar in so many wonderful ways. There's such a reason why they were best friends. But yeah, I think there is like Dear is like, okay, yeah, Sylvain knows stuff now. He's just kind of in the mix now. Somebody has to go tell him what kind of nonsense Mavis pulled. I'll go coin shop my way across a dominance in a tantrum.
Sylvain, don't get too close to Dear. Dear's jealous. And Jenna will mess you up. She's possessive.
To be honest, I'm like in cold headspace. I'm like, I'm not processing what Sylvain is Dear's Addison is right now. I'm like, I'll get the lowdown on this later.
I like Everett in chat. Dear Venture out here accidentally being the protagonist of a dating sim novel the way everybody wants him. To be fair, that's very much like a visual sim where it's like, oh, the male protagonist is just some like loser, and every girl, in this case, everyone just wants to be with them. So yeah,
feather purveyor of the highest quality trash boys that everyone desires.
You're the sommelier of trash boys.
There you go. I got the best ones on the block.
Perfect. Offer also asks, how well did Seth know Dear? And I think that's a thing that maybe Alex as editor wants to talk about with Seth.
I mean, not at all. Like, I don't think Dear was a dog person before this. Probably found it very bizarre that this sort of like lowborn country guy is like bringing a dog everywhere. But you know, it was a bonding moment. It was sad.
You had to cut a line though, right? What was the line you cut in episode 4?
Oh yeah, we've talked about this elsewhere.
I think just on Discord though.
Not on.
No, it was on the voice call.
We haven't.
You just on the voice call.
So not recorded.
Yeah, it may not have been in a recorded spot. Yeah, it was a line that only got cut because it was the audio got a little warbled. There was a bit of crosstalk, and you couldn't fully make out the line where after Seth goes over to like snuggle with Dear by the fire in episode 4. I have the response of like, Dear does not push Seth away, and I'm like, oh, I don't think, I'm like very emotional about it. But yeah, the way that the crosstalk kind of happened and the audio cut out, it sounded too much like Dear does push Seth away. And I was like, nope, I don't want to even make people confused about that. The moment works if just Seth goes over and I don't answer. So yeah, that got cut, but that was what happened to it.
Are green questions still ones we want to do? Sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, I was wondering about Race to the Bottom, because I know we've explained that on Discord a bit, but I'm not sure. Have we ever done that?
Not on a recording, no.
Not on a recording?
Did we not do it in the talkback?
We didn't. We specifically wrote this down because we didn't.
Yeah.
That's why it's on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I go Race to the Bottom?
Yeah, let's Race to the Bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, so to peel back the curtain, like, I knew I was going to throw Mavis in the lake, right? So I slide into Alex's DMs while we're getting ready and be like, hey, like, what if on, like, one of their first training sessions, Vasha,
imminently knifeable is why this happens to me.
Yeah. Vasha is like, okay, jump off a building, like like Kelsier's first lesson with Vin. Like, he basically just strands both the kids on top of something
on the roof.
Like
on the roof of the manor. That's where the race starts. Yeah,
now jump off. And then Mavis, without missing a beat, turns to Dear and says, "Race you to the bottom," because like that's kind of her personality, right? Like that she's always trying to be fearless, and like so she just like swan dives off. And then it kind of becomes a catchphrase, where it's like, race you to the bottom of the bottle, race you to the bottom of, I think at one point I wrote, like, it's kind of a mantra for two people who are going nowhere fast. And so when and I really wish I would have explained this more in the thing, because so that's why when Mavis says, like, the race begins at midnight, meet you at the starting line, it's because she knows that her and Dear have this catchphrase. And then when she toasts, she tells everyone, race you to the bottom, to like signal to Dear. Because I think part of her is worried he might have forgotten.
Really? Mavis?
I don't think she really thinks that, but she's like unsure enough that she's like, because it's been a while.
It's been a while. Yeah, so I think we've kind of said it a few times, but yeah, the meet you at the starting line, Dear then knew that she was asking for a meeting on the roof, because that was the starting line of the race.
Sure.
Later, at midnight. And I love that little moment in episode 1 because he does completely misinterpret it. Of she's trying to do like a little bit of like quiet outreach of like, are you still with me? Do you still get it? And Dear takes it as a shot across his bow of like, Mavis just used our special catchphrase in a whole group of all of these people. My sister's here and freaking Hadriel is standing like, how dare she? How dare she use our little thing in front of all of her new little friends and just taunt me with it? And he's furious. You know, he storms off afterwards. He doesn't want to say a word to her while she's there. But yeah, these two they're just messy and they don't manage to really get it back. But yeah, that's why he's the one who says it on the lake of like, I think you won the damn race to the bottom, because like it's in his mind of
bottom of the lake. That's such a good line. Because I was like trying to have Jenna say something, and then Dear just interrupts it. I'm like, I'm so glad you did. Because I was just too stressed to like know what Jenna would even say. You know?
It's there. They're friends. They love each other.
Offer asks a planned schedule for the musical, because Offer wants there to be a Sisig musical. And also, N Priestess, can you imagine a mini animated adaptation of Secrets in Stained Glass, and wonders if Brandon would consider supporting a Kickstarter to make it happen?
No chance.
No, there's no chance.
It's a dream. It's not happening.
Like even if
lovely, but no.
Even if Brandon watched, and even if he was supportive, I think like the IP issues,
that
with something like that, like it would be dead and. Yeah, it's not even close to being possible, and even if it were possible, it would be dead in the water.
That said,
it doesn't have to be like something that a dedicated fan decided to animate on their own, and all these things, but it's not gonna happen.
Not making money and no money.
But look, I agree with the sentiment though, because like Ellie's art of just the characters, especially in multiple scenes, like the character art's cinematic. Good, but these other commissions, I'm like, oh, I can picture exactly this, or like a graphic novel or something. Like I can picture it perfectly.
I get why this is the
fun. Oh yeah, 100%. But 0%.
I wish, but it's not gonna happen.
Yup. Matt.
So this one was from the YouTube chat. Jenna Young asked, Matt, in your opinion, did Mayor tell Kelsier about Sylvain? And would he have shown Sylvain any mercy if he had come across him in his noble killing spree? If he did, I think it would be a moment similar to when he spares Elend on account of Vin. But I don't think that happened because it was a realization for Kelsier when he spares Elend for Vin. So I don't think that moment would have been the way it was if something similar. And I think Mare probably downplayed Sylvain to Kelsier because I think Kelsier already gives her enough grief about this job. I don't think she would want to admit to him that she, told Sylvain things and that this happened.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she'd lie to him. Like, I think, she'd. But
there's also like Mare knows Kelsier and how Kelsier feels about nobles. Like, what? Like, I feel like
there's a protective element.
Somebody fell in love with me. I feel like that wouldn't make Sylvain safer. That would make him in more danger.
That was exactly my thought. Even as Thief Kelsier, that's not a safe place to be, for sure.
Well, like, their argument flashback in Secret History is before he's Mistborn, and she's giving him heck for, like, killing a bunch of nobles randomly, right? Jeez. Like, I kind of look at them as, like, I don't think Kelsier did as much, like, noble impersonation. Like, I think he did it in, like, a pinch. But I think he was more the, like, climbing stuff, sneaking, killing people. And Mare was more the, like, infiltration. Like, I think she probably still had, like, some, like, stealth, like, because she was on the palace job, too. So she obviously knows what she's doing there. Honestly. But like I think in the OG crew, like Mare and Breeze probably would have been more the ones like infiltrating noble society, and Kelsier and Doxson and Ham like would have been more, you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think if anybody, Mare spoke to Sazed about Sylvain.
Yes. I could see her speaking to Sazed about Sylvain for sure.
Very plausible.
Because she'd go to him for advice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and she would probably, honestly, I think she would be conflicted about not telling Kelsier. Because I think, like, she loves him, right? And even though she knows, like, she didn't have feelings for Sylvain and nothing happened, I think keeping it a secret from her husband would, like, bother her.
Yeah.
But, so I think she'd probably go to Sazed and be like, I can't, like, the risk of him having an excuse to kill him, I can't tell him, but it's like eating me up a little bit.
Needs to talk with Sazed about it, I think.
So yeah, I bet they've been through like that whole, they've done the whole like armchair thing over this whole job.
Absolutely. I think we've gotten through most of the questions, guys. Do you see anything else on this that you desperately want to talk about? I have a few wrap-up thoughts, and then maybe we'll be done. But just any other questions you want to chat about?
I don't think so.
We've hit the big stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
I
really
am just surprised we managed to get to everything.
I mean, it's been 5 hours 40 minutes, so like I wouldn't say that's like it,
also,
this is approaching recording for episode 2-3.
That's why I blocked off the whole day, Matt. I knew how this was gonna go.
Well, and if we add on the 45 minutes for the Grace stream,
no, the hour for the Grace stream. Hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, it was over an hour. That's right.
Yeah, it's like an hour.
It was hour 15. And then the talkback show. Someone said, I'm not keeping track, but we're close. Telling Dora said, close to more time spent debriefing than the actual play videos.
But like
we've long since passed that. Behind the scenes.
We probably talked like 5 hours after every single recording, like until we went to sleep every single time we recorded.
But in terms of video content, like reveals in stained glass was 3 hours 43 minutes. So if you add on the Grace pre-show, that is
we're nearing
5 hours.
Yeah, we're near.
And then we add on this, and it's almost 6. So we're like pushing 11 hours. And how long is the total runtime of
more than that?
Glass?
We got like about 16. 4 hours for 3 of them, and
it's like 16ish.
Yeah. So not quite. The original content, at least just looking at video, is still longer.
And I added up. We've done 35,000 words of written content, 40,000 if you include the art article. And I just think Secrets in Stained Glass was super wonderful. I literally am 3 months behind at writing my book because I was just absorbed with Secrets in Stained Glass, but I wouldn't have it any other way because I think legitimately, I think if like Brennan from Dimension 20 watched this, he would have a lot of fun. I think this is really genuinely a good product, and I'm so proud of like Matt's amazing story, everyone's acting, and Alex's editing, and also just everyone's work on doing the extra material. Like, I don't think it's necessary to read, but I think it's really fun and cool to get into people's heads. So, like, if you want more, you can get it there. So I'm kind of emotional that we're kind of done.
I know it's strange,
it's
you know.
Weird. This is the kind of close of the chapter.
I know.
But I think we're all going to be around on Discord, and we'll probably just get freer and freer with answering questions there, because we have no reason to save anything for there's no stream to save things for anymore.
Yeah,
so
we just wanted to make sure this was on video, that
I
we
mean,
hit
that
the
you're-
main stuff, so people can
Yeah.
like see this 4 years from now, right?
Yeah, because there is stuff I know that I've said on Discord that I didn't mention here that I'm like, that'll be too bad. But
look, we had an outline. We did really well.
Mhm.
I do want to make a really quick shout out, because in the talkback we only had 3 episodes edited, and I just need to shout out Alex in particular for your Herculean editing for 4. 5 was a little easier. Well, okay, a lot easier, but like 4, just the whole spirits rolls, you made it like intelligible, which like was always our concern. I think like glad I could help a bit, but awesome work. Like it just it made for like a good episode rather than like it could be a train wreck.
An outlet for my obsession was pouring it into production work, and I'm really proud about how it all came out.
Yeah. Go ahead, Veronica.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's incredible, just everything that's happened with
it's
and even with all the last minute things, I'm just so thankful for experience. Like, have I written anything since? No, not really. Would I have it the other way? Also, no.
Yeah.
And it's been so useful anyway. Like, I know this is gonna impact anything I do from now on.
Yeah.
Like, the voice work is gonna come into play this week, because I have something to give in for university. It's very strong voice, and I think that this definitely
helps.
Is a very good example for that.
I'm glad I got to be on, even with my house literally falling apart around me.
Oh my god. Seriously, Alex, like,
oh god.
Like,
all the issues with this stream.
I know.
Yeah, like, this stream caught some of the curse main series Diceborn has had this year.
That's why we gotta cut it off here, you know? No more sissing, because it's clearly cursed. But, yeah. For me, this is, like, my first actual, like, D&D-ish thing. Like, I've done a bit, but, like, this is definitely my biggest. Just, like, improv was very stressful, and I'm just really pleased that, like, it turned out pretty good from my end. Like, the things that I wanted to hit, and Alex's editing really helped. And also, I think I need to rewatch the second half of episode 3, because that's really good. Like, it's so good. And just kudos to everyone, and a special kudos to Matt for the utter insane web of things that you did, Matt, that never ends, ever. Just
it's gonna be like 10 years from now, and you're gonna be like, I thought of this detail.
This is
like, great, thanks.
Well, like, the obsession comes from an honest place. I feel like I said this on like social media at some point. I'm not sure if I've said it on stream, but part of this, I think, is it's kind of a love letter to the original Mistborn trilogy, right? Like, that series is, always is going to be really special to me, and also a love letter to the Mistborn the Inquisition forum RP, because like that's how Eric and I became friends,
where we spent way too much time on noble politics.
That was like really a training arc that you guys didn't realize was going to pay off.
It was even more intense there because there was more people involved.
Well, and that's why when we were looking at like, okay, we knew I talked to like the main cast first about who wanted to be on, and then we were looking for like who else wanted to be on out of the other staff. And I think Eric, you were maybe like a little hesitant at first,
just to the time, I was like, right? Like I was like, do I have time? I want to so bad. So I did.
And I'm so glad you did, because it was so
I caught all
just
the things
between me and you, like that was special.
Daryl Lariel, when you said that, he's
And so for people who are confused by the Iris Grey Dara Ilariel thing, it wasn't for you, it was for me and Eric.
It's just literally
that was a little indulgent. It was a little indulgent, but that's what it is.
Listen, I turned my Eladrin into a Kandra, so we all get to just make little Easter eggs to our other OCs. It's cool.
Yeah,
it's
true.
fine. We get to do this.
Jenna's a recreation of someone totally different that I never really made, and this Jenna's very different.
Yeah.
I turned a guy who was traumatized by being turned into a dog for a significant portion of his childhood into a dog. So,
Oh my god.
Rip Seth.
Yeah.
Rip Seth. But yeah, guys, I think that's all we got. I'm glad I'm streaming this because Ben had to go to sleep, but you can find us on 17shard.com for our news, discussion, theories, and fun that you could ever want. There are a lot of stories. There's a Secrets in Stained Glass tag. It is in the description. You can look at all of the additional content right now. Honestly, some legitimately really good writing, and I'm not just saying it because I did some, and I actually really like that story. I think it's really good. But like Matt's story, really good. Veronica did great writing. I love Stitching Up, really good.
And there are some character playlists still forthcoming.
Yes, true. I guess we'll post Lucius poems.
Yeah, Lucius poems. Yeah, I knew that was coming, but I couldn't tell anyone.
You need to tell me for production reasons, Matt. No, it's fine.
Got me again, of course.
You can torture Alex, it's fine. But and one more thing, there are narrator notes in our Patreon, and so if you can support us for as little as $1 a month. You can go take a look at all of Matt's behind-the-scenes stuff. There's a 22-page background document that the players got. You can take a look at that. And
outtakes.
And an hour of outtakes that Alex edited, which definitely go into, like, oh, how are we going to pace this? And like some theories that we were like talking about on breaks as like people were going to the bathroom and stuff, with some funny bloopers, but it's mostly the other stuff.
Outtakes and behind the scenes.
And we never got to say what would be the patron exclusive, so it's good to do it now. And lastly, I think our last patron thing is we are going to post the full secrets list. I think we talked about all of it, but like it's still really fun to see the full spreadsheet. So we'll post the full spreadsheet there for you. And today or tomorrow, because I might go to sleep, Matt. So it might be tomorrow. Like,
let's do it tomorrow.
I'm so tired. So thank you all for watching. What an incredible mini series that I'm just so proud of. Like you can link this to anyone who's like enjoys Mistborn. As long as they're ready for like it's dense, but like if you're okay with density, I think it's like really good.
It's definitely not for someone who has not read the books. Like I had the like 17th shard audience. It had, like we don't explain allomancy,
not even a little bit.
like we are expecting our audience
letter with all the Cosmere things like.
Yeah. And
like we're expecting an audience who knows the basics at least, and maybe a little more than the basics.
The World Hopper letter got Argent in, and he commissioned that art piece. No complaints. Mission accomplished.
We got it.
Yeah. So anyway, Shardcast is tomorrow, by the way. So but it's only a 2-hour Shardcast, okay? So it's not that much more content. So have fun with that. OG Diceborn is not soon, but it will be coming, I promise.
Yeah.
So it legitimately, their scheduling has been the most cursed. I think like 4 sessions have been canceled, like 3 to 4, something like that. A lot of them that was all scheduled in. So Diceborn will return. Secrets in Stained Glass probably won't, but maybe we could persuade Matt to do a wedding one-shot or a beach prequel or the final empires collapsing around us thing. I don't know.
Campaign to give Sylvain a happy ending.
Yeah.
That is my biggest motivation, probably.
Okay, yeah. And Jenna and Dear and everyone else will just be like, well, you guys are terrible. So, see you all next time. Thank you so much for watching.
Seriously, thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Where's the off button on this stream? It's like I have so many tabs open.
Yeah. We're so...
and shout out to Everett, who said, I recommend the series to multiple people who have no experience with wider 17 chart and Cosmere community. So I think it worked. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye!